What a shot.
Viz in the hut makes the FAMAS look good. Double, triple for Viz. Welcome back to land, baby.
They're looking over towards Catwalk. Oh, this is a huge mistake! Honda, 4 kills, sprays them down, and ends it!
Low on ammo, low on health, and Fur hits the headshot. They're gonna crunch him together. Nice transfer from Delboni, and he saves the day for Sal Caetano.
Zerk knows of the possibility and gets knifed on. They're still next. Thank God for Zerk.
He's spamming left click and it's working wonderfully. Jumping out. JT's on for the ace right now. 2 more with the AK-47 and the in-game leader versus the in-game leader. He will win it out. Ace in round 2 and Cole steal the force.
And only Grim down on the B side doing everything he can to make this happen. And it's so close, but Maluki just locks it in.
coldzera, 32 health in the 1v3. They don't know exactly where he's at, and as he gets that first one, he's gonna play around the smoke. A second kill for coldzera. Bombs ticking as well. Time not on their side.
Oh my God.
A 1v3 from coldzera.
Jota tries to swing, tries to thin the herd. Oh, Cello wrestling with the AK is thrown into the clutch. 1 versus 2. Still a chance in this round for 9Z, but Cello's looking to take it all away.
They swing, they line up, that's 2 down, it's a single player left. It's Noxie in the open. Ghost look away and drop will drop him. If he finds 2 here, that's massive. They start to clear, they line up, and he gets away with 3. That's even better because Art comes in and sweeps up the right.
The crossfire is still here. Reverse him, gets caught jumping. He goes down at the hands of Viz. Now Ben Lee needs to get 2 and does. 1 versus 1. Ben Lee, 23 kills.
He's on the angle, ready to shut him down. Hits the shot.
What? Oh, okay.
Did he mean to do that?
Absolutely not.
Vinny.
But goes in with the USB instead. And now, well, RCF held back in tunnels. It's the AWP going into the AWP and forward to the defuse. He's going to hold it.
CK's out and it's all going to be on Shake now. 1 versus 3. They know where he is. He's tucked away in the corner. Full HP. Finds the first headshot. Swings out. Not connecting the second. Does flick up and land it. And Shake gets 4 kills on the round.
Close shot from Junior has worked out to draw these numbers back to an equilibrium. It is now coldzera in the clutch alone. A 1 versus 2 coming back from heaven. Defuse being held. Oh, and coldzera's done it. He's just held the defuse.
Naf and OC grab one apiece, but the bomb is down towards short. OC now, the man from the first half, needs to be the man here in the pistol. Finds 1 tap. Can he find another? Dancing around the site like a ballet. What he's looking for. He's swinging around. The knife comes out and OC gets it.
Knife kill. Exit tracks Nighton and gets the knife. And now PGL left in the 1v3. PKL gets on towards it. He's going to hold it. He's going to stick it. He's holding it. He's just pulling it through.
Oh
and
my
he's got it
gosh.
stolen away. Exit doesn't swing. He calls his bluff, and PKL makes him eat it.
Oh, Cirque actually does hit that one. And Cirque's just doing everything. Frag after frag on the AWP.
Welcome back to Bucharest. We're here for day 2 of the PGL RMR for the Americas. We've got a lot of matchups to go through today. We had a long day yesterday, but the Counter-Strike action continues. Got some best of 3s coming into today, Chad. I'm looking forward to this one.
Gonna get the first teams locked in for the major. Isn't that insane to talk about, right? Whether it's a legend or a challenger spot, that's to be decided a little bit later. But for teams to be getting locked on in, we're only a couple of weeks away from the major now, and you can see here we do have these round 3 matches on the mainstream 00 Nation and EG. You can follow that one there with the URL of PGL at the end, but you are at PGL_CSGO right now. We're bringing you Isurus versus, say it for me,
Sal Kitano, I believe.
I'm going to have to practice that one a couple times. Say it, Sal Kitano. All right, we'll get there. It's a bit like a
I'm sure if
katana.
I'm saying it wrong as well, we'll get someone...
They'll let us know.
Let us know.
They
for
always
sure.
do. But you can see here there's action-packed Counter-Strike all day. The big matches, the big ticket ones is Imperial versus Made in Brazil and Furia versus Complexity Gaming. Those are the main fixtures that I think people should be sinking their teeth into today.
Yeah, a little sleeper match up there on the other side of things for Liquid and Pain Gaming. I think that's going to be a fun one too, to see where Liquid are really at. But we've got 1-1 games starting things off today. Teams that have split the action down the middle, taking a loss, taking a win, and really middle of the pack. But as you said, you know, we're in such a competitive environment. All the best teams within the Americas are here. There's some teams that, like Liquid, who have dropped a game already. It does get a little scary going into the 1-1 days.
Yeah, they can't grab the legend spot anymore, right? They can still qualify to come on through, and I think it's a wake-up call that you can't sleep on any of the teams here, especially 00 Nation. I just heard that Jacob there was doing the main desk, and they were talking about Liquid. There shouldn't be any excuses. I think you'd have to agree, right? They should be head and shoulders above a lot of these teams here with just the experience they have within that roster. But look, I have a notepad out here, everybody. I want to give everyone at home a little bit of life advice. If you want to look important and like you're actually doing something, have a pen and a notepad. Doesn't even matter what's written down.
It's just got pictures drawn down.
Yeah, you just feel like you know what you're doing. So that's a fun tip for everybody out there. It's the same as if you want to wear a jacket. But we got the intros. And this series is going to be everyone's favorite, Sal Kitano.
Yes, of course, the team coming in 1-1. Bad news bears, obviously on the other side of things, going down to their opponent, but we're looking at Sal Kitano coming into this. I think this is a team relatively unknown quantity, a few players you might be somewhat familiar with from the region, but Sal Kitano coming out looking for a swing.
Yeah, Delberni Danoko was playing for MIBR for a little while there, right? So yeah, a few of these names, you've seen them before. It's going to be curious to see what they can bring here within the best of 1 environment. Yesterday, they played Inferno and Overpass. They lost to Imperial on Inferno 16-12, and they beat the Bad News Bears 16-12 over there on Overpass. Now, a few names that I mentioned, Delberni and Danoko, the ones that you probably should know the most if you've been a Counter-Strike viewer for some time, should be ZQKS, played with Kaboom, Kid, that's when like Fall and Bolt, Steel, Zika QS, and Fur were playing on a roster together, and Showtime. But on the other side of things, we caught a little bit of the Isurus action yesterday. We casted the Furia match, and it was quick, only 20 rounds of play.
Yeah, I somewhat fell out of my mind with the amount of rounds we've seen, but Isurus is a team that, I think going up against Furia is always a difficult matchup. They were the lowest seed to get a win yesterday, and had to play against the best team in the competition at the moment. So, tough road, but nonetheless, 1-1 opportunity here against Sal Kitano, a matchup they should be feeling much more comfortable with.
Did you study about the Sharks last night before bed?
No. I just kind of threw out my shark fact, and that was it. I confirmed to myself that it was a mackerel shark, which definitely...
You're happy with that?
Yeah, I'm happy. I got one of those on board.
Well, there's a couple of players that we need to keep in mind here. Gafolo is my favorite.
Yes.
Fork plus Cake, I'm going to keep mentioning that. It's a Brazilian meme apparently here, but that's the gentleman right there in the center of your screen with the glasses on his nose. Now, we also saw some good stuff from Noxkey on Nuke. He was trying to entry frag towards Yard. But speaking of maps, we need to see which map we're going to be ending up here in the best of 1. Dust 2 gone, Overpass out as well. Vertigo and Ancient removed the fun maps out. Mirage and Inferno on the tail end, and it is Nuke. So Isurus will get to play Nuke for the 3rd consecutive time here in the best of ones. They beat Party Astronauts, they lost to Furia. Let's see now if they can stand tall against their countrymen. I'm curious to see how this one goes on down. The CT side start will be for Isurus, so that's not too bad.
No, not at all. When you look at the Nuke map, of course, look comfortable in their opening game, but against Furia, it's different. It's a different style you have to play against. So I'm expecting a much better showing out of Isurus today. I think they'll be very happy with getting a Nuke coming into this.
And the CT start.
Yeah, everything you could really want there.
Whereas yesterday, I'm pretty sure against Furia, they started on the T side. So they were getting dictated too. They couldn't get past drop, but a couple of nice clutches coming on through, a lot of impact throughout. So this is a different kettle of fish right here, but still, it's just an establishing match, right? It's not an elimination or a progression game. This is just to really set the tone here, but I'm sure you'd love an extra life, right? I'm sure that you would love to get on through into the 2-1 category as opposed to the 1-2 category here within the Swiss system. But yeah, we are going to be losing some teams today as well. We're going to be doing the Bad News Bears game later. Yeah, not looking great for North American Counter-Strike at the moment. There was a little recovery towards the end of the day yesterday, though. We've seen EG and Liquid bounce back, but Bad News Bears seems to be bad news all over that. Yeah, Complexity drawing Furia for today kind of sucks for them as well, so that's going to be a hard matchup. But speaking of matchups, we're going to get underway with the opening game of the day. Isurus on that CT side. Sakatano on the T side to attack. A HE and a Molotov in the hands of ZQK even. And away we go. We're out the gates. See what they have up their sleeve here. Sakatano to start things off. Door blowing open. Molly thrown in behind it. CQK now looking down towards ramp, but the Julies are pushing in towards him. It's aggressive here for Isurus. They've got a couple of players now flashing into the peak. Noxy cracks open the first skull. And back in towards Hell. It is Destiny that falls foul of the Glock. Ali trying to fight this Hell peak of Sakatano, just stopping him coming any further forward. He's starting to run out of ammo, and the bomb has gone down here for Sakatano. There's 2 players fighting while the bomb's getting planted. This is kind of crazy here. Yeah, the fights keep coming. Shallow has taken Gafolo out. Ali now holding towards Hell, but it's all about this lower side at the moment. The bomb is ticking and the time is being fought. Ali hasn't been able to leave his position, and now he's alone. All of his teammates are gone in the meantime, and finally he'll think about going down into this B site, but he's got 8 bullets as well. It's just impossible really to get into a position where he can win this one. Strange pistol, but Sakatano will find it. Yeah, okay, bit of CT aggression there being dealt a dud hand, so it's a great way to kick things off. I can't believe how many fights were going on as the bomb was getting planted. Normally you want to fortify the site before getting the C4 down, but understanding the situation, Sakatano will be getting himself on the board early and a force buy back onto the side. This is the initial push here in the Julies. They had 2 pairs, so a great way to open things up, but look at this Hell control, forcing a bit of Hell down the throats of Isurus. Now the force bite, we'll see Gafolo into a scout. There's an MP9 for Ali. There's a couple of Deagles and a CZ75 with some smokes to boot. Delboni up over smoke, where you can see how that landed there with the little strings of the X-ray. Running up a Heaven smoke as well. So misdirection name of the game. They do look like they want to pop onto the top side here. Destiny playing close, CZ at the ready to rattle away, has found 2, and now upgrades to the AK. The start to the round for Sakatano couldn't have gone worse. They're trying to pull this back with a ramp play from Ali, running right into ZQK. The kills all going back into the hands of Sakatano. Is now just Gafolo up towards Heaven, seeing what he can find. Delboni removed. Wouldn't be a terrible idea to give this one a crack. I know we'd love to have the scout into the next round, but a 1-on-2, there's a chance. Well, he's going to try and edge his way forward to see if he can catch out an overextended Sakatano player, but no one giving him that opportunity for the time being. They've doubled CT event here. It's a good setup. You know, the scout's not going to clear that. Gafolo realizes, can't do anything about this, and started strong for Isurus. Jeez, I don't know about that hunt either. You just lost 3 players. You're going to be the 4th to give over another rebuy, so curious little pick right there, but that's the type of CS we get within the Americas. Not always by the book. ZQK going to hold on to the AK. Gafolo with some damage done. The scout retained and carried on through to the next round of play. 2-0 the score reads, but it should be a safer round now for Sakatano, as it should just be really the scout and maybe a couple of P250s. With this smoke wall they threw towards Yard, nobody rotated. Quite literally, nobody rotated. There was nothing pulled towards lower. They didn't wait long enough to see if the CTs would even try and take that type of maneuver. They just executed onto top and almost lost the round. So lucky to hold on. Should be the recovery round, just to try and keep as many players up as possible, especially with pretty much everybody bar 1 on AKs. And over on the other side of things, this was just with pistols, so Sakatano looking to deliver casualties, build some cash up.
Good strong start here on the T side. I think this game's a little difficult to call. You know, you look at look at these two teams, it's basically a 50-50. I would maybe give a bit of an edge there to Isurus, but even then, not much.
Yeah, I don't think that there's a clear edge on either of these squads. Maybe domestically there is. Maybe, you know, a couple of people could argue the players, but I think once you get in towards the RMRs, things are really open because everyone's giving that they're all here. I think this needs to be sold a little bit harder. This is the qualifier for the major. This is the most important qualifier within the year until, well, the next major, right? So it's a very prestigious event. RMR, when we had it last year, the cycle obviously during the online region,
We had a lot of RMRs.
Yeah, it was a more point-based, but now it's not about the points, it's just about the qualification. 6 spots available for the Americas, 1 legend, the rest of the challengers/contenders.
Yeah, I mean, all of your performances leading up to this point really don't matter. It's how you perform at this event.
Yeah, that's very true, right? And this can open the doors for a lot of teams, especially from the Americas region.
Yeah, it looks like those spots will be mainly dominated by South American sides. You can see why on day one. A lot of flair and good 3-0 start here for Sao Caetano.
Well, they're guaranteed to get at least 1 today because out of the 3 teams competing, or out of the 4 teams competing, 3 of them are Brazilian, right? So you've got Furia taking on Complexity, and then you have Imperial taking on MIBR. It should be a curious little game, the Imperial-MIBR matchup. MIBR were very happy with their win in Triple OT last night. Pain, unfortunately, not getting across the line there. We will get to see them against Liquid coming up after this one. Squeaky blown off. First gun round in play. Flash on through. This looks fast.
It is super fast, and Showtime just leading us way out. Squeaky. That goes towards the back of the site, gets traded out after 1. So site taken here for Sao Caetano.
Have to retake this now. A couple smokes, a couple flashes, and Incendiary in the mix as well to make this one possible. You can see one of the flashes being lined up here from Gafalo. They're trying to enable his teammates to push on in through the heavens.
Showtime's about to get blinded by it.
They'd love to get the one-way smoke down here, and they have smokes to throw it. Curious that they haven't opted to deploy that here.
They're about halfway ticked now on that bomb, so starting to run out of time. Eventually, the flash will signal the sign to go. Ali just waiting on the flash. Finally comes over the top, and a blinded 2 players down lower get traded out by Destiny. Fantastic stuff here from the CT side, working their way back in, and it's now all on Delboni. He's trying to make it happen, but Destiny just swoops him up. Into the defuse they go. They hold it through. It's close, but Isurus have done it.
Wow, okay, that got chaotic towards the tail end there. I thought it was no good. U2 seemed like it was a little bit late, but Destiny with a massive double kill. Had the same with the CZ a little bit earlier within the piece, but this is the one with impact. Isurus get their first round. A bit of a drop ball here, all things considered. Deko gets 1 on the way in the door. This is fantastic work. Feel like you have to be getting the trade there if you're at Showtime. Defuse with just enough time on the clock there. You can see how close that bar was coming on down, but holding his breath. Noski happy with how that one unfolded. But back into the buys, and CQK still onto the AWP here. So 30 years of age now. He's been doing it for a while. Smoke wall drops, and it's good to see different utility deployed. Not everybody prescribing to the Furia way of thinking.
Ooh, Destiny. Times the spam to the smoke for the kill on towards Denoco. Now Noxy playing a little further back towards Garage. He's waiting for an overextension. That might come his way. And it will. Finally. Oh, Showtime! A lovely headshot. Noxy looked like he had him dead to rights.
Yeah, a bit of a 180 clear right there. So great stuff to draw back level here. CK Zhao on top of the main roof. Ali trying to respond and take a bit of space to deal with that given up from Noxky. They're going to boost up the heavens. It looks like it. Deko and Destiny noisy about this one. They do manage to mount on up, and they know that heaven isn't a problem right here, right now, but the elevated position, if they come in through main, come in through hut late, it's going to give them a little bit more of a dynamic looking CT hold. You have the rotation towards the lower side there, Gafolo with the AWP down towards ramp. This one already ticked to the 35-second mark. We'll have to make a decision now, so Katano.
And look at the position of Ali just watching the drop down. Gets his opportunity on the second player. Now Deko towards the back of the site. Has got his teammate up in the rafters. So this setup should be good enough to deal with the forces that are coming towards them that wish them ill intent. But somehow, Deko still alive at the back of the site. Eventually will get removed, and Gafolo into the 1v1. Goes aggressive to pull that kill. And now starts the mind games. pushes forward from Heaven, looks down below. A big clutch from Gafolo. You love to see the proactiveness in that 1v2. Sets himself up with a 1v1 chance.
Yeah, beautiful stuff right there. The AWP coming in late, sweeps on through. That nade damage wasn't too bad whatsoever and gets himself the round. So a response here from Isurus. 2 rounds in a row and both with retakes in towards that A bomb site. Cash the splash for Delboni at least. Everybody else can get into maybe some pistols, some Mag-10s, maybe some Galils, ZQK, and Showtime have enough for those AKs. If you want to get your tickets for the PGL Major in Antwerp, not too far from now. It'll be taking place in May. See right there, it's a QR code.
Yeah, nice and easy. Just scan that on your phone, just whop it up on the internet and buy yourself a ticket. Next one's rolling around pretty quick. Delboni is charging out the door, looking for the transfer towards the back of the site, but everybody from South Caetano have won their fights.
I love the pace here, but this is the problem. Damage done, even more so. The bomb will get planted, Showtime low, and is it another retake? Really, Isurus, can you make it work for a 3rd consecutive round?
Problem is this time utility's a problem. They're going to set up the one-way, but once that goes out, that's it. That's all they have. So making their way back in is going to be extremely difficult. You don't have a flash to play off, but perhaps the smoke is enough. Showtime to the headshot right away. Ella realizes the AWP needs to be saved.
Yeah, good call to make here. To get away with 3 retakes in towards the top side, Sao Caetano.
It's a rough one.
Yeah, it's like Sao Paulo, but Caetano. I need to get that one mastered here. But yeah, the fact that if they were to drop 3 consecutive retakes in the top side, they'd be kicking themselves, right? So if they're able to convert this, and I'm loving the pace. Loving the pace here, out the gates, quick onto the top side, just really suffocating the inner holders. Now the saved AWP looking like the best weapon Isurus will have to boast here. They've thrown that over towards Gafolo. But they're going to have to drop some guns around the place here. So MP9 has been dropped for Arlen. There's a Famas in the mix. M4 has actually been purchased and thrown across as well. So this one, they're trying to make the best of a bad situation. Fast yard smokes out the gates again.
Now speedy here. South Caetano, are they going to play with it? Over the top of Silo, Delboni currently plays, but seems to be more of a tentative approach.
Now they're actually using the smoke wall towards yard. So they did this earlier in the piece in the Antica. They threw the smoke wall, then they went with the top hit, and it didn't work. Now they're faking the top hit with the smoke wall towards yard, taking the space. You can see it now. Some fights at least noted, and a big one there for Danoko. Famas on the ground now. Like the misdirection here, this is all quite pacey out the gate. You can actually play with this a lot. So the calling able to just be dynamic off of the tendencies that they've set so far. 5v4 and 5 rounds looms.
Flash setup, Delboni, lovely play. Just so methodical, clear out main. 2 kills already picked up, and now, well, just down to 2 plays for Isurus.
There's 2 flash assists there for CKZ. I'm curious where the kill from Danoko came on through. He's now over towards the CT spawn position. The bomb planted, a 2 on 5, and hopefully just staying alive, Isurus.
This feels rough. This feels like a very rough start because South Caetano, they're looking good on this T side. They have some depth to the calls they're making right now.
Yeah, and this is one of the things for the patterns. Uh-oh. Yeah, are they going to hunt him? It wouldn't be a terrible shout. They've lost an AK in the mix of things. Might just call this one off. Danoko is close, trying to jiggle out the shots, trying to force Gafolo into a fight. Another one hits the deck of CK Zhao, and the swing on out. Gafolo, he does convert, so defending his honor with the AWP. Has to hope that the bomb is not going to take off a smidge of health. Will survive. And 2 players from either team retain their weapons going into the next round of play. But South Caetano, if they can continue to use the conditioning that they've started with, right? They can drop those same yard smokes. They can either play behind them immediately. They can continue to fake. They can throw misdirection. It's going to force Isurus to adjust. And they've taken a timeout to have exactly that conversation. So do we want to play aggressive yard? Do we want to see what's behind these smoke walls? Do we want to bank on the fact that maybe they're going to fake? Do we turtle up? Do we play heavy towards top? Do we drop players towards that lower side of things immediately? There's a lot of questions, but I think one of the answers early is, well, do we go for a save, right? Because they saved the AWP, they saved the AK-47. Ali could drop across an M4, right? That could be tidy. They could get themselves out 3 big rifles. Gafolo could drop a Famas maybe if it'd like, another MP9, or they could take a save on everybody and into the next round get the purchases coming on through. Now, we're seeing the buys come in. Destiny back into that favored CZ. It is looking very light here. Loss bonus into the next will be 2,900. And away we go out of spawn. Not going to kick things off with that same smoke wall early, but they have to be worried about this AWP. Follow flashed up early.
You don't really want to go into that fight.
They're not going to see him there on the jiggle. I'm curious.
Pretty sure he did on the shoulder peak.
Good reason to call it off then.
Yeah, I think also that's a piece of information that you now have that's essential because you know you're going up against a weaker buy. You know there's a saved op. It's all about finding out what that is, and now it's gone.
Oh, how's Wait, Delboni, how are you here, mate? Where did we miss all this action? He's ramp right now. Delboni is in the thick of things. No wonder that kill went down and we didn't have any idea. I was like, is someone fighting from ramp? No, up from the ramp position, kills the enemy at the back, and the round completely falls apart.
Yeah, it's that was your one opportunity. That was the key. And Sal Caetano, they seem to play with the intention in mind of removing that saved op. They know that it was carried over. Destiny has got another from the CZ. Now the AK going out into the sides. Another one. Molotov made it a little hard for Destiny to stick around and ends up burning down to it with the assisted rifle shots. But 6 rounds to say Caetano, and I mean, this is looking a little rough for Isurus. That round, obviously, not much intention, but Sal Caetano definitely have ideas in mind coming out of the spawn, and it's worked so far.
Yeah, I lost track of how Delboni was able to get there. Maybe a vent drop and straight up ramp behind them. I'm not sure how that one all unfolded right there, but that was an opening onto the AWP, right? And that's great news. But the AWP is back out. 4 rounds to the good right now, or a 4-round lead, depends on how you want to frame it. But this is a great T-half already here. Deep smoke being lined up.
Noxy fighting towards Yard. He's going to try and...
one way, isn't it?
Yeah, it's going to be a slower round here from Sal Caetano, taking the time. Oh, Delboni. Push the volley to the back of the site. What I love about Sal Caetano, though, they've actually sort of set the precedent. They can go with quick plays, right?
Indeed.
They can change the pace up a lot. It's making it unpredictable for Isurus to know when to use their utility here.
Well, just on the jiggles right now, Deco knows he's under threat. Now the smoke wall coming in towards Yard, but still quite lobby heavy. Delboni there with CK's out. Danoko, I like the space he's taking. When he was over there doing his stint on MRBR, I thought he was pretty good in the opening exchanges. Couple of flashes through and down. Bit of an odd smoke
one down here already, though. Single player gets cleared out. Noxy just gets absolutely decapitated. They were ready for that.
Yeah, they were. That was very quick response time there. Number advantage again here for Sal Caetano.
35 seconds to play with. Not a lot of time. Maybe a finish on the top side. They have multiple players up here, of course, with 3, and could come up secret and split in towards main. The bomb in lobby. Deco is pushing towards Hut. Yeah, it could get messy though, because Deco pushed it towards Hut. Oh, needed that kill. And now that he doesn't find it, Ali needs to step up. He's done well. Destiny finding one as well. There's still a player at the back of the site. The AWP has to clear it, a missed shot. And it's all crumbled here. 8 seconds left. Not enough time, and Destiny will close from the back of the site. Patient stuff from Isurus. They wait out the clock, and they're ready for the final fights.
That box, I think, has been assumed by Ali twice now, and he's been able to catch players as they're going late in towards main for these top hits. So Sal Caetano expecting the turtle up, but that's a power position. Ali's had some big impact for the team. 8 kills for him so far, and 1 back on the board. Has made a brittle buy for Sal Caetano. Now, it's been looking good, but not in the finance department here. It's an AWP, a couple of digs, a Galil or 2. The fact that they did take so long, maybe those pacier plays are the key to success, but you've invested in AWP, it means that you need to take your time. You cannot just run into the play here. And ZQK is going to have to find them an opener or 2. They can always hit that big red button and return to the faster plays, but Isurus will be ready for that now, or at least you would assume.
Yeah, it's going to be the back of your head. Okay, their slow rounds haven't been working. What did work? You have to be ready for the faster plays to come out. And Sal Caetano, they tried to go for that opening pick towards Squeaky. It was a rather quick attempt to try and get the opening with AWP, but utility was down. And now they've got to try and find that elsewhere. So CQK outside, holding towards credit card for an extension, but Isurus showing good discipline in these last 2 rounds. Haven't really been in a position where they overextend and make too many mistakes. So Sal Caetano struggling to find the necessary picks in this round. Gap in that smoke. That is huge! And he's going to shift what past it.
Yeah, didn't even consider it whatsoever. So
that's tilting.
Yeah, it is going to be frustrating, especially to lose the AWP in that fashion. Danoko is down. Time is going to be a problem again here. Sakatano had 2 opening kills in the previous and were unable to convert. That util great. Destiny should be dead to right. Showtime will finish him off. Down the vent to B could be a play.
Deco's holding it. Cafolo has stopped one player from having safe passage down, but 2 already there. Noxy has already rotated preemptively down towards this B side, but he has to deal with a split. They're coming in from 2 sides, and Noxy still turns to the side he wasn't watching. The double doors is a graveyard, and Showtime hits the deck too. Big round there for Isserus, back to winning ways.
Yeah, battling back into this now, and they should have broken the economy here. Might have to be an eco on the other side of things. Guns being juggled across, and taking care of business now. Still can have a very respectable CT half. 9 rounds is possible here. We just need to get the rest consecutively to close out the half. If you have any question about how old school ZQK is, I think he's got his DreamHack Winter.
Ah, okay.
Little badge on his profile here. From, no, that's from Katowice. Never mind. Quarterfinals at ESL 1 Katowice 2015.
Wow.
Yep.
Noxy. Good pick on towards Tanoco. Again, this round should be absolute whitewash. And,
Got a plant, though.
Yeah.
You take those.
Absolutely.
Run low to getting the bomb down.
You look at that round in total, that's priority number 1. That's the goal of the round. So you picked it up, you've got the money. And now we look to a better buy available to them. They can get the AWP out. I am curious to see if they keep going for the AWP or maybe they go for this rifle setup for some quicker plays.
They should bin the AWP.
Yeah.
Just unless you have like Simple or Zywoo or Brokey.
Or elite level AWPer, right?
Yeah, precisely. That's probably a nicer way of summarizing it. It's very hard to will an AWP on the T side of this map, especially when you're getting into those close quarter fights.
We've got 6 rounds of the T side already, right? It's all about just trying to squeeze out a few extra towards the end of this half, and the quicker rounds, they were working for Salcatano.
Yeah, and this is why that discussion about the top hit should probably be had by Isserus throughout this timeout, right? Those smoke walls that they were dropping fast towards Yard.
Didn't really commit with them a whole lot.
No, and they could, right? They definitely could. They could throw them again. I think Danoko's been good at getting that space. He's got 10 kills, 9 for Talboni. And we should be getting this one back underway as the tactical timeout has subsided. You can see the flow of rounds, 3, 2, 3, and now 3 consecutive here for Isserus. Can they make it 4? Okay, well, very lobby-centric. Could just be a top hit here. It will be.
Oh, it's very quick for Salcatano. As predicted, the pace changes come through, and Deco is good for 1, gets traded out. Destiny turned to the back of the site. It's been so good, but it's Ali this time having the impact. 3 from the rafters as he peers down below.
Yeah, I think they were ready for that type of maneuver, weren't they?
Yeah, absolutely.
More than ready for that type of aggression. It was good utility lobbed out from Salcatano to make sure that they could access into the site, but the multi-kill from the heavens, beautiful stuff. And his multi-kill impact in some of these gun rounds, some of these more contentious rounds, have been the difference maker. So great stuff from the lad.
It felt like the top site rush was the most predictable play they could have made in that position. Just from our seat, what we're seeing, it must be the same for Isserus, who just had everybody at the helm.
Yeah.
Well, what do you run here then?
Well, this is the thing. On the lighter buy, you would have liked to have been able to try and pull off that maneuver, right? But if they want to get tricky with it, attempt to smoke wall. There's a gap right there.
Big gaps.
CK Zhao setting up a main smoke. They're going to go for a later top pop, and in they are.
Well, Deco has collected the first life. One of the vent comes up right into the P250. Most of the kills, though, going for the defensive side. And now just down to 1. It is Showtime, the last remaining player. So Isserus will go on fire instead of Blaze, as now they take the lead. It's up to 6 on the board. Not bad. Isserus recovering this one. Salcatano, their last gun round was a bit of a throwaway. Now we got to look to change up. They've gone back to the AWP again.
I don't think they really understand where their issues are, because if they do the yard crawl again and they get warehouse and secret control and then they try and scale back late and then they lose the multi-kill because they haven't actually been threatening enough, then they're definitely just calling strategies that they've seen work, not understanding why they're running the strategy. So it is a problem with a lot of lower teams. You watch stuff in demos. Here we go. Danoka, that's an interesting entry, even as I combine the 2 words. Noxy with 1 back, Deco another, and the space taken. It's already gone. The AWP have got follow now.
Once he commits forward instead of back, and that puts himself in a very difficult position. Luckily, Al is quick on the rotation down to hell, but Showtime will best him in the fight. Now that puts us into the 2v2.
He's getting flanked here. Deco should have to run.
What? Okay, Showtime. Turns finds the headshot. Now the bomb can be picked up, and there's plenty of time. Noxy a player very capable of winning these clutches.
If he gives away a sound cue, that's the biggest issue. They have to try and identify where he is. A bit of a gap in that main smoke. ZQK are very concerned about the vent, but he's got a lot of utility for this. Hearing the plant now. Oh, he's noisy. Giving away his position, definitely so. Or at least I thought so. The AWP was not ready for that at all. Looking towards the ramp position. Now the util's been thrown. They're starting to piece it together, but the molly thrown to no avail. The flash already burned, and now the one-way smoke is the best he has to boast.
Oh, they're throwing utility. He nearly catches the chance, but oh, he will drop and find Showtime, and now suddenly it's just ZQK. And Noxy has a real shot at winning this one. He's putting pressure on the AWP, but hasn't quite committed to it. Now goes back to the defuse. He's going to stick it. And actually pulled off of that shot. He's holding for the peak, but it's not coming through. Time is running away, and Noxy's got the kill. He'll come back to it.
Yeah, got time for this one. I'm getting a little bit more familiar with the bomb timer on this HUD. So yesterday there was a bit of confusion as we got late. This time round, no dramas whatsoever. So the moments where Showtime should have died, where he was looking the wrong way, he gets the kill. And then the moment where they should have just had their guns out and they're all throwing nades, he gets spanked for it. So decision-making coming back to haunt Katano here, as they could have been picking up another round.
That shot is ridiculous from Showtime, but yeah, to no avail in the end.
Well, this 9-6 half, the recovery from Isurus, it is on like Donkey Kong. Follow Molly didn't land to help him on out, so needs to be on high alert. Overstepping the mark could be a problem or two. Smokes are deployed, but it's not going to obscure too much of his vision. No, I changed my tune there. That one is a little bit more picture perfect. But it's dribs and drabs. The smoke all thrown out, I think, by one player. Right, that's how it's creating so many different gaps, isn't it?
So it's like when you try and piece together one person is all the smokes.
But they also threw it in an odd order. They threw the furthest smoke first.
Yeah, as
opposed to the closest smoke first to then scale behind it. Anyway, they're down. They're across.
Yeah, they are down, so it worked. They managed to get down secret. But Isurus have rotated Destiny down. He's not going to be playing from the stairs. Instead, throws the Incendiary down to slow this one down entirely.
It's almost all the util used here. A flash and a pick would be nice.
Oh, he's actually going to send Destiny into the fight. He swings. It's perfect for the headshot, but almost guaranteed 1-for-1 there. Now Noxy, risky position. Could have played from the stairs, but decides to peek and go into them, and that is going to give away his life.
Okay, well, Ali, he's been helpful with these multi-kills when the trouble calls. I think going to overcook the pooch here, Katano.
"25 seconds. They're going towards this B site. You've got Follow playing from ramp. His shot will miss, but remember, Ali has had so many massive multi-kill rounds. His teammate Delboni has gone down on the upper side, so the fallback plan's not there. And now she's just rotated away. Ali leaves the position. One player was enough to call that rotate back. And now everything is just crumbling. It's Deco trying to get back in alone. His teammates have fallen out of position and looking the wrong way. The double door swing. And Deco looking his best to try and claw this one back. They are low inside of the site. Oh, they know exactly where he is, and that HE will chunk him down to half health. He wants CK Zhao to go into the open, but discipline, just staying in that position. Deco will not get that chance. If he swings to the rafters, his barrel is spotted, and Showtime will close the half with a 7th round for Sao Caetano.
Okay, well, they get something on the way out the door, because it was a great half early, right? I liked how flexible they were being behind the early executes that they were opting for, the smoke and mirrors, but it was one-way traffic towards the tail end of the piece. 6th round consecutively to get Isurus up to the half win of 8. But it's all good in the hood, as we're almost inseparable here. Just one round in it as we move into the second half of play. So hard to call this one. Now, if you want to check out the A stream, you can just take the _CSGO off the end of the URL. We do have action going on over there right now. Casting that is Jackie and Davey. The Y's at the end of the name. And they're doing the EG versus 00 Nation game. So if you want to tune into that one, you know where to find it. It is on Inferno. I won't give you any spoilers in case you had planned on watching that one on the VOD later. You're a real daddy Counter-Strike fan if that's the case. Julie's for Danoko here.
Ali got close to a squeaky door, hasn't committed into it. And Danoko, yeah, the Julies, we've seen a lot of those nowadays. A lot more than what we're used to.
It's a better price point for them. I think Valve have cracked the code.
Yeah, they have. Got it into play a bit more. Ali could crack open for this round. Danoko, the first victim of play. They're going to now go down into Delboni and ZQK at the back of the side. ZQK, it's long and labored. Oh, that should have been a perfect piece, right? You pull the distraction, Delboni then unleashes, but luckily they do get at least one from the engagement, and Showtime able to pick up another. Still the advantage side to the T's, and the bomb has gone back up the ramp into CK Zhao, and he has found another headshot. It is a disaster here for Isurus, and now Noxy into the 1 versus 2. He already has one in his belt so far, and a chance there, but CK Zhao will turn for the headshot. I kind of felt like they were their own worst enemy in that position, running back up the ramp.
I wish I could understand Portuguese
And listen to the comms?
and listen to the comms to understand what's happening, because for a color commentator right now, it's very difficult for me to piece together a lot of the decision-making that's happening. Normally when we're doing, you know, the Tier 1 games, it's a bit more color-by-number Counter-Strike. Things make sense. This is obviously more of a chaotic vein. And it's hard to really fathom what's going on.
Yeah.
Well, this is easy to understand.
Yeah, Rush A. It's Destiny out the hut. It's hard to understand how he didn't get the kill. Finally gets one here, but it is shut down.
And that was a force as well. So problems for Isurus. Starting these halves quite slow. That's both pistols with the conversions in the favor of Sao Katano. Beautiful stuff for them. And they got 2 players up to 15 kills. That's Showtime and CK Zhao. 13 for Danoko, 10 for Delboni, 4 for ZQKS. And on the other side of things, Destiny and Ali. 17 for Ali, 16 for Destiny, 11 for Noxky. Follow with 9. He did have that clutch in the first half, and Deco on 8. Deagle's out the meat cleavers for all of them. Might have to do some more play-by-play if I can't make sense of the analytical side of things here, Dinko.
Let's just go play-by-play action.
They're rocking it old school. Well, I can tell you what they're looking for with these Deagles. A couple of heads over-peaking an angle. Some absolute zinger burgers here to make the rounds somewhat interesting.
The zinger burger a thing they have everywhere?
I think so. We definitely got it in Australia.
Yeah, because I know that the menu kind of differs where you go. Because, no, from the UK, I obviously love my gravy, right? I love my gravy, the chicken with the gravy, but okay, a little backfire. We'll get back to that because a couple of kills from the T side. Maybe we'll just leave that one, but nonetheless, kills coming through here for Isurus. They've actually scrapped their way through into a winnable position. Still unlikely, absolutely, but maybe Noxy can catch one looking the wrong way.
Well, a couple more kills, and it would be gravy for Isurus here.
Oh, unfortunately, Noxy has hit the deck. Gafolo. He's going to be going back in towards HUD, but this position from Showtime from CT Vent should be good enough to take away one. Swing isn't instantaneous. Ali eventually will go into the rifle, and Showtime will find the follow-up. So, well held. Don't really go down to the force. Couple of kills found, but intended result there, expected result. And now we're getting into the guns. We're going to see what the T side of Isurus will show us.
Well, we were talking about KFC, and I want to just make a call out to everybody watching at home. Have you, in your country, in your KFCs at any point over the last, how old am I, 32 years, had a thing called mashies? They're potato balls. Now, they were in Australia, and they were only limited time. Now, I want to know if anybody else has had the mashies. Now, if you have, tweet at me. You don't have to use the hashtag PGL RMR, but if you do, if you want to, that's where we can find it. Tactical timeout for Isurus here. And again, buy your tickets.
Yeah, while you're looking up the KFC order, and if you have mashies, just scan that QR code as well.
Yeah.
You can do it in one move. Never had that, but you know, I was really disappointed. I moved to Central Europe, and we don't every chicken in KFC is just the same. It's just spicy chicken. There is no variation on the menu. There's no corn in the cob with gravy, popcorn chicken. There's no options.
There's no popcorn chicken.
No, there's no popcorn chicken.
Bloody hell.
But Italy does have popcorn chicken and gravy, so it's perfect.
Oh, trying his luck there, ZQK with the AWP, and he's a bit of a vent criminal, duck diving, throwing the incendiary at his feet so he can't be chased, but it's going to be a top pop. CK's out to deliver, and this is where Chatty V's play-by-play comes in. The damage done, and oh, so much damage, but they can't convert the kills.
It's incredible, Chad, and now ZQK goes into the mix, and one shot will land. Ali's ready now, trying to do his best. Gafolo gets into the mix as well, but Delboni left in the clutch. They're both low. They're extremely damaged, so he might be able to do something with that.
Yeah, you got the molly kill from the heavens there to set this one up. The bomb needs to be scooped. He has so much time to work with here, and the reposition looking good for now. The main smoke has about 10 seconds left, but he might want to creep on through, catch them by surprise. He's in.
He slipped the smoke.
He's in.
Chatty B's play-by-play, take it away for the clutch.
He's going around towards Hut. This will be considered momentarily here. Noxkey looking towards main. The gap has been pipped, but Delboni still with 2 to find. Kit on his back, and out he comes. He's under the nose of Noxkey here. Ali considering it, but he's going to get peeked on right now. There's the trade. Doesn't even need it. Ali will get the kill. I thought Noxkey would have got the jump from top Hut, but Delboni unable to convert. And 10 rounds to the 9 of Isurus is how the score reads, but likely to be 10-10. The money not great over there for Katana, and if they buy and they lose, uh-oh, SpaghettiOs, I believe is the official terminology.
They have actually bought, by the looks of things, before we went into the replay there, they did buy some rifles into it. Okay. We're going to see how good that buy can be.
3 M4s, an MP9, and a Scout with light util. They at least still have armor.
It's not too bad.
Yeah, could have been worse.
Absolutely. But you know what? Gafolo could really make this a little bit uncomfortable if he gets the opening up towards ramp. He's going to try and have his fork, his cake, and eat it. Ali, unfortunately, the first victim of Blight. Delboni happily one of the premium rifles getting the opening pick. And he's sticking around.
Well, ZQK is over towards elbow. They held position as well, so if there was any contribution required, that Scout could have chipped away. Gap in this smoke is actually keeping Destiny's feet planted.
Oh, Destiny. He slipped through, nearly had a chance. It was a golden opportunity to perhaps take that ramp player away. Now we focus on the Hut maneuver, perhaps. The bomb is on the back of the second player in Hut, but look at the setup we've got on the A side. We've even got a player in the vent who can make a quick rotation back up. But Showtime, he has been pretty solid so far.
Yeah, they're turtling up on this. That smoke dropping front vent. The vent would be the wrong play here. They'd be going down to 2 towards that B side. Tag of the Scout, good.
CQK up on top. It is going to be CK Zhao, who happily takes 2 down. Noxy and Destiny out of the round, and Gafolo with the AWP having to follow away. That felt like a bit of a non-starter there for Isurus.
Yeah, once they gave up that opening kill, it simmered out a little bit. Destiny had a lot of room, and surprisingly, they didn't want to try and capitalize on that because they had the AWP and they had ramp space.
That was the intention out of the start of the round as well, right? Because they set the AWP out for the opening pick. They don't find it right at the beginning of the round, but they eventually do get the ramp. So from that point, it didn't really seem to be much of a plan.
Yeah, and one of the keys, the reason I said that the AWP wouldn't be too bad if they were to go ramp is you could just post him up to maybe watch the double doors, watch the single door, help you go for the long-range fight towards the player behind the bomb box. And now just it's Gafolo holding on to the AWP, and he will be able to retain that. But a good bounce back from Sal Katano here, as that was a force buy with some omissions in the purchases there. But everybody walking away with the rifle, 2 AKs, 2 M4s. CK Zhao can drop something, or Danoko can as well for Showtime. So no dramas there in terms of getting the guns back in the hands.
Much needed timeout here. Looking a little lost and flustered perhaps in that round. Nice easy pickings for the CT side of Sal Caetano.
Yeah, it's curious. This is their 3rd timeout called here on the Isurus side of things, and maybe just to discuss where the finances are at, because you have saved the AWP. Going into the next round of play, your loss bonus is going to be that 2,900. But they will buy, they will bolster this saved big green and see how far they can push the issue. Ali has opted for a P250 with util. Noxkey can get the AK head armor and nades as well. So it can actually be quite threatening here, but this back and forth nature, one team will need to come out on top with consecutive rounds now into the guns.
And with that A-stream update on the right side of your screen, Evil Geniuses and 0-0 Nation. 7-6 EG, 1 round in the lead. That looks like a fantastic game. If you want to watch that one, PGL, remove the _CSGO, and you'll be at the right spot. But Gafolo, a hot peek with the AWP. They'll get info of his position with the ticks of the molly there early, but he's decided to call it off. You do not want to get caught in hut with the AWP like that.
Taking some pace out of this one. Gonna nade the door open now. When one door opens, another one closes, and well, Ramp has 2 players here to close things down. Look at the off angle from ZQK.
Delboni. He was impressive yesterday. Definitely had a lot of standouts. We'll see if he can shut down this ramp play. Eventually, Isurus are going to walk into and ramp. They seem they had an opportunity towards that last round. I think to try and glean that again. Difficulty here is it's a tough angle to clear that. Delboni is taken up and also has the help of ZQK tucked at the off angle, that box in the corner. So yeah, this is going to be rough for Isurus. They're going to have to battle their way through this one. Flash is going out. ZQK immediately gets checked, and Delboni was forced back with utility. It is a quick rotation back here for CK Zhao, and while it's cleaned up, it's cleared up, and Delboni and Showtime, 2 players left, but it's successful for Isurus. Somehow that setup doesn't get any reward.
Yeah, it looked like it should have been good. ZQK turning the flash there and can't get anything done, so bit of a rough one for him there. That wombo combo, you're meant to be able to contribute together in a bit of a crossfire, but now it will just be the save. So it is going to continue to go back and forth here. Yesterday when we covered Isurus, Noxy was quite aggressive towards Yard behind whatever smoke walls they were throwing, trying to take some space. It was dealt a dud hand because it was against Furia, but today it's been a little bit more lobby play. That could be by virtue of the buy, maybe not having all the smokes and weaponry that they do require, but speaking of weaponry, everybody has a gun now, a big one indeed. Ali will get that P250 into an AK. They've upgraded the Galil as well. And it has to be a save for Sal Katana. They've even been dropping guns across. There's a frag. Showtime will continue to find some damage. Needs to hold on to this M4. Bomb goes off. Showtime could drop one. Delboni can drop something. Danoko could drop an M4 and then operate with a drop pistol or whatnot. But this is where conversations are going to really start to heat up. This is a very tight game as far as the economy goes. And whoever can break first is probably going to be able to spiral up and take a bit of a commanding lead here. Now, Danoko's gone into an MP9. ZQK has gone back into a scout. They've already made a buy like this work. They definitely made a buy like this work, so no reason they can't do it again on the Seikatano's side.
Yeah, a bit of a top side finish that didn't work out for them. And they run this before. Follow finally! He's been doing this time and time again, trying to get the opening, but right away, ZQK towards out far side catches Noxy crossing without utility.
Yeah, I think that kill in towards main spurred him forward. Wasn't worried about the scout, but I guess he needs to be. The scope rifle is where ZQK has actually found a bit of impact here. 3 towards lobby. Deco tucked in behind main, and he's kind of just caretaking the yard push right here, right now. Danoko's coming over to pick up that M4 that was in main. He's been able to upgrade. You can see here on your screen that MP9 quickly, magically, turns into a much bigger, more brutal looking gun. But now repositioning, regathering over towards Yard. They have smoke walls to get themselves down secret, do Isurus. But it will be a tell. It will give away exactly what type of maneuver they're going for. Destiny is just selling that it's going to be presence out through Squeaky. So Molly top heart, smoke in front of it. And they're going to try and cross dry here. The scout has repositioned. They're going to go noisily about this one. And dropping down towards the lower side of things is going to be ZQK, but the wrong weapon for the job, I think, Dinko.
Yeah, it's not a weapon you get multi-kills from often. First piece of damage done. You're going to have to double shot each individual. You're hitting those body shots, so hasn't done enough. And the smokes come in. That locks them out. Danoko on the flank has been spotted by Gafolo. So at this point, Mr. is feeling very comfortable. Destiny around the backside, even starting to stop the save call. It is ZQK to fall victim to it. The second player was towards Hell. And Destiny making no secret about his intentions. Problem is, does he expect Delboni to be in this left tuck corner? He's going to walk right out, and that's an easy kill for Delboni. Take the AK. Should be able to save this now.
They're looking like they want to hunt here. Deco's on the way, so they're trying to sniff down the positions of the final two. It's being called off. I think the conversation is, hey boys, we need the guns too.
Yeah, we need money. How's LA looking here?
4 HP. It's all right. It's all good. Yeah, just tucked right in towards the back there. So holding on to 2 rifles there on the Salcatano side. But the biggest issue is having your CT economy this brittle at 11-11. Not the place you want to be. And they're saving guns, so it feels like it lures you into wanting to go for rebuy after rebuy.
That's a lovely shot to start things off. But you're absolutely right, Chad. I think the thing if they had a better gun, if it wasn't a scout holding up that initial B play, maybe you peel away with one, maybe you have a shot then for a potential retake. But yeah, just the scout being in that position, not good enough. And now Sal Quintano, well, 2 rifles. See if they can get something done with it. It's quick here for Isurus, realizing the utility isn't going to be there to really slow them down. So they get Noxy down the vent.
This is great though. They can just...
GK's out. He's going to walk with the rifle.
How do they not know he's down?
How? How have we not heard that? That is... Oh, that is strange. Noxy gets down the vent. They have no idea.
I guess they caused a bit of a ruckus. Sound cues not being noted right there, and this one should just continue to simmer apart here. Pushing hard, Squeaky, Gafolo caught with a nade out, but the bodyguard of Deco is there. Showtime feeling the pressure of the flashes. As soon as Delboni goes down, there's no qualms whatsoever. Noxy should be dealing with him momentarily. Can see just guarding. Doesn't even need the kill. His presence alone is enough to keep the rifle at bay, and starting to sniff this one out. The bomb should be going down shortly, but Isurus haven't committed past ramp just yet.
Whoa. Okay.
Wow, okay. I guess he knew something. He knew something was up right there.
I guess a relatively common spot to try and save him, but the headshot was, the crosshair place, if that angle was great. So Danoco now recovers an M4, was aware of the whereabouts of a player just moments ago in secret, but they should not be thinking about him being over here. But AK available, he could take that. You'll have to wait out this bomb explosion now. Isra recovering. Slow start to the half.
Yeah, look, this is going to be Isra's taking the lead again. Right? They obviously had the lead going into the half by 1, but then it was battled back. And I think one of the keys here for Salcatano is the pistol round.
And he has. Taken away.
Me. Well, they're going to buy now anyway. I guess it would have been a big difference for somebody like Danoco who has 4.5 now. If he was able to retain that rifle, could have invested in a little bit more, but should be all good in the hood. But this is a break point of the game, and I think Salcatano know this. This is a 1-1 matchup. The winner of this will go up to the 2-1 column. The loser will go down to the 1-2 column. But either way, the best of threes will start to begin for both. If you're unfamiliar with the format here within the Swiss, the 16 teams, you play the best of ones as the establishing matches to decide which kind of bucket you're going to end up in. And then when it gets to crunch time, when it gets to either getting eliminated or progressing throughout the tournament, we go into the best of 3 environment. Nice little way to sift through to get some of the best teams we can muster. But yeah, at this moment, CK Zhao knew that he had messed up. Dalboni as well being hunted on down. A good round from Noski, doing a bit of Furia art-esque maneuver down the vent in the early stages of that one.
Yeah, looted them. They had no idea, but
crazy, right?
yeah, just I don't know how. You know, when the smoke's coming down, even if you don't know, you should
You have
be
to think it's an
aware.
option.
Yeah.
You have to consider it. So maybe the comms not as hot as they should be. Follow AWP towards ramp, posts up, smoked off.
Oh,
Felt like he wanted to take a shot there, didn't it?
Perhaps he could have found it. With Gafolo. Oh, they're just going to run through the smoke. Dalboni nearly gets caught in the reload. Sees him just charging through the smoke itself and then realizes, damn, I got to get back. They've mowed off hell to stop that quick rotation, and a little bit of fire and fury, a call to go rather, just straight through the smoke.
Yeah, this is a lot of space. 1:20 on the clock, so much room to work with now, but overthinking things in the mid-round has been a problem for both of these teams. Now they have the ramp control. They know that they forced a player lower. They can bring that AWP out. Previously they had ramp control and they decided to go back towards the A bomb site, and they just got absolutely peeled apart. Now follows AWP. It can post up towards Ramper and look towards Hell, right? He could go down the ramp. He could try and get a fight and have his rifles search out for Dalboni. He has actually broken the window. Showtime is rotated down towards B as well. Resmoke towards Squeaky will be well timed and well placed. 45 seconds on the clock now. And as they come on down, they can smoke the windows. They can smoke the single door. They just need to get past Dalboni.
And he might just go into them. He's done that a few times, but has decided now to play more passive, more percentage play from the control room. Glass gets broken, so he doesn't even have to do that. And now he can peek into the fight. Dalboni with the first has his teammate alongside of him, and that's the bomb down. Dalboni's got 2, and Showtime gets his gun out in time. Bomb's down on the ground. It's down in the cubby, it looks like, at least at the bottom of the ramp. And they have to try and pick that up, but now they go into the fights, and the T's were charging their way down the ramp. It looked good for them, and then suddenly it's one player going down for the CT side.
There's some things here that I just look at and it's curious, right? It's different Counter-Strike in a lot of ways. You smoke the single door, right, and then you scale close window side.
Yeah.
So you didn't you knew that the fights that you were going to have to take were either in the side or
from
window or door. But you've gone close, so you haven't been able to open up the angle. You all actually lined
up. You could go
up.
rafters and have that wide angle. You could even have a double peek in towards the window. Yeah, a little strange.
If they wanted the window control, that's fine. But you'd still have somebody scale a bit wider to take that fight from a more optimal angle. So these late round scenarios, you can really see it heating up for these teams.
Here's the pressure of it all, and now the play forward for Israel. It's looking to be quick out the gate. It's Deco and Destiny taking 2 between them. They have got the advantages, and a quicker round here for Israel, just with some brutality taking the side.
Yeah, it has to be the save call. You can see how quickly how to call this off. Both teams have had great ways of getting into the top sites. Saw it with Salcatano within the first half. They would just go fast as you like, but this is a bit more of a pop on in, a bit more of a direct approach here. And I think if Isra is going to continue to be so lobby-centric, get Gafolo onto the AK. Get that AWP out of his hands. He doesn't need it if you're going to be taking these type of duels, these type of engagements across the map. So they will go back again, and continuing the back and forth nature. Does smell a little bit like overtime around here with how some of these rounds are starting to unfold. But this is less, I want to say, less thought within the mid-round. If you do something direct like that, and you're able to trade out and get into the top site, the round is done.
Yeah, they seem good at the spawn, right?
Yeah. So maybe they can operate in those more direct passages, because when these teams are both trying to think out how they can duke it out, they have positional advantages, maybe even sometimes entry advantages, and just the indecision, the late round, it doesn't look like it's been well refined within the wheelhouse. But the saves to bolster some buys again.
Yeah, if Isrus win this round, South Tano's money's not great. So this actually could be a round that puts Isrus closer to taking the W here at this point.
And they're throwing out the smoke wall again towards Yard. Looks like they're going to use it early. Need to be careful about that incendiary. Very, very deep there. If they try the top pop again, they will have issues.
Oh, they're just going through.
Oh,
everybody blinded. Showtime swings out, catches the player loose in the open. Noxy trying to trade it out. He's got a kill, but it isn't enough to draw the numbers back even. And a missed shot from ZQK is a little bit of mercy for the T side, but elsewhere, Showtime has found another in this round and puts it down to just 2 players.
They're going to get it down at least. Hard to defend this now.
Denoco is up towards control room. Noxy is going to play towards double door. He's waiting on the flash to go in and ends up in the middle of a double fight. They are both cleaned up. Denoco takes down both, and we are tied up yet again.
This is crazy. This is just going to continue, it feels like. They can't remember how they're going to be able to lock this one down on the CT side, because as soon as they have a round like this where they mop it all up, they keep a bunch alive, then it's going to be something a bit more direct out of Isrus again there. But that was a crazy play. You see him try and go out squeaky to main?
They have one player doing that, yeah. Jumps through the smoke, gets caught in the flash.
It's fruity. It's definitely different.
Maybe they try to go down vent and maybe...
Well, I missed it.
Yeah, missed. Because that does happen sometimes. You get blinded on the initial pop out.
That's true. And then you just keep on holding that W key and you find yourself in no man's land. Well, they've brought out the follow AWP again. So they're continuing with this smoke, right? That's a very quick way to block off the squeaky door descent. Now they're lining up a couple of HEs to land either towards the side. But look at this. Look at all this space.
Yeah, just push mid. Just push straight outside, rather, and towards spawn. And all those nades will go to the back of the site, but they are blissfully unaware that they have been pushed towards outside. So a lot of information being picked up here.
But it's going to go both ways, right? Because Denoco is automatically rotated back as well. So nobody getting anything out of the early exchanges. You push forward, you went, there's nothing here, but you didn't keep anybody aggressive. They're donating smokes to be lobbed on out, consecutively one after the other. The first landing close towards main. Now, can that incendiary do what it was designed? Showtime read the smoke wall incorrectly here. It's a diagonal straight across. 4 behind it. Ali playing passive towards lobby, and they get frequent crawl as the bullets. Not going to find anything just yet. Showtime might unload one more time on the fade of the smoke as it starts to subside. He's only chasing the tail, and they are through.
Yeah, timed that perfectly. Denoco this time playing from down on the stairs, and ZQK in the meantime, you're going on a little bit of excursion through ramp to clear lobby, so they will have some information towards the top site, but it is Denoco here that we have to keep eyes on. He's about to have a fight with multiple players coming into his position. Denoco would love to come away with at least one. Couldn't find anything in the initial peek up, but just staying alive allows him to rotate down to Showtime. 2 from the vent. Ball now loose thanks to Denoco. And now we're looking down to 2 players for a split on 1 on the top side, 1 on the lower, and now it's just Destiny into the clutch. 15 seconds to do it. There's at the back box with the molly. 10 seconds. Fight will come through and Denoco will best him. South Tano now take the lead at 14 rounds. Money not good. They didn't get a plant there on the T side, so it's not looking fantastic over in their camp. Yeah,
that was huge from Showtime. The double in the event was massive stuff right there. He's responding to this real quick. If you do look at the rotations here, both teams rotate very, very fast, right? They bite on whatever they see. Now, this is the issue. You mentioned the money. Is going to have to just be a half buy taken here from Isrus. It almost feels like they're conceding that 15th round. They are going to need an absolute miracle here. Some Tech 9s. P250, a light buy, and is it a ramp rush, really?
Well, they're charging. So Boney swings, Noxy immediately into the headshot. The Tech 9 at that range will beat him out. Showtime has rotated down. He's been the shining light, and he once again beams as he takes everybody down in the hole. Showtime cleaning it up, gets the ace. All 5 knocked down.
Huge stuff there to secure the team 15 rounds. Showtime showing up in a big way here. And is it the time for South Tano to close this one? This is the opportunity to do so. There is a buy coming on through, but you would love to get it done right here, right now. You're going to get the replay of all this. Tech 9 coming on out at range, but Showtime drops straight towards that B bomb site. I think that was either to deal with a vent drop or a fast yard play, but either it's the ramp rush that he has to shut out. And we are into the final rounds here.
Well, ZQK playing from back blue box. See if he can find anything towards Silo early. No peek coming in towards him. Now ZQK repositions. Back to ramp this time. He's gonna see if he can find something on the other side. The smoke will begin to fade away. And Duboni,
he's committed, isn't he?
He is very committed. So the op should pull the initial attention away, setting up the rifle, but it's actually going aggressive.
They need to chill. Chill their beans here. The risk could give everything away.
Oh, the op is still
Oh, he's
pushing.
looked away, he's looked
and
away!
The timing to look away. Destiny goes down. And the ramp aggressive plays worked out for the op, and it wants more. It's bloodthirsty.
Swing
it
and
goes
drive.
in again, and ZQK comes out with 2.
This should be the round right now. ZQK, he's only
They're
at
gonna
10
check
kills,
Delboni.
but that's massive.
Oh, and finally they go, but Delboni comes off. The ankle goes into the fight, and the headshot is looking done here. Sal Caetano have got it down to just 2 players. Deco and Gafolo trying to scrap their way back into this round. Deco took significant damage as well, but he's down the vent. The bomb in his back, and he's on his way to B.
2 responders here from the ramp position. Delboni's got 1, and here's the other. Spam on through. He's not going to finish it off. Gafolo needs a 1-on-4 to get them in the game.
He's looking towards vent. 24 seconds, no extension yet. At this point, Sal Caetano do not want to let this one slip, but Gafolo goes into the fight, and Denoco will close. Sal Caetano will take the win.
And they're fired up about it here. You can get them getting loud and proud about that win. Highly contested, and I'm sure there's a lot of politics within the local scene between these players. They've all seemingly played with one another at some point, but very happy with themselves there. A good performance from Showtime. But unfortunate for Israel, their 3rd game on Nuke, and this time round, well, it's going to be another loss in that column. The best of ones for both teams have come to a close. That might be a little bit of a positive. Now you get to actually test the map pool, try and see how deep it can possibly go.
Well, Sal Caetano now up 2-1, so
Yep.
they're continuing their charge forward. They're staying competitive in this one, and that's such an important matchup for 2 teams that are kind of a coin toss. I think you've seen throughout that matchup, getting a match against each other, finding that extra win on the board, gives you a bit of an extra chance to maybe get to that major.
Yeah, so now they get at least 2 best-of-3s, right? They get one where they either
Couple extra
get
chances.
through or one where they're able to contend for their life. Now, this here, the game, it had patches that looked very good for Sal Caetano within that first half. I feel like they could have had a little bit more done. And then on the other side of things, Issaris, they were just constantly battling up against it and able to really crack on through. There was these buys from Sal Caetano that was like a couple of rifles with a scout in the mix, and they had the MP9. Some of them they were able to save, some of them they were able to even pull on off. And I think that was one of the factors. Saving those guns kept them threatening. They never really gave away too many eco scenarios to Issaris, and on the T side of Nuke, it's going to be hard to constantly battle against these silenced M4s. We know how hard it can be. But that's a great little game right there, and going to set us up for a couple of matches later today. But top performers, Showtime on one side, CK's out. Ooh, 30 kills for Showtime. That little ace towards the end there helped him out a lot, didn't it?
I feel like he was playing the most percentage-based Counter-Strike,
Sure.
and so was easily farming up some of the misplays perhaps on the other side of things. And big performance out of him, over 100 ADR. On the other side of things, Ali had a good first half. Wasn't really enough across the board though.
No, not to be today. But Liquid versus Pain is actually the game that we have coming up next. That should be a bit of an exciting fixture here. So that was a close one, 16-13. I'm curious to see if Liquid are going to be in this dominating form right now, where they're just going to smash everybody that comes into their wake, or if Pain can have another competitive game. We like what we saw from Nathan yesterday on Vertigo. Could even maybe get to Vertigo.
We did see a lot of Pain yesterday, Chad. A lot of rounds of Pain. But Liquid, they finished strong yesterday. They were able to get themselves into a comfortable position to close out the day. Maybe not the most comfortable start in the competition, but versus Pain, it can be a potential matchup there.
Yeah, and look, we're going to head to a break. We're going to check in on that EG matchup against 00 Nation and see how things is going, but we'll be back very shortly.
Let's go. Battle is on. Burst RMR views with a double bonus. Get insurance for single and combo bets, both up to 20 euros. Fire up with GGBet. GGBet, this is real.
We are here at the PGL RMR event. I am here with PKL, and we're going to be talking about Pain Gaming and your guys' expectations at this event. So, coming into this RMR, where do you think that your team's objectives lie? Where do you think your guys are going to end up?
I think our goal here is just to go to the major. I don't care if it's 3-0 or 3-2, so we just want to go to the major.
Okay, looking at your team, when some hardcore fans look back at the demos, who do you think that they should look at to try to learn some new tricks?
I think Nex and Biguzeira are the two players who likes to try new stuffs. New smokes or new positions. I think those two.
I'm Maui Snake, joined by this gentleman in Nekaz. Nekaz, we actually kind of go back on, I think it was it FPL that you, yeah, I needed a gun one time, yeah, and you just were so willing to drop the AK immediately. Yeah. So
I'm a cool guy, bro.
Let's talk about Pain Gaming right now. What are your guys' expectations or objectives for the RMR?
The thing is that since we played the last major, the major is the thing that we want. Like nothing besides this. Like we just want to go to major, and I think that we can do pretty easy this. I think we can play good during this RMR, and we're going to make it.
Okay. When you look at the rest of the field, who are the other teams that you think have a really good chance of making it in?
Good chance. I see two teams. I think it's Liquid and Furia. I think 100% of the players that is playing the tournament think about these two. But there's a lot of good teams. Like you can see like us, MIBR, 0-0. I can say about 9Z. I don't think everybody's looking out for this team, but I think it's a good team.
Okay, speaking about your Opper, obviously losing Safe felt like a big blow, and it's something that a lot of people were, both excited about for Fury's sake, but also definitely seemed like it could have hurt Pain. But how have you guys been building on from that point? Because you obviously have to just look forward now.
Yeah, the thing is that Safe is a very good Opper. He's like insanely good. Since the first time I played with him, I was like, yeah, this guy is different. So, of course, losing him is very bad. But back in the days when he went out, we were just thinking like, we are good players too.
Welcome back to the PGL RMR. It's the Americas gathered here in Bucharest, and we have got Team Liquid, one of the front runners here at the event, as we heard Nekaz just talking about so much expectation on Liquid coming in. As we heard Pimp on the desk this morning saying, no, the pressure really is on that. The expectation is there for Liquid to make it through.
And unfortunately for Nekaz, he has to play against Liquid
yes,
now.
Absolutely.
So this is going to be rough because it's going to thrust one of these two teams down into the 1-2 column. It's not going to be easy to battle back from that point with all the matches that have to be played. But Liquid, they kind of put a hiding on their opponent yesterday after they lost to that of 0-0 Nation, right? They played Team 1. They were able to, I think they took their frustrations out on poor Team 1. It's unfortunate to draw Liquid after the opening game. I think everybody was expecting them to be more in the 2-0 column as opposed to the 0-1, and we now see them in the 1-1.
Yeah, well, they did have a Dust 2 as their opening. Sometimes that can be a little bit of a rough showing, very slow start into it. But a big player to look at is Naf. He's just having a great time, I think, just individually. But their opponents, Pain, we got to see a lot of them last night. Overtime showing, just about losing out on that one and frustrating. It puts them up against Liquid. But we got Nekaz, a very aggressive player we just seen in the interview. And we know what they can do. We've seen Pain. They're a great team. And obviously with Nightthorn coming into the roster, filling the spot of Safe, I've been impressed.
Yeah, he was good on Vertigo. They played 2 Vertigos yesterday. Nightthorn was one of the best players for them. They beat EG on it, but then they lost to MIBR in that triple overtime affair. Look, I don't know if they're going to go with Vertigo again today. I think Liquid have probably gone, okay, well, you like that, man. We might just remove that one from the pool. We don't need to take any risks. But they had a late one, right? They had a late one. They're up today. Hopefully they're feeling ready to go again because they'll need to be. Liquid on the other side had a bit of a shocker to kick things off, but this is a household name of North American Counter-Strike, and they're shocked. One of the European side of things, keeping it funny, keeping it funky. OC getting a lot of praise from Elige in a recent interview.
Yeah, I think he's going to be the greatest AWPer in North America if he can keep this up. And, we've seen some early signs. Looking forward to seeing what he can pull off coming into the Americas. OC off some good form out of BPL, and Liquid looking to go and take another win here.
Yeah, it's not. I wouldn't say it's that hard to have a good North American AWPer, right? The last good one was Skadoodle. So
it's been a while.
Wait,
huh?
and he won a major, right? So
Yeah.
no disrespect to the Skadoodle, but it has been a while.
Yeah, it really has.
Long time between drinks.
we actually, Hawker posted a post this morning of Mo really challenging with one of his clips. I think that was really as far back as we've gone. But yeah, it's been rough out there finding an AWPer. I think that's been a big problem for Liquid for a long time, trying to find that piece, trying to find that AWPer. For a long time, they've just been throwing it around. They brought in Fallen. That didn't really work out.
Yeah, they always have an import, don't they?
Yeah.
That's one of the things with Liquid. You have to think about this team. They always have an import
Always.
from somewhere, right?
Yeah.
So Shox, they brought him in from France now to, well, as we saw, dance for everybody playing at home. But just waiting for all the teams to get on in. And, well, we have to get a map as well, I suppose, right? So we've got the teams. We need the battlefield here. I don't know if I need a pocket protector if I wear the pen on the outside, by the way.
I think it was fine. It's not like a wet ink one, really.
No.
It's not going to explode, hopefully.
It should be good.
But that is one of the good pens. That has
We'll go
multiple
behind
colors
the
in
ear.
one.
Bloody hell, headphones.
You got a
gonna
headset
a little
on,
bit
Chad.
harder.
Don't think that's going to work out so well.
Not going to be so easy for me. But I think everybody should be waking up early to check on in this match, right? Because Liquid need to course correct.
I mean, Liquid definitely, I think there's going to be a lot of eyes on Liquid. Obviously, a lot of fans coming and watching this team with a lot of expectations. And yesterday, 0-0 Nation, it was actually touted in a way that it actually felt bad for 0-0 Nation, who ended up having to play against the lower seed of Liquid because they were in 6th. Liquid came in as 6th seed into this competition, so they had a difficult opening match. Yeah,
and I think 0-0 Nation, we caught their game yesterday on Nuke, I believe it was, right? And that was a bit more of a flat affair. So they had a good opener, then it simmered out. Now they're playing against EG. I think that game has probably come to its conclusion. EG were looking good to take that one on Inferno. But now for Liquid, one of the things is, if you come into this, right, and you separate these into individuals as opposed to a team. If you think, yeah, this should be pretty easy, right? And maybe you're not 100% focused, or maybe you're only, going in at 80%, and the rest of your teammates are all thinking the same, because like I'm sitting next to Naf, and I think he's going to frag out, or I'm sitting next to Lige, I think he's going to own, and I'm not as focused as I need to be. These teams can still capitalize, right? The individuals within the server can still capitalize. So I think alone, Liquid should be able to bully with the individuals, but they all need to be on form.
Yeah, and I think Liquid probably had a little wake-up call to that, if that was the case, right? That opening game is a little scary when you're going down with possible 16-0 was being thrown around. So yeah, they're able to at least bounce back. And I think Pain is a team that, they play a weird style sometimes on the CT side, especially. They can be very, very aggressive. But this is a team that Liquid will have seen a bit, because Pain play in North America, right? So I'm sure Liquid have seen a little bit of this Pain team, so it's not quite as unfamiliar to them as maybe some of the other rosters.
Yeah, I can let everybody know we'll be playing Mirage. So Mirage will be the map will be taking place in the best of one. And it looks like it is going to be the choice of Liquid to go there, because I could see they're going to be starting on the T side. And on the CT side will be that of Pain. So that CT side you were talking about, we get to experience that early. But I feel like they need to get off with the pistol, the conversion, because if Liquid grab that pistol, I think they're just going to snowball a game like this, especially with OC. I want to see him going in the server and really lighting up with the AWP. I think his ceiling, especially in games like this, kind of gets, he's buff. It's like, this is what I'm used to, guys. I mean, this is what I was earning when I was in ATK and Extra Soul.
But let's talk about Extra Soul, because we talk about the online era a lot. They played so many matches out there in North America, just stuck in the region. They were playing Pain every single week in finals. This was the matchup that OC was constantly playing every single week, and he was farming them time and time again. We were seeing ridiculous high ratings coming through OC. This is a matchup that he is very comfortable with. Obviously a different AWPer. They used to play against Safe, but now it's Nithon coming in. But he will be familiar with how to deal with this, because he played against him in 5 finals or something along those numbers.
It should be, right? Now, one of the things is obviously they've just been over in Europe playing with an EPL, so they're going to be on that European grind of things. Maybe that's it. Maybe the brain just needs to reset. Hold up, we're playing American Counter-Strike in Europe. Yeah. How do we transport ourselves there? Maybe it's something to do with the time zone. Maybe they need to import some North American beverages here.
He's even better now.
Okay, yeah, I see what you're saying there. I see what you're doing with that one right there. Now, you can see OC and Elige right there. We're down the line shots. Things are just getting settled in and set up, making sure we have everything ready and raring to go to get this one kicked off ASAP. I will just be checking in on that EG result. Just want to make sure all of our viewers are up to date on everything they do desire. 16-9 in favor of EG there. So good for them to get a win on the board. Breeze with 22 kills, 20 for Rush. So taking care of business.
Yeah, I think something that, obviously there's a lot of expectation on EG, but the thing we also have to consider is, we look at that team, they don't really have like a core to go off that has been together for a little while, and I think that since they
talking about EG?
Yeah,
I suppose.
And they haven't, the last time they played was pretty different Counter-Strike. Automatics coming back for having learned this new meta.
You're being very nice to them.
Yeah, I feel like I'm giving them some leeway, and I'm glad they're starting to come together a bit.
I've just taken the disappointed parent route.
Yeah, I'm trying to find some positives here.
I think there's no point being like too harsh. I spoke about it on the podcast, and I mentioned that if the org is happy to pay these players, it's up to the org. It's their choice, right? They're the ones who are fortunately being able to represent a prestigious name like Evil Geniuses. But I suppose this is where it changes, because now that we are in the major cycle, everybody has to earn their way. Right? You don't just get on in, you don't get a free ticket, you don't wake up like Charlie in the bloody chocolate factory, do you? You have to actually earn your way. So if they make it through, they're now going to find themselves in the 2-1 run, right? Maybe we get Liquid versus EG as the next game.
That could be...
That'd actually be a bit of fun.
Yeah, that would be very exciting to see how that one would pan out. A lot of storylines there to delve into, but we'll see if that does come through. We've got Adrian with them. Last time around, the PGL events wasn't able to come on over for Liquid.
Yeah, he wasn't here for the whole thing. I think he made it for the playoffs, but for the... Yeah, look, you said the PGL events? We talking about the Pro League? Wait,
no, I'm talking about last major, right? Adrian couldn't come with them, if I'm correct. He had like an issue, couldn't come with Liquid to the major.
Maybe. Your memory's better than mine.
We've had a lot of Counter-Strike since then, Chad.
It does feel like the major was just the other day, though, doesn't it?
I was saying that. I was sitting there and I was like, oh, hold on. The major's in like a month. It's kind of crazy that it's very, very soon. Because I think last time, every time we heard the words RMR, or letters RMR, it felt like, okay, that's one of an infinite amount that we don't really know. And we don't know when the major's going to happen. And 2 years kind of went by. And now we've got another one. It started to feel like it was kind of a World Cup kind of thing going on in CS, where it happens only every few years.
It just kept extending, and I think that now that we have this new system, as I mentioned, you have to qualify. The only team here at the Americas RMR that didn't have to qualify was Furia, and that's because they placed within the top 8 of the previous, right? So that's how they were able to get a direct invite to come here to see if they could defend that position that they were able to pick on up. I'm curious as well, I think there was an interview from Grim saying he wants to beat Liquid, so I'd love to see if we could maybe get a Complexity versus Liquid matchup as well. Bit of personal grudges going on in that match.
There's a few out here now at this point.
Yeah, I like it. You know, it adds a bit to the storyline. I know we love a good storyline around here.
We've seen a lot of grip tape here in Liquid.
Is that all grip tape?
Yeah, I think it's grip tape on Elijah's mouse, and also I think OC has some on the top of his mouse as well. So
interesting.
Couple of grip tape.
Maybe some sweaty hands.
Yeah, the towels are really coming through. I heard Alex's idea, a Pro League, where we should have some team-branded towels now. I think that's pretty good. I mean, we have the team-branded sleeves coming through.
Yeah, well, back in our day when we were Renegades, like, we didn't even have merch because we were like the original Renegades, right?
Okay,
and it was kind of getting on, and we had things that we wanted, and Azza always had sweaty hands, so he wanted to get a hand towel. But look, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we are just waiting on a couple of little bits and bobs to get sorted before we get this one underway. We're going to throw to a quick break, and we'll be back ASAP to get the game started. Don't go anywhere.
We are here at the PGL RMR event. I am here with PKL, and we're going to be talking about Pain Gaming and your guys' expectations at this event. So coming into this RMR, where do you think that your team's objectives lie? Where do you think your guys are going to end up?
I think our goal here is just to go to the major. I don't care if it's 3-0 or 3-2, so we just want to go to the major.
Okay, looking at your team, when some hardcore fans look back at the demos, who do you think that they should look at to try to learn some new tricks?
I think Nex and Biguzeira are the two players who likes to try new stuffs. New smoke is our new positions. I think those two.
I'm Maui Snake, joined by this gentleman in Nekiz. Nekiz, we actually kind of go back on, I think was it FPL that you, I needed a gun one time, and you just were so willing to drop the AK immediately. So
I'm a cool guy, bro.
Let's talk about Pain Gaming right now. What are your guys' expectations or objectives for the RMR?
The thing is that since we played the last major, the major is the thing that we want. Like nothing besides this. Like we just want to go to major, and I think that we can do pretty easy this. I think we can play good during this RMR, and we're going to make it.
Okay. When you look at the rest of the field, who are the other teams that you think have a really good chance of making it in?
Good chance. I see two teams. I think it's Liquid and Furia. I think 100% of the players that is playing the tournament think about these two. But there's a lot of good teams. Like you can see like us, MIBR, 0-0. I can say about 9Z. I don't think everybody's looking out for this team, but I think it's a good team.
Okay, speaking about your Opper, obviously losing safe felt like a big blow, and it's something that a lot of people were, both excited about for Fury's sake, but also definitely seemed like it could have hurt Pain. But how have you guys been building on from that point? Because you obviously have to just look forward now.
Yeah, the thing is that Safe is a very good Opper. He's like insanely good. Since the first time I played with him, I was like, yeah, this guy is different. So, of course, losing him is very bad. But back in the days when he went out, we were just thinking like, we are good players too.
All right, we're here at the PGL RMR event. I'm Maui Snake interviewing the coach of Liquid. It's Adren. Welcome to Romania.
Thanks. It's this hotel is awesome so far.
It is awesome. We're in front of a pretty sick spiral staircase. I wonder if the camera guy he's got it. He's got the angles. Yeah, he can show that. We got B-roll of that, I'm sure already. So either way, coming into this event, you guys are a team with a target on your back. Everybody sees you as a favorite. Everybody I've talked to already thinks you're one of the teams that should make it. How do you make sure you stay on top despite the expectations, despite the pressure?
We just got to take it day by day, not underestimate any team. So just prep like we've been doing. When we've been doing prep pretty well and preparing and just getting ready for the past events. So yeah, just taking every opponent serious, I guess.
What are things that you identified needed to improve for Liquid to do better in the future?
I think we just keep needing to figure out what kind of game plan or game style we want to approach on our T side. I think we have a lot of different ideas right now. We're still understanding like where we're strong and what we want our identity to be. So just cleaning up our T sides, making sure we have fresh strats, and just, yeah, I think our CT sides have been pretty strong. Unfortunately, the last CT side of the last map we played was kind of crumbled there, and it was definitely, some CT side issues, but mostly just cleaning up our T sides and understanding how we want to approach it.
How has Shox' intel, has that brought anything to light even for you as well?
Yeah, honestly, like Shox is bringing so much to the team. He would be an amazing coach.
Okay.
We'll say that he's bringing a lot to the table and helping, break down just simple situations. Honestly, like back to the basic Counter-Strike, like making sure we understand all the principles. In his words, like making sure we're on the same charter. So we're all understanding how we want to approach CS, and if we're in this situation, how do we want to handle it as a team? So it's just kind of cleaning up our decision making, and he's been really good at that.
Great to hear about what Shox is bringing to the team. I think a lot of people were confused with the move. It didn't really come out of left field. No one really anticipated a Shox move to Liquid, but it's kind of interesting hearing what he is bringing to the roster in terms of that experience that everybody knows he's got.
I think it can be essential for the team's mood. Everybody else on the team is quite quiet, right? So having somebody like him who can be a boisterous personality, maybe crack a couple of jokes, the lovely French accent, could go a long way in helping out Liquid moving forward. Now, obviously it's said not to underestimate anybody. I don't think they underestimated 0-0 Nation. They just played a good game of Counter-Strike yesterday. Whereas today, now it's about pulling up their socks, right? So the last best of one available for both these teams here. Hopefully getting this one underway soon. I can see we've got the names in the server, probably just getting through a couple of technical doohickeys, but if you missed it, it's going to be Mirage. It's going to be that of Pain starting on the CT side and Liquid starting on the attack of the T side here on Mirage. Now, this one, it feels like more of a puggy environment, but I don't think they should have too many issues.
No, not really. I mean, yesterday, well, on Dust 2, another puggy-style map didn't go so well for them. We'll see Mirage should be a bit different as Team Liquid start on the T side. Got utility available here on Nitro and Shox. On the other side of things, Pain. We've got the kit on hard side, so keep track of where he's playing. And where that one heads, we'll see what Liquid have up their sleeve for this pistol.
Yeah, well, let's see if they want to keep it tricky or keep it quite quick and concise. Multiple players over towards the B side of things, just dumping some utility was Nitro to allow a bit of a set piece. Shox lining up a smoke. That is going to head on over towards short. Oh, actually, hold up a second. Looks like a definite B fake. Yeah, so one towards short.
Was that smoke landed? It's out of the map.
Oh dear.
Well, not a good start to that, but nonetheless, Nithon is ready for the mid-fight. Nitro will beat Nithon out and give the advantage on over to Liquid, and OC able to follow up and make quick work of Bigazera. Naf continues the absolute onslaught here for Liquid. It is just down to a single player left. Hards out with that kick. The murder hole connects onto Legion. The second player's ready, but Nitro to the headshot. Liquid with the first round of play.
Yeah, clean stuff. Hopefully Shox doesn't have to rethrow that smoke again, because they will get a rude shock in the future rounds if they throw it and expect it to land. That one was in no man's land, for
yeah,
sure.
It really was not anywhere that you would want it to be.
I was curious which ones he was trying to line up, right? Because you can do multiple different variations. There's one that you just throw from there and it lands and covers offshore if CTs go aggressive.
I think that was the one, because it bounced off the roof, and I think maybe needed to just hit one pin and go down into short. So.
Okay.
Well, PGL holding for the mid walkout. Nexus has actually gone aggressive up into Palace. Shock set the ready with a Mac 10. We're going to see a lot of that from Nekes, I'm assuming.
Yeah, that's a 50-50 fight, right? So unable to convert it right there. The number advantage does fall over to Liquid here, and they can start to play out that. Now, Shox needs to be a little bit careful. He's heading over towards B, and that's where the push of Hardzows come on through. So if he's not ready for this type of slink on through, might have a couple of dramas. There's a shot from Elige, but Bigazera claws one back. Everybody's going to be close towards middle here in a moment. Bomb's going B, however. They should be fine.
Yeah, there's no one here right now at all. Pins defense. Hello. Elsewhere, Nitro cutting off rotation. Hardzow goes down in mid. Nitro fighting towards window, about to be swung from Connector, and Bigazera will happily collect the kill on towards Nitro. For Liquid now, you want to try and keep up as many players as possible here. You don't really want to lose anybody else, and that should be no problem here for Pain to save their weapons.
Yeah, so PKO has that Scout, a USP as the sidearm, but Bigazera was able to get into the Galil. So this is great. Actually, if he can... Oh, I think he was looking for a pistol to find over in the apartments position, and a tag done as well. So Shox put on notice. If they were able to get another pistol, then they could have dropped the pistols. They could have had 2 upgraded rifles and 2 upgraded pistols here. But it's going to be all good. I think Liquid want to hold on to what they have. A nice, steady start for them. 2-0, the docket will read. We do have to get through one more threatening lower buy scenario here before the guns do come on out. Bomb goes off and it is secured. It just the individual names alone in the server should have no issues with Pain. Like,
especially on a Mirage, right? If it comes down to like toe-for-toe individuals, Liquid should have easily enough firepower.
We're talking about a team that should be within the top 15 in the world comfortably.
Easily,
right? If not in conversation for growing into a top 10 contender. I know times are hard out there in North America, but that shouldn't be too much to ask of a prestigious name like Liquid. Deep nade from PKL, just going to give a slight bit of chip damage to Elige and Nitro, so nothing too problematic as he's going to flash his way forward. You get the top mid control. The bomb is over, dropped towards the A side of things, and an A finish still very possible here as Elige is going to tuck tail, regroup with the squad. Now, what type of smokes are they going to deploy? 3 through Palace. That's going to make things a little bit harder to deal with here. Especially now the Scout's rotated.
Yeah, they barrel out of Palace, but they barrel right into Nithon's D-Gon from stairs. He looks for the second victim. Down the molly to make things uncomfortable, and this is very uncomfortable for Liquid. OC pulling 1 kill back, a second found as well. And just like that, maybe a little bit of breathing room picked up by OC. Elige playing towards stairs has now got Nitro to back him up, and they're looking to take some jungle control. Nitro pushing forward, Nekes on the other side of things. Ooh, Nitro needs to be careful here. Nekes could take him out with a scout. Nitro rattles some bullets into the chest, but Bigazera needs the second player in there, so he's wide. Nitro, he gets them lined up. Now Hardzow stuck in Palace. Nothing he can really do about this. Maybe he can peel away a kill on OC.
Not being considered just now. Elige's actually out of the line of sight. Now he's noted, and well, we'll get traded. OC did fantastic to get a double kill
massive
there. Nitro's was a little bit easier, but OC's was under pressure, so great job from him. But that's okay. The pistol with the conversions, done and dusted, cleared off the slate, and now this is a double word. Yeah, actually that's really nice. He was under a lot of pressure there. Important double kill.
Yeah, that could have got out of hand if he doesn't do that. Now a buy for Pain. He's got the AWP out in the hands of Nithon. We've seen him do a lot of work on rifles yesterday.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, he wasn't really wielding the AWP too much on the Vertigo game late.
So you have to give this battle to OC, obviously, in this situation. see how that op head-to-head will go. Obviously with the rifle in this round. Setting up the lamp flash, or maybe a potential pop here for Shox. Flash is good. Nightthorn blinded. Information picked up as to the whereabouts of that AWP.
Shox is across here. Don't think he was spotted there.
Nekez up on top. Wood and Nafs already swings out. Headshot connected. Nekez removed. And now we're looking at Liquid with the advantage, and they know the op was towards CT.
Oh, they are strung out now through mid, Elige, and late the potential for Nitro still unaccounted for. Bomb slinking on over, and look how far forward Shox is. I still don't think they have any idea that this level of aggression has been taken. They're trying to clear out mid now, Pain, and they will swing. They will get to fight Elige, who could pop off a couple. There's the fight, and there's the frag back into the 4-on-4. Look at Shox. He's so close. They have no idea. The guy's just wormed his way all the way up towards Connector, forcing them through CT spawn. Nitro still over towards B. Bomb needs to get planted now.
Oh, good molly as well. That makes things uncomfortable. OC can't really plant. He has one spot on triple he can plant for. And because Shox had got himself in towards Connector, he can happily plant the bomb for that position. Panel coming in from CT. Everybody coming in from here. This could get a bit messy here. OC at the ready. He's holding for the cross on by. PGL comes in towards it. OC with a double. Because Zera has found the head of Naf, but OC is absolutely loving the kills he's getting right now. He might just get more. Flash being set up from his teammate behind. I'll let the time take a bit longer, but OC just drawing out the time, being a real nuisance for them.
There's that flash.
The flash has to be to try and set up the peak, and the spray down. It's long-winded, and won't actually get the reward of the way out. Pigazera and Nightthorn getting a couple, but round conceded. Liquid up to 4.
I love that little piece right there, and it was simple from Liquid, right? It was very, very simple work. Liquid, off of the bat, have the flash that goes deep to deal with the AWP ticket. Shox silently creeps across the Tetris. At the same time, Naf drops the Molotov through the Palace position. It drops under the balcony. If there's a player there, they get flushed into Shox. Shox gets the kill. That then allows Naf just to go for the hard clear on the balcony position, and Shox continues to scout forward. Feels like a threatening round, but when you're all forced through one choke point of ticket right there, it's not going to get out of control. These saved guns mean a buy up over Big Zera, but there's Naf taking care of Nathan, and that is the AWP down. Oh, was down. Nekez grabs it back at least. Good nade damage.
A lot of nades being sent in. Big Zera holding him short, but it's his teammate PKL that is the first victim in the mid play, and that is going to cost them 2 players in total now for Pain. They're looking a little worse for wear. Hardstyle luckily getting some control back as he's pushed through B. Only a small positive, but Liquid have every option available to them still. They've got so much time. They've got this mid-control. Because they're looking to stick around.
Parking the bus here, you can see OC over towards the chair position and Shox towards top mid. Big Zera feels like he can sniff something out, but as they've cleared and dropped on back, that's a hard out push towards B apartment. So they are aware that a player was aggressive. They molly short and they push through Connector into Nekez.
Wow.
Jesus.
Okay, crosses into top con, and that is a risky play that Shox will happily collect. Oh, because Zera had to change up his position from the ladder room up towards jungle, and he's actually spotted the bomb on the cross. That's going to buy some time. That's going to force a player to come out of their position and recollect that bomb to put it down towards the site. Hardstyle will lose out the battle versus Nitro, and now the chances of winning the round much
Here's
more
the flank.
slim.
Yeah, look at Naf coming on in through the motor hole. Bullet in the back of the head. See you later, alligator. That's going to be 5 now. Consecutive rounds here for Liquid, looking hot to trot. Beautiful work from them. I want to see that shock shot if we can get it from his POV. That was quite tidy because I guess the Nekez fooled us a bit. He was scoping around the corner. So that's why it felt like a bit more like a clothesline to the face. Timeout taken here by Pain, and it's good to get these out early, especially if you're yet to convert a round. You can have a discussion about what type of buy. 4.2 for PKL, 4.4 for Hards Out, Big Zero with 3.9. Those 3 names I mentioned could all get into M4s, but it's probably better to go for a half buy here. Neck is yet to frag, PKL the same.
Yeah, it's been a little rough. PKL had a slow start yesterday.
He did too, didn't he? Then he had that ridiculous clutch on the B side, which I just can't believe so many set diffusers. There was that shock shot. Thank you very much.
Replays PGL, always great. I had to cast Asian RMRs for 2 years, Chad, and anytime we asked the most ridiculous replay, PGL always brought it up, so I'm sure we'll get plenty of those.
You ask and you receive.
Yeah.
If you do not ask, how can you receive?
You don't ask, you don't get, I guess.
That's depends on the culture you grow up in.
Oh yeah, if you ask, sometimes it's rude.
Well, in my household, you wouldn't ask because you could just tell the body language of your parents what type of answer you were going to get at the time, right? I think it's ask versus assume culture.
I mean, I used to ask my mom. She said no. I just asked my dad, and he said yes. Yeah, it was all good.
Okay, well that's one way to play things.
You gotta test their egos, right?
I only had one parent available to me at a time. It was like they were babysitters and they were like on shift work. My mum would work at night, my dad would work during the day. So you really had to learn.
Did you play Counter-Strike? Was that the main babysitter?
That caused so many problems you don't even want to know.
Well, Chad, you made a career out of it.
It all worked out.
It all did. Well, Liquid happily taking a slow round here. They have no problems trying to figure out what kind of buy they're going with. Because I'm sure they're having a similar discussion as to what pain we're going for. Like, what kind of buy are they going to commit to this round with? Trying to piece together some of the economic struggles maybe on the other side of things. And just playing this round out nice and slow, trying to gather as much info. But 35 seconds left. If they go into B, they're about to have a nasty time. There's 4 players there, but seems to be no problem as the bomb is currently positioning itself towards the A side of the map.
Watch this. You ready for this one, Dinko? Naf. Peering out through the apartment, sees nothing in towards the site here. Scaling forward, he's jumped on through in the rotation. It's on its way. The pistols from Pain. They want to be pesky. They want to cause a bit of a nuisance. The smoke, it's going to deny. And Neck is with the wall bang. Not going to land anything, but PGL across the map has taken down Elige. The flash forward, the peek on through. The 5-7 and get naughty. The kills, they're going to follow. Nitro and Naf to mop up the mess, but more damage done. Nitro is going to find 2. And Big Yuzera left in a 1-on-1. There's time for this.
Certainly is. It could be a nightmare here for Liquid. Up against the pistols. It was all about the next round for Pain, but they have somehow found their way into a position to pull this one away. Kit's available towards CT spawn. He's now picked it up. Big Azera charging down, trying to figure out where Nitro is. But Captain America, well, he knows exactly what to do here. Just playing with the time, swings into the open, and he will collect the headshot.
See that? I started ramping from a rotate. From
you were ready.
Actually,
You've seen that one happening.
I was ramping from the jump out of Palace. That's how ready I was. Right? And ladies and gentlemen, that's not how you play by play. But it made me excited, so hopefully it made you excited.
I mean, yeah. I mean, you just see it all transpiring, right? The 4 potential retake players. It all came through, but nonetheless, it will be the round the Pain were saving for coming up now. They went with pistols so they could get this full buyout. And it looks quick from Liquid. A little bit of a different approach this time. He's then charging out the ramp. Neck is holding for the back of triple. A singular kill for him as Nitro closes down the space quickly in reply.
Yeah, they can take their time. You can see them throwing out those smokes from the Tetris box. You can smoke jungle, you can smoke connector. Well, they're doing some of that right here, right now. More utility. Sailing through the sky, and the bomb needs to be scooped up at a juncture here. Naf is late on the lurk, and I think OC will have to go back to pick up the package. Elige, however, real close.
All right, Elige, I love this. Getting in behind enemy lines. Smokes are starting to fade away. Spots out Big Azera, but he needs to be aware of jungle. That smoke is fading. And Elige now, will he check the cubby? Close to the reactionary kill on PKL. Couldn't quite compose himself for the frag, so Liquid yet to put that bomb down. And the player coming through the underpass. But in the meantime, Nitro has lost his life in the site. So more pressure now on Naf to make a play from connector. We have got OC at Tetris just waiting for the playmaker of his opponent. See if OC can get this kill, he will. And Naf now forces the jungle peek. The AWP finds 2. OC brings down a couple. Now Hardzao stuck in the clutch.
Beautiful work. They just flushed them out. They know where Hardzao was, and well, they know where he is. Naf gets the kill, and they pick it up. 7-0 for Liquid. Looking hot here.
That was great between Naf and OC. The communication that was on point. No, it seems like both of those players are so good that they don't really ever get flustered. It feels like they're always composed. If OC and Naf are in clutches, that could become a very exciting duo.
I wonder if Naf had also heard the scope of Knifin in window as he was coming up through the underpass, right? Because that could have definitely played into how that round unfolded. But back down to the pistols as Liquid are looking to net up the half win with 8 consecutive rounds. Elige, confident as you like, dropping out a connector. Molotov right there.
Yeah, the background of Elige actually not blurred when he's back online. I do miss his blur cam. Really loving that aesthetic. I do appreciate that. A bunch of players during the online era with their cams used to, you know, sometimes the cam wouldn't even look at them. Elige
should have put themselves in a crowd.
Yeah. So a crowd behind them with a green screen. See if Shocks can do anything here. Elige, ooh,
he's ahead of this.
Certainly is, but now the jig is up on that play, so decides, I don't really want to commit into pistols. He's going to drop back down without the element of surprise, likely to go down there. So now we look at Nitro.
Well, this is the stack they had before, right? And they actually were able to circumvent this and head over towards A, Liquid. But this time around, they are tunnel vision towards B. It's going to be all 5 players. Now, they have enough utility to deal with this. They can throw a Molotov towards Van, maybe one towards Falcon. There's the Van one. Oh, the Extinguish.
Oh, the other one's being double cleared. They're starting to weasel their way through. Oh, okay. That is Nitro able to help him there. Yeah, absolutely. Nitro coming in, saving the day. Liquid just deal with the stack.
How does Nitro survive there?
I don't know.
That's a crazy round.
Damage, man.
He's just, yeah, getting biffed from everywhere. And Shox there, you can see him trying to pivot on a dime. Saved by the in-game leader.
I thought Shox to hit that shot. You just look out, you see it's Nitro protecting his team. Every time this stinger comes up, it reminds me to get hydrated. The water just coming off a bit. You should also have some water, I guess.
Yeah, make sure you're getting the water in the system, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. As, well, in the system, Pain with the double orbs. Hards out with one, Nathan with the other. PKL smoked off. Vision denied as the 3-prong mid defense is from short, connector, and window, but none of them want to take a fight right here, right now. Retake from Neckers over towards Ticket, and that AWP of Hards out posted up aggressively towards the B apartments, just on the van there taking a fight. PKL now resides in towards the connector, and OC waiting for anybody to overstep the mark. Cheeky little angle adopted there from Elige. You can see a slither through the box towards mid. Window smoke deployed. Connector in response as Pain are now using their utility defensively. At the 1 minute mark and still spread out within the default scenario are Liquid. Naf is one of the most forward of the bunch, willing to take a fight on A. Elige hearing some footsteps there. So noisy towards connector. Good relay of information. Nitro aware that there could be a swing, but 40 seconds, Liquid. You will need to get your act together here.
Yeah, they've shown a willingness to slow down that clock time and time again. Here comes the smoke being set up for Shox. Keep eyes on these ones to see if they land in position. Now, Elige gets through into Con. PKL's trying to hold it. Nitro's actually been pulled out of the round, so first blood goes to Pain. There's still only 20 seconds left here for Liquid. Bomb's going A, and it's coming out ramp. Elige can actually catch PKL, and he will. Gap on the side of the connector smoke. Now there needs to be a charge from Liquid. They need to go.
10 seconds, boys. Gonna have to plant.
They have to commit to the side. There's still 2 players towards CT. This could get a bit messy for Naf. Commits to the plant. Should be no problems here now, but he has lost OC. Naf now getting back alive. Just had enough time to drop back without being shut down from short.
They have full window and connector control right now. This is going to be quite easy for Liquid here if Pain take too long.
So there's certainly a timer on the play and actually a potential wraparound from Elige. If he can get behind CT, he could be a real nuisance. He does have reliance on Naf to stay alive. Oh, get your gun out, Elige. Had a shot there going down, but somehow gets away with it. Shox elsewhere has been taken out of the round, and now Naf doing his best to buy some time. But a stole on Elige. Ball planted for him, but he's got a hard clutch at him, and Elige has got 2. Just one left. Elige knocks him down in the time. There's not enough of it. Liquid continue their flawless run. Elige able to save the day.
Yeah, that was crazy, right? The key real estate that Liquid had, if you take too long as Pain and to search that out and really understand what you're dealing with within the post plant, you're not going to have an easy time. You want to be able to establish what type of fights you need to take. And the fact that Elige goes all the way around spawn, then back through the vent room, then comes out jungle and gets the round-winning kills is crazy business here. Liquid are looking hot right now. It started okay. It started okay. It did get a little bit awkward with some of the timing on the util. They were selling the beat fake to make sure the beat stood planted, but that was it from Elige. A nice second shot. Going to grab themselves 9 now, as it is going to be an AWP, a Mag 7, an MP9, and some pistols around that.
Right now, Dread has the easiest job in the world, just in watching that happen.
Enjoying it.
Yeah.
He has the best seat in the house to watch this one, just behind the boys, listening to the comms, hearing how it's all unfolding. Now, did Liquid go back to more of a direct approach here? That was almost time being the biggest drama.
So yeah, they have shown a willingness again when they think the economy could be in disarray on the other side of things. Like, just try and gather that info. Slow it down a bit, but this is heavy towards A. Possible execute coming in straight out of spawn, and that has been the call. Smoke sent out for jungle and stairs, and PKL mollied out of position. So information picked up, he used up that smoke. The Mike 7, it is going to be good for 1 on Elige, but OC quickly replies to the AWP.
They're out and they're pressuring A here. Lots of smokes all across the site. Layden is A, and Nathan has found a big frag. That alleviates the mid-flank pressure.
Still Liquid, tentative in the approach, yet to put that bomb down. Because Zera could be a problem here on the stairs, but now immediately to the headshot. Shreds through him.
Okay, well, 3-on-3, AWP still in play. Kit for Hards out. There's a chance for Pain.
Definitely a chance.
Giving a lot of respect towards CT. Look at Nekker's passive position that's allowed the default plant here.
Nython seems to be the playmaker here. If he can find something, create a distraction and some space back in for his teammates. But given that Naf is playing from Sandwich, it should be the insurance policy position because he can watch towards CT, but also coming over stairs isn't a position you can deal with easily, especially with players playing from default. But Nekkis, the needs to come in too, just like that, and Hard South finds the final.
Oh, that Kit is really going to save them here in the final throws of this. Plenty of time for the defuse, no dramas there, but Nekkis is Deagle.
Wow.
Blistering hot shots, and I think Nathan was trying to take a lot of the action right there. He took a lot of the impact of where the Liquid players were looking, but those shots, bangers from Nekkis and some impact being felt. That first one is beautiful onto OC, and then Nitro was ready and raring for that fight too, and they had to be pinned because if they stood on up, that AWP coming over the top of stairs would have been a real issue. Double AWPs, money already quite low over here for Liquid, so the close rounds, Alicia's clutch is already being felt as far as the financial department goes. Naf into a max, and I think they're going to rush B here.
Yeah, little pace change here for Liquid. They ran the A, execute, let's do the polar opposite towards B, and has been halted by utility here. Hard South throwing that.
He's screwed, mate. He is screwed.
Yeah, when you take up that position at AWP, the Mac 10 is going to hunt you down, no problem. And Naf removes him. Nython's turn to try and step up. He isn't smoked off. Utility hasn't cancelled him out. And he's holding for the cross back, and Naf goes exactly where Nython wanted, but Nitro closes the space down quickly. No fear to swing into the AWP.
2 from short here.
They're going to boost over the smoke, negating that problem of utility. PGL clearing the close spot. The Leash, oh, so ready. Headshot in, Nitro spots out the attempted retake, and just like that, Liquid have closed at 10.
Yeah, you could tell as soon as that kill comes in from Elige, they know that there's 2 players. Nitro gets the kitchen player, and then that's all Elige needed to piece the puzzle together and understand exactly where Nekkis could be and should be. 10 now, back into the winning ways, and yeah, this is not great for Pain, is it? OC doesn't want to give over the AWP, should just park the bus here towards the TV room. Bomb goes off, 10 rounds posted now, and pretty miserable first half, all things considered. This is what you want to expect from a Liquid side.
Yeah, I mean, taking 2 best-of-1 wins for Liquid, and only needing a best-of-3 then to qualify for the major, really should put them in a position where 2 best-of-3 chances, I mean, you're looking at Liquid, they shouldn't be losing 2 best-of-3s. So
no.
definitely should be going to the major if they take a best-of-1.
Just looking at the A-stream setup that's going on right now, Case versus Party Astronauts.
Yes.
Party Astronauts are winning.
Yeah, seems to be a little bit of a party going up in space right now. Pwn alone having a good performance.
Yeah.
Alongside Ben Lee.
That's curious to see. Guys, if you want to catch that action, just change the URL to twitch.tv/PGL. More punishment here. This game is done, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry to be that guy.
Feels like it. Feels like a formality right now. How familiar are you with TikTok songs, Chad?
Oh, depends on the type of content, so let's go not very.
So have you heard the Astronaut in the Ocean song?
Maybe, but I wouldn't know it by the name.
You probably heard the song.
Mm.
Yeah. So we have the Ocean Astronaut, so you got the Party Astronaut.
Is that where the name came from?
I don't know. Maybe they're having a party in the ocean.
Okay. I think it's curious that we haven't investigated all of the ocean.
No, that's crazy. That really is.
That's our own planet, and we don't know what lies at the bottom of the sea.
Yeah, maybe know more about our own solar system than the sea.
Was 10,000 Leagues Under the Sea a Woody Allen movie?
I have no idea.
Yeah, see, me either. There we go. We're getting the stream A score on the screen, 10-3 in favor of the Party Astronauts. Case, they're going to have to be starting a cold case, I think, soon. That could be dead meat for them on the CT side of Inferno.
Would you ever go on a submarine, Chad?
Yeah, I've gone scuba diving. I've jumped out of a plane. Why not?
Oh, you jumped out of a plane? I never knew that. That's pretty cool. Where'd you do that?
Over Rottnest Island in Perth, Western Australia, for I did what was it called? It was basically a regional-based tournament for a company. We'll stay away from company names.
I remember
just for
it. I think I remember this
sponsored
actually.
Purposes, yeah. And with that, you had to form a team within your country. I was a captain, and they came back to my home state of Perth, Western Australia. We went and we jumped out of a plane.
Sounds pretty cool. It's a pretty cool job.
Yeah, actually.
How was that
been quite
experience?
fortunate. Yeah, really fun. I had a stupid mustache on my face at the time for Movember, so I looked like an idiot, but it was good fun.
This is good fun now for Pain, actually. Getting into the round a little bit.
Well, they have I would still say they only have a 30% chance of converting this round.
Yeah, you got NAF alive and OC, and they've been pulling rounds back. Nitro is having an absolute tear. Look at that, 17-5 right now on Nitro.
Well, this is his comfort zone. As we mentioned, back at home, same for OC. He's only got 8 kills though, so let's see if he can make it a couple more.
OC to EXO. What?
Wow.
That's a headshot.
Okay, OC.
Yeah, that's kind of ridiculous there, OC. And that's pulled the numbers right back. So 3v3. They've alleviated site control here with the setup that Pain have decided to rock, so Nitro commits to the planted default.
Good
Flash is perfect. That stops any swing from CT that could have denied the plan. And now they can drop back. NAF easily collects the CT pick. Bigazero is there alongside of his teammate. One standing there. And Harto actually capitalizes on distraction. Nitro committed to the site still. OC out at Tetris, a bit more of a comfortable position, but Nitro looking to fight. OC covers off his blind side, and just Hard Sal desperately trying to figure out, is there a chance back in here? And the answer will be no. The time is ticking. Liquid holding it on, and Hard Sal unable to really gain some ground. This is good to see. This is great to see from Liquid. This is what
you want to see. Yeah, exactly. As a fan of Counter-Strike, this is what you want to see, right? So, fantastic stuff. The pieces of the puzzle starting to come together now. Remember, Liquid did take down Heroic over there at EPL just the other day. So, you know, they're definitely a very solid team. There's no question mark about that. We didn't see it day one. Well, actually, we didn't see it for the first half of day one. We saw it in the second half, and it's continuing through. So this is great. This is great. I guess the problem is when you're such a heavy favorite like Liquid, you can only disappoint, right? Because if you came through in your own umbrella, it's like, yeah, that's what we expect you to. But if you lose, that's where, unfortunately, the problems do lie. Well, look at this.
Yeah.
Real quick.
And they're up against a weak buy. Bigazero, an awkward fight. Leash eventually will remove him from the ladder. Now NAF's turn to hold off this ramp play forward. He's got the molly this time to deal with it, and well, it's about to bounce back, but it does go around the corner and forces him into Nitro. Oh, he thought he had one dead to rights. Comes off the spray a little early.
Leash is dead here.
Yeah, Leash out, nearly hurts. And a 5-7 potentially taking down OC, who switches to the Tech 9 and nearly gets a chance at taking 2, but that's now the bomb. This roll to the feet of the remaining CTs,
Saved by the bell.
NAF and Shox once again coming back into the round. PGL has a Mag 7.
Yeah, not the best weapon for the job unless your name is Art. So he's going to get over there in time. Bomb to be planted 4 short. He's running. He's giving it a crack.
If he can get close, if he can evade the short peek, he definitely has a shot to take down NAF. And that's going to be an instantaneous headshot. Now a better weapon down. Mag 7 not the weapon for this task, but the USP would certainly be proficient
he's trying
enough.
to use E. You got to use G.
You got to hit G on that one. Spamming the bomb. Well, there's enough sound cues for Shox to potentially think about the defuse, but PGL, well, he's not going to bait Shox out with one tap. Flash goes, and Shox into the clutch. Easily closes for 13. Yeah, even when it gets scrappy, even when it gets messy, Liquid have the individuals to pull off the clutches.
Yeah, poor PGL right there. You see what he's trying to do, pick up the AK, but by hitting E next to the
You
bomb,
gotta hit
he's
G.
only defusing, right? So, got to do it the old school method, ladies and gentlemen.
I can't believe there's still people out there that don't know you can plant with E.
Yeah. Yeah, some people get there a little bit later than others, but as long as we all get there, right, that's the main thing.
It is quicker.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, we have 9Z versus Bad News Bears up next on the secondary stream. That will be the first team eliminated from the RMR. That's all of the RMRs combined. So that right there is going to be at least something to take on home as a bit of a consolation prize. But we're the first team who didn't make it, is what we can say.
I mean, yeah, at least you're in a conversation somewhere.
Yeah, you were here.
Yeah.
So that's 9Z versus Bad News Bears. Sheikh Zula leading that squadron. Get a couple of interesting names alongside of him. Spongy's still there.
Great name, Chad.
Yeah, well, bit of an unorthodox spelling, I think.
Zara swings into the fight. Nitro and the Leash happily collecting the aggressive maneuver for Pain. I mean, I was actually expecting a bit more out of Pain, if I'm honest, but you just got to talk about the positives here of Liquid. It's been fantastic. It's been clean, it's been clinical. We get to see Nitro having some impact, and Shox now starting to get a touch of the ball. He's closed it out. Lovely headshots. It's just another day at the office here for Liquid. 2 away from closing a 14-1 half. Locked in. So 2 more rounds. They win the pistol.
I just had a tweet up earlier. Where are we at? The HLTV put out a country representation tweet to do with the Americas RMR. There's a the boatload is from Brazil. That's not even a question. USA has the 2nd most. Argentina has the 3rd most. Then Canada. Then Uruguay. Then Pakistan, South Africa, Guatemala, Bulgaria, France, and Chile are all represented here. So quite diverse.
We just need a Peruvian player now.
Where's Peru? What's that next to?
It's Chile. It's
Yeah?
down in the southeast, if I'm correct.
Yeah, my geography is
southwest,
terrible.
sorry, rather.
I'm going to bring up the map right now just so I can check everything out here.
Capital is Lima.
This should all be over really quick, everybody. This is a great showing. I really love what we're seeing from Liquid today, making it quick. Ecuador. Lots of countries that could still get in the representation from South America, but let's see. Can the pistol round go in the favor of Pain? A couple of crispy shots from Elige saying no.
Elige happily collecting some skulls. Nighthorn with 1. Naf able to bounce back. It's just Nighthorn left. Haven't really seen the magic out of him that we've seen yesterday. It's not really been a platform to perform on. Maybe a chance here, but just 1 on the way out the door. Nitro closes. 15 rounds now for Liquid. And 1 away from taking this map.
I think the likes of Imperial and MIBR should be fortunate that Liquid dropped on down to this layer, right? Because they now get an opportunity between the 2 of them to grab a major spot early. Doesn't mean that they wouldn't have grabbed the major spot. I just think if either of them had to contend against a squad like Liquid, they would have had a bit of a tougher time. I think you're seeing the disparity between how some of these teams should pan on out.
And I think for a team like Pain, I think they're the prime example of a team that could potentially do something against some of the weaker rosters who definitely don't benefit from the fact that Liquid dropped the ball yesterday in their opening game. So yeah, it's a rough showing here for Pain, but you know, you got to play the opponent in front of you, and sometimes it's Liquid. And well, it looks like there's not much more to play here as Elige and OC finding the first couple of picks. Naf now charging up middle to try and close this one out. PKL and Hardsal. It's a formality at this point, but they're cowering away.
Yeah, at least it wasn't a 16-0. That's what we say.
They got 1 round.
That's what we say. At least it wasn't a 16-0. Nobody wants to stomach a 16-0. Apparently, Hardsal doesn't want to stomach a 16-1. Now, at this point, you're very deflated in the server. You feel nothing you can do is right. You've just been brutalized. The close rounds that you had were, well, actually, were only done with a deagle, right? Neckers was the one with 2 deagle kills on the retake of that A site. Now, Hardsal has laid a couple down range, but we'll need to find a couple more. 3 on 2, a minute on the clock.
Just getting as much server time as possible.
Yeah, look, it has been a quick game, right? So they want to make the most of their T-sided rounds.
Get on camera.
Getting 16-1 on the starting CT side. That's impressive.
Yeah, it's rough.
For all the wrong reasons.
It's a pressure from Liquid.
Yeah. Yeah, I like your positive spin on things here today. Now over towards B, it is Shox. He's up on the balcony. He doesn't have a silenced M4. He's got the M4A4.
Peculiar.
So something to talk about.
I mean, the only reason I see about picking up the A4 now is because they have some cool skins.
True, they do have the better skins over there. The Howl, I think, is the most exceptional in the range.
Yeah, there is the Prince stream on the A1S, though.
That's true.
It is a lovely skin. Shox with his desolate space, taking down Hardzao, and now PKL into the clutch alone. 1 headshot locked in, 9 seconds, going to commit to the plant, and even that won't be allowed on the final bullet of asking Nitro. But close, 16-1 for Liquid, as they now take 2 best-of-1s, and they head to the best-of-3 portion of the event here.
Yeah, having a bit of a giggle, smiles on the faces. That was easy. One of the easiest days, at the office I think that Liquid are going to be having in some time. So they're done and dusted. They are very gentle high fives.
Yeah, they don't want to break the wrist.
I don't think I've ever seen as gentle high fives as that. But if you want to do it with the left hand, you don't have to worry so much, right? The mouse hand protect, the keyboard hand, you don't need to worry about so much. Maybe like, do elbows, do fist bumps. But that was one of the least entertaining games of Counter-Strike I think we'll be bringing you throughout the RMRs. There was a couple of clutch moments there, but honestly, I can't put lipstick on a pig. It was a 16-1, starting on the CT side for Pain. So
it was efficient.
That's a drubbing. Yeah, efficient. We like to be on schedule around here, so fortunately for us, Liquid, they're going to quicken things up. I think we might even be ahead of schedule right now.
Yeah, feels good for the Liquid fans as well. It can maybe sigh a little bit of a relief. Now you've got the best of 3s confirmed at a minimum, and it would be like to try and close this with 1, head to that major. But yeah, it's looking good for Liquid now. I'm glad we're starting to see this RMR format work out. We're getting some of the better teams now rising to the top, as we should expect. And again, opportunities. There's a lot of spots here for the Americas, so there will be some teams who get some great opportunities to progress their careers.
Yeah, I think you see a couple of moments from the individuals, and we were talking about Night yesterday. Look, it's going to be difficult for them. I think that there's still an opportunity to get on through here, but they can't have another performance like this. Just getting vetoed down to Mirage and not being able to put up a fight, it is pretty wild to see. But look, 120.9 ADR from Naf, a great game, 118 from Nitro, 108 from Elige. So getting this one done and not necessarily needing OC to be lights out on that AWP. But yeah, quite a quick game. I don't really know where we would put that one in the bucket of matches. We had a lot of drubbings yesterday as well, actually. A couple of 16-4s in the mix. So yeah, this one here was...
it's one of the ones we'll forget it happened within an hour.
Most people will, I think.
Yeah.
There won't be too much to review in the demo of that one either.
Yeah, not
Where
too
do you
much
start?
Yeah, there's maybe that one round. Maybe.
But you think Liquid just go, how do we lose this one?
Yeah, I don't think there's anything there for Liquid. Great stuff. Fantastic showing. Liquid now move up 2-1. We have got extra action coming today. We've got more best of 1s coming our way, Chad. Actually, a best of 3 coming up.
Yes.
So we're into the meat and potatoes now.
Yeah, bad news bears. They're going to be seeing if they can hold on against 9Z, who a lot of people have been saying there's good things to expect, but we haven't seen it just yet. So maybe in the best of 3s, they can send some North Americans home.
Yeah, well, it is time for a break, ladies and gentlemen. When we come back, we'll head into the best of 3s. We'll get some more action going here at the PGL RMR in Bucharest.
To succeed in this game, you need to invest in yourself. Be daring. Innovate. Calculate. Never hesitate. Follow your instincts. Don't follow the crowd. Back yourself. Bank your wealth. Analyze, strategize, and galvanize. Now is the time. Take your shot.
Let's go. Battle is on. Burst RMR views with a double bonus. Get insurance for single and combo bets, both up to 20 euros. Fire up with GGBet. GGBet, this is real.
Thank you for joining us here in Bucharest for the Americas RMR. We've headed away from the best of ones, now we get into the best of threes, and it's goodbye time for one of these sides now. You're right, it's feeling a little rough for the Bad News Bears, as North America's representative yesterday just got bashed around a little bit.
I'd say they're used to bad news though, right?
Yeah, I suppose that's why they've called themselves that.
Yeah, so probably another L in the column. Well, definitely another L in the column for one of these two teams, right? It's only been red throughout. I think that actually out of the two of them, 9Z's had the harder opponents. They've had EG and MIBR. And MIBR are in the 2-0 column, and EG are battling back here. And we've got 9Z on screen. So if you're not too familiar with this roster, they've actually, they have a bit of a rep, right, Dinko? They have a bit of a reputation that they're not too shabby.
No, they're not. And I think a lot of people maybe discounted them when we seen Try, their clear star, exit the team to head through 0-0 Nation. But this team added Lucan in, they added a couple of extra individuals in to really show what they've got. And I got to see them at the start of the year, went in with 0 expectations, and 9-0, the lowest seed, came out mid the playoffs. So yeah, a really exciting team to see. And I think a lot of people have some expectations around them. Unfortunate with the opposition they've had. On the other side of things, you look at Bad News Bears, Chad, I think there's not a lot of expectations for them, unfortunately.
That right there is the Counter-Strike version of man spreading going on. You see that? Do you see how wide he was?
Yeah,
I don't know if we can get the cameraman to flick on back over, but he was real wide.
I feel like the wide grip doesn't really work, but we'll see if Bad News Bears can figure out how to get back into this competition, because they've had a terrible start. It's been a rough showing, and now they've got an uphill battle to try and survive. With the best of 3, Shigzola leading the charge with the North American representatives. You heard Launders talking about this guy and just scream Momo. Launders actually in-game leaded this guy for a season.
Well, this week you should get Launders in here to give us all the Death Segment juice right now, because we've got Spongy in the mix, we've got Pluto there as well. So, look, Shigzola is actually the leader, and I would say probably even the best player in this team. So it's going to be interesting to see how far that they can really push the issue here. Bad News Bears are another one of these teams with some plucky up-and-comers who are trying to make a name for themselves. I don't know how much I can keep calling them up-and-comers, though, right? They've got Save and ACS on their arm. They might need to save themselves here today with a win. Now, we do have the best of 3, as we've prefaced, and I'm curious to see how this one's all going to pan out in the veto. I think, we do the classic cliches, middle ground map pool, and, well, here we go. You actually get the veto. So a ban of Vertigo, Mirage removed from the Bad News Bears, Inferno, the choice of 9Z here. That's going to allow the side of Bad News Bears to be starting on the CT side. Overpass is where Shigzola has decided to take this one, and if we need it, some more Nuke in the mix. No Ancient, no Dust 2. So it's going to be the first time we're doing an Inferno and an Overpass, actually. Those are confirmed for us here, and if we needed that decider, we've done a few nukes so far.
Yeah, I think so. This is going to be a fun series. I think it's kind of hard to call as well. I'd probably edge it out to 9Z just from what I've seen from this team. And I feel like there's a lot of expectation that they can be an underdog team. So for me, I give the slight edge to 9Z. I think their Inferno looks pretty good. But the problem here is I think their AWPer is in take role right now for 9Z. Lucan hasn't really had the best performances, but when he starts to crack, I think he's a pretty good player to keep an eye on. And Inferno can sometimes cancel out your AWP presence.
Well, nobody wants to be the first team to go home. So whether or not either of these teams are able to make it through within the top 6 of this event, neither of them want to have that last place next to their name. Coming here, getting knocked on down, we had losses to Case and losses to Sao Catano for the Bad News Bears, and they were pretty close, double-digit losses of 16-10, 16-12, one on Dust 2, one on Overpass. Whereas for 9Z, it was a 16-13 loss to MIBR, and then they got owned by EG, 16-5 over there on Mirage.
Yeah, you look at these results. Obviously, we were casting it yesterday, so we didn't get to see the Bad News Bears in action.
Precisely.
But in those kind of rounds, sometimes those score lines can tell a different story, right? You never really know what happened in it. Maybe it's a one round where you get clutched out with the low buy. You shouldn't have lost it. And there's a lot of details there. It is a best of 1, so it's hard to recover from those little details. But best of 3 gives you a bit more leeway, a bit more recovery time.
Yeah, I'm just curious to see how big the playbooks could possibly be for both of these teams. This is why I would probably favor 9Z. They have more support than what the Bad News Bears would have as well. But this isn't even the Bad News Bears that had like B Wills and Johns. It's different teams to the one that was playing in Pro League last year, I believe it would have been. So yeah, lots of chopping and changing going on here. I think one of the things is with the North American names, I'm looking to see if there's anybody who can kind of carry the flame forward in the future. It doesn't even have to be the whole team. It just needs to be a handful of players that are showing maybe if we merge them together eventually, maybe with a couple more plucky upstarts coming up through the ranks. I don't know, North American Counter-Strike, it's a player base issue, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. It's the player base issue, and you see maybe you don't really see full rosters coming up anymore. Maybe a couple of players you think can make it, and I think unfortunately it feels like the vast majority of those new players are probably in Complexity and Liquid now as well. And when you have a small player base, to have multiple good players that could make it across multiple different teams just isn't really statistical.
But someone needs to become the next Extra Soul. right?
Someone needs to do that, right?
And that'll happen. It'll happen over time.
And Sheikh Zola is one of those guys who, you know, we've had them like Barry from the Danish scene, for example. We've had these guys who raise up the next level, but maybe aren't quite good enough themselves to go to the next level. But he's always there raising the next crop. He's kind of a central piece to the North American. Yeah, exactly. Daps obviously had a little bit more experience, but also Daps, unfortunately, his project has come to a close now.
Stanislaw's working on something, apparently.
Yeah, there is a couple of those guys out there. And I think they're going to be really important now to set up that system for finding who is the next player. Is there any players available and putting them together?
For sure. Yeah. The way that you bring up the next bunch of talent, it can only be reflected by who you have there to help the one out. But at the same time, I think there's so many more resources right now to learn in Counter-Strike than there ever have been. So if people want to pick it up, there's all these different tools that they can use, first of all, individually, in terms of studying the game.
Crazy amount.
Yeah, and I think it helps to have people who are, you know, a great example of this is Mahone. He went, he did content, and then he became the analyst for NIP, and now he's doing content again. But being able to hear what an analyst of an actual professional team like NIP has to say is very important to do, right? Because those kind of roles, those kind of positions are a bit more closed off. We don't know what a coach brings to a team. We know what they should bring or could bring. It's the same with an analyst. Like, we don't actually know exactly what the workload looks like. I think here with Nat out here is all the nades. Like, you're going to use something at a pro match. Nat here's made the video tomorrow.
Yeah, it's crazy.
He's already like cracking on it, and then all that information is available for everybody because of these guys.
So you have the replay system with the demo viewer, and obviously that's a great system already in and of itself. But you have these people that have kind of perfected it and condense it down into bite-sized bits. You don't even have to go back and watch the demo. It's very easy now, I think, to increase your level, and I think that's why even if you play like Pugs or whatever, you feel like the level of Counter-Strike, just at the average level, is much better than it used to be.
Yeah, there's a bunch of tools as well. Like there's Gnosis, there's Shadow GG, you've got obviously Skybox. Those all there to watch the games, and it makes it much more portable. You don't need your laptop to on the road, so there's no excuse to not be digesting Counter-Strike if you're obsessed with it, which is what it's all about. I think you need to be obsessed with this game if you ever want to compete on any competitive level. Like, it's not just something you do on the weekend. This is something that you have to pour your heart and your soul into to get the absolute best out of.
Yeah, well, I had a crack at trying to be an IGL before, Chad.
How'd it go?
I was like 15. I didn't really have like the people skill really at the time, because my problem was I expected so much out of my players and my teammates, and you know, when they wouldn't show up to practice or whatever, I would just like, right, you're out, get a new one in.
Sure, understandable.
And it was hard to build a team at that point. But I noticed there was no resources really, even when I started playing. I'm sure even less for you.
Yeah. When I first was getting into Counter-Strike, it was at a local LAN cafe. And then the people I was playing with were other guys who went to the LAN cafe. And then the practice that we put in was just if people were as committed, right? And that's one of the points you have to make here is like when you're looking to build a team or be part of a team, one of the clear things is understanding what everybody's goals are. Because if for somebody it's a bit of fun and something they like to do on the side, and you want to pour your heart and soul and your life into it, well, you're going to have a disparity there before you even get underway.
Yeah, and I will give the advice to anybody who is in that situation. I think if you have an obsessive personality, you should probably just like move on and find other people that are like that.
Yes.
You just drop the people that aren't really working towards it, because in the long term it's going to benefit you, and you're going to find someone who actually is like-minded.
Yeah, and there's a lot of people out there who like Counter-Strike, right? There's a lot of people out there indeed. Now, it really depends on where you're from. Maybe you're from a very, very small region. Maybe you're in New Caledonia. There's probably only about 10 of you.
So maybe 10 man every day.
Yeah. Well, what they used to do is, so New Caledonia, it's on the east coast of Australia, not really, but it is on the east coast. They used to be able to play on Australian servers and play in our Pug system.
Okay.
So, you know, there's always places.
There's always a way.
If you're from Singapore, you can play in some Western Australian servers too, and vice versa. But guess what? You don't have to listen to us talking absolute bloody nonsense anymore. We can get this one underway with the bad news. Bears to defend and 9Z to attack. David, Luke, and Max, DGT, and Rox taking on Pluto, Momo, Swan, Sheikh Zula, and Spongy.
Starting on the defensive side is Bad News Bears. We'll get to see what their CT side has in hold for us. It is going to be a quick second mid play for the side of 9Z. They've got 3 players heading their way up through second middle to take apartments, and 2 up banana for the time being, but significant presence inside of the apartments itself. It is Momo fighting first, and Rox hits the headshot. Momo down. Shigzola able to realize how many players are there, but he goes back in for the mid pick and loses his life to Max. Rox now drops down from the balcony, leaps into the arms of Spongy, who gets a lot done on the double. His teammate Swan elsewhere has found a kill, and we're at a 2v2.
Need to scoop this bomb up. The kit has been picked on up here by Swan with the smoke as well. Another shot coming on. Pluto taking down DGT, and Lucan, well, the last man standing with the P250. Looks like he's been accounted for here up in the library. Pluto should be good for this.
Lucan Slipped his way through the library. Oh, Pluto turns back. His gravitational pull too much, even though he is just a dwarf planet.
Hey, there we go. Getting the reference out straight out the gates. Bit unfortunate that Pluto got removed.
Yeah, I mean, Connor and London was talking about this the other day, actually. Connor was saying, Scrawny was saying that he remembers the day the teachers told him that Pluto was no longer a planet.
Damn. Must have been gutting. Can only imagine how much emotional damage that must have caused.
Yeah. For me, I don't think it's ever been a planet.
No?
At school, maybe.
Okay, well, there we go. That age again.
that's a way to reference it. Nonetheless, though, it is 9Z down on pistols here. They're going to keep the majority of their cash and see what he can get done in the next.
Rox has a dig and DGT has a P2 Fiddy, so if they can at least position themselves appropriately, Swan's actually just rocking here with a USP. So maybe very aware of the tendencies that 9Z are going to approach the second round to play with, not feeling the necessary need to upgrade just yet. We'll give them the buffer to bring out the AWP into the next as long as everything goes their way. A couple of warning shots of that dig will ring out throughout Inferno. And, well, a slow start here from 9Z. Playing this one by the book. David needs to be careful. He has parked himself towards the end of halls, and DGT coming along for the ride.
And the Spongy should have no problem cleaning up the Glocks.
Especially with no flash, right? If there was a flash, maybe you get a little bit worried, but it should be ezy as you like.
All right, Swan.
Yeah, he has gone down. I think they isolated the fact that he only had the USP, but there's Spongy and Shake.
Couple of kills available. Again, not too much expected there for 9Z. The fact that they walk away with 2 is actually quite big, so they'll be happy with that. Now they focus up into the rifles, and this is where we get to see some of the calling around this 9Z side. The thing I have with 9Z, and maybe a disadvantage they would have against the likes of the Bad News Bears, is they don't really have an in-game leader that's experienced to any extent, right? They don't really have one player that really makes a lot of sense in the calling game. That was certainly something that I was worried about with the 9Z future, is how are they going to call? Like, how is this going to look? So we get a look at their T sides and how they're going to shape up.
You ever heard of the 5 headshot strategy?
That is a pretty good strategy, I heard. It's hard to pull off sometimes. We'll see if Swan can crack open this banana play. He goes to the peak on the other side of the half wall and has to drop back in behind it.
Yeah, Max has been melted on down here slightly, 68 points of health as they start this mid-util. Long smoke dropped. Can drop that incendiary under the porch and a flash and go. No, Molly actually, it's just going to be the flash, and top mid control has been garnered here. 5v5, dotting around the map now. DGT will have a 2-man hall set up to contend with here if he wants to push on out the balcony position, but banana control has now been granted. Here's just Pluto with a smoke in his back pocket to lock this one down, and really slow approach here from 9Z as they don't want to give anything over on this first gun round. They have invested here. They have smokes for an execute, 3, flash and a molly of their own. It's all going to come down to the timing here. They should disrespect this. They have to.
Yeah, well, Pluto swings into the fight. A little bit of damage goes back again, but Lucan has actually helped him out a little bit. He's got the pick, but yes, also has taken down his teammate. That does get space on towards the side. Rotation starting to come back, and David has stopped Shake Zola from getting involved.
Yeah, Shake on the rotation there. He's going to feel a bit hard done by that one, and it might spur on an early plant. DGT is going to get the bomb down in front of the Coffin's position, and you can see them starting to backpedal out of town. Momo would like an upgrade or 2 here, and that light damage that was done in the previous, ramifications are already being felt. The AWP of Swan, passive over towards the CT arch. Now, that smoke that came out from Pluto, they had a gap on the left-hand side. Now, they had to disrespect it anyway because the U2 was a bit light, but it's going to give you at least one avenue to peer on through as they pushed on in. The TK from Lucan onto Max is the only kill that went against 9Z in this round of play, and Momo, well, not going to get anything done. Lucan with one more on the way out the door. Lovely shot from him, and the score will now read 2-1. Now, I would love for you at home to get involved during this game. If you are watching, if you are tuning on in, maybe you're from North America and you're up nice and early. Maybe you want to be a part of this. Now, send us some tweets. Hashtag PGL RMR, tag Dinko and myself. Maybe we'll see it. Maybe we'll have a bit of a chit-chat. But I was talking about some of the destinations before of where players were from. You got David in the mix. He's the individual from Chile, I believe.
Yeah. This team has a bit more Uruguayan presence, I believe. Some Argentinians in there too. Did you have a bit not so long ago? A bit is a very experienced player from Brazil. Actually, I believe Bit was pro in 2 games, right? I think he was league pro as well, so pretty crazy he's been able to achieve those heights. But losing a player like that with all the experience, I think he provided a lot of structure to 9Z. Someone has to fill into those shoes. Hopefully they've learned enough. Swinging out, it is Momo into the fight versus Rox. He does get the headshot, but treaded out by Looking while blinded.
Yes, this banana control is not granted just yet. Pluto still aggressive with Swan here. Holding a bit more of a slither gap. Pluto anti-flash.
Well, Looking goes over the half wall. Set up. Now drops Swan. Vicious creatures, Swans. People don't know that. They can elude you. And now he goes into the fight. It is going to be the initial shot. Pluto finishes it off. David out. Pluto goes for the follow-up, but will get taken out in response. Now Swan setting up a corridor with this smoke that gives him a lot more cover. He can transition back to the pillar, but they're ready for that move. And Max preemptively takes him down. Swan out. And, well, bad news bears out of the round.
Quit looking at me, Swan.
Okay, I don't get the reference, Jed. I'm sorry. What's this from?
An Adam Sandler movie.
Which one?
Do you know who Adam Sandler is?
Yeah, of course. I know who Adam Sandler is.
Good question. Could be from Big Daddy, maybe?
I'm looking it up now. Okay.
I think it's from Big Daddy.
Billy Madison.
Okay,
I
there you go.
have seen that film.
You have?
I just don't remember
It's
the
a bit of an obscure reference.
Yeah. But I do remember, I've watched that film multiple times. But Adam Sandler lives like one of the coolest lives though. Like he just makes a movie in the role he wishes he was in and just lives multiple lives.
Yeah, well, look, he had a couple of crackers out the gates early, and then now he can do whatever he wants.
Now
He
he's
loves
so
it. He
rich,
loves
he
a movie with Drew Barrymore.
Yeah.
He's
and
done a
Jennifer
million
Aniston.
movies with Drew Barrymore. It's like everywhere. It's a comedy rom-com. Comedy rom-com, of course. That's what a rom-com is. But 2-2.
Yeah, he's got a lot out now with Jennifer Aniston as well. So
Yeah?
just living the life. Yeah. He's got
Why not?
He's got a few out now with her. So.
Why not? If you can make him, make him.
And now bad news bears. So I don't think you're gonna make much of this round. This could be a bit of a flop, like many of his films, and we'll see if 9Z can close it cleanly. DGT going into the apartments. David taking control. I mean, these are the rounds. If you're on the T side, you know you shouldn't have any problems taking control of the round, of course. But you always have that little itch at the back of your head, like you could possibly slip up here. These are important rounds just to establish some control early in the game.
Let's go with your should. Let's assume that your should will be correct. Well, we have an individual named Cooper.
All right.
You heard of him?
Yeah, I've heard of Cooper.
Yeah, he's tweeting on in. He wants us to please respond. So we have responded in kind. Do you think he gets referenced as Cooper more, or unfortunately gets called Freakazoid's brother? Maybe we could start calling Freakazoid Cooper's brother.
Yeah. I mean, he's probably more known nowadays than Seattle.
They're both doing a bit of streaming in recent times.
Yeah. Also got one here from Matthew. Say good morning from Cedar Palm, Texas. Morning.
Yeehaw! Well, the Cowboys over towards the B-bomb side are having a time of things here. 3v3. M4 in the kit on Mr. Spongy is why this still seems a little bit threatening. The bomb will be planted behind the fountain. Need to get down before the smoke start to fade. Max punching the digits. Momo trying to pester is coming through. Is Spongy found by Lucan. And that should now be the round. The nade.
Ooh, he's gone looking for another pick around the corner. Momo. The P250 could drop the AK, but okay, no problem dealing with that. And the shoot prevails. A couple of kills for Bad News Bears, but 9Z take the lead, and now we look to the buy for Bad News Bears. They have got some money available.
When is the good news coming? That's what I want to know.
It's, I mean, you're really destined to a self-fulfilling prophecy of misery.
But maybe
really.
they're the ones bringing the bad news.
The Bad News Bears.
Like, if they're the ones who are delivering the bad news, aka beating their opponent.
Okay.
You see, it's a bit of a stretch.
Now you're the one with the positive spins.
Yeah, I'm just trying to make sense of it all. Unless it would suck if they're always used to the bad news. Through the flames, Lucan trying to find a little safe passage. Has done. Sees the jump, but Pluto, he is going to grab the first kill of this one.
Swan. Now looking down towards the bottom of the T-stairs. He's You look for it. Oh, just the pixel. David's head no longer connected. And that's probably more likely what would happen 9 times out of 10 if David fought Goliath. Gets smashed down by the better weapon.
We have to check with Kassad about that one.
Yeah, check in. Dave. Yeah, we'll see. I'm sure he loves that one.
Contact play. Good crosshair placement from Max here to at least enable some fights. Rocks to cover CT, and the bomb scooped up now. Contact on towards this B bomb site. We'll give them a 2-on-3 fight advantage for 9Z.
This double setup should be good. Towards the back, sorry, we got Momo, Pluto alongside of him. It's going to be the Wombo combo, locking down the site. Pluto comes through with the vast majority of the work, and Momo spots out Max, will close it out. Good round there from Bad News Bears, keeping it clean, keeping everybody up. And 9Z, a little disappointing, but nonetheless, they're back to a bye again.
Yeah, losing 2 players there early, hard to respond, so they try their best, but that B defense was tidy. Was Pluto Mickey Mouse's dog?
Yeah, I think so.
Or was it Goofy's dog?
Maybe it was Goofy's dog.
I think it was Goofy's dog. Isn't it crazy though that Goofy was a dog though? And
I had a dog.
Yeah, that is
but
weird.
That's just like some sort of subspecies of dog. It's
yeah,
like,
but isn't that real strange, man?
It is strange.
It's real strange.
Pluto was a cool dog though. Pluto also had a relative, Pluto Jr.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, maybe a sequel.
Got a full-on family of dogs.
Oh, Swan again. He's happy to stay aggressive here. Picks one with the AWP. Beautiful stuff into the X on the radar on the top left. He was over towards Bridge, so Lucan sat down. Max has done the same to Pluto now, and in towards B they go.
Yeah, flash going out. Max looking to set themselves up, but the fire making things a little uncomfortable.
5 HP.
Almost gone into first oranges. And yeah, this position, that's going to be easy. Max toppled, but now, well, Momo's stuck having to get out of there, and
Well
somehow
played.
he's going to do it.
Beautiful stuff, maneuvering around those smokes, and now it's just strung out. David and DGT are opposite ends of the map here, and Swan, well, we asked to stop looking at you. He is just looking down mid. You can't get past him without a trick. David trying to draw something on the B bomb site, drops out of CT smoke, and DGT coming in through the chicken pit. They've exchanged shots. Both players now reside in Banana. Shake to back up Momo.
David will find Momo. Now David and DGT are certainly in with a winnable chance. Shake's all are looking. Oh yes, he's got this man through the smoke. He's taken him down, and now DGT thrust into the clutch. Oh, but he swings, and he's able to get it down to the 1v1. It's so close. 10 HP the difference, and Spongy keeps Bad News Bear afloat. He'll give them the lead, as the clutch will go their way.
That shot on Swan was huge, and Swan's doing the right thing. He knows exactly where that player was. The comms would have come on through that the spam must have come from first oranges. So he just glued him with the AWP and gets absolutely decimated. Beautiful stuff from Spongy there to make sure that the round doesn't fall apart. And they will be able to get the AWP back out for Swan. So really good stuff there as Bad News Bears have the round lead. But the buyback in from 9Z with the plant isn't looking too hot to trot. It's 3 AKs, 2 Deegs. A little bit light on the nade department here. They only have 2 smokes to... Oh, sorry, make that 3 smokes to work with a handful of flashes and a couple of Molotovs.
Oh, Spongy, this is aggressive. Up in towards the apartments, or a peek down into second middle. Claims the life of David early.
They have been aggressive, haven't they? Quite a jarring force. And if they do this, it's going to mean that 9Z won't be able to go for so many set pieces.
Yeah.
So if you can stay like this, you get one, you get away. It's great. It's just how long until 9Z just sit way back downtown. Bad News Bears, though, should be good for the 5th. Momo saw something on the jump. He's calling for a flash. Here it comes. Steps on now. Everybody strafes away. Isn't going to hold the line, but drops the smoke instead to corral them and keep them at bay. But there's a gap on the side of his smoke again here. See on the left-hand side, they might be able to find a slither gap towards the car. DGT has been able to find Swan, and oh no, on the other side of this, Shake Zula's made a sound cue here. They know that he was up close and personal.
They should know now with that
M4 gift
well,
right there.
Yeah, that's a nice little gift, but also realize an AWP on the other side of things. 45 seconds. Bomb was leaning towards Banana, but is now coming back over towards A, and this could work out.
One flash though, it's just on Luke, and all we need to do is flash and go. So if they flash long and it's no good and Shake Zula still gets some kills, that's a problem. If they go towards short side, they have to break Spongy and Shake Zula's pit crossfire.
The pit is such a strong position here to try and get onto the site with no utility. and still have to deal with this pit and site setup. It's going to be so difficult to crack open, but Shake-Zilla eventually taken down. Spongy having to fight on different angles, but he can cover himself off. He will manage another before going down to the hands of DGT.
Has to plant.
He has to plant now, and Rock stepping up, at least buying him some extra time. Plant confirmed. Now Pluto looking to really be the god of the underworld, but can't quite make it happen. DGT will close it out.
Okay, well, back and forth here. Both rounds consecutive fashion ending in 1-on-1. So 4-4, we're drawn level, but this is a breaking point right here. Especially if we do see a Bad News Bears buy. Spongy can purchase, Swan can do the same. The other three might just have to go for the force, and that could be a possibility here. Next round of play, we're only going to see the 1,400 loss bonus coming into their bank accounts. Sorry, 1,900 loss bonus coming into the bank accounts. It's going to be 1,400 for 9Z on the other side. So this is why a conversation is definitely good to have here. And this is actually a timeout called from the Bad News Bears to do exactly that. So wow, okay, that opener right there was a little bit cheeky from Lucan, and it didn't feel like it was going to fall apart. The way that they had their spacing to take out Spongy was quite poor. It allowed Spongy to get a kill that maybe he shouldn't have. But I think they will buy Pluto into some Kevlar. This is normally forced territory. I'd be very surprised to see them not force in this situation. They've dropped an M4 across to Swan. Shake-Zilla has the AWP. Okay, there you go. He has gotten into the hands of Swan. So an AWP, an M4, and 3 Digs. Go up against 2 MAC-10s, 2 AKs, and a Galil. And look, you might want to do something a little bit more team-based here. Don't get pipped and picked apart by this AWP. 4 in Banana early and execute and a go would be a great call. It's not really the scariest of smokes, and David can even kind of use it to his advantage a little bit here.
Might actually be a bit scary for Bad News Bears here.
Yeah, you're going to get executed on real quick. So they have top mid control. This should come in quick and fast. Pluto's not in a committed position either, over towards Coffins.
Yeah, should be able to just drop back. Maybe stick around, try and get a kill, and then drop back into a safer position once those smokes come up. Cross and back to the side, they're making sure that it is fully clear. They don't get caught by any pesky players at the back. Playing from Dark or Nubox, they will commit now to the plan itself. It seems like the save calls coming in here for Bad News Bears, no problem. Over on the other side of the map, 4 players staying up, and Pluto now bringing the premium rifle away.
Yeah, good stuff to save this. He needs to just be careful. I think he's trying to be threatening so they don't just immediately start the chase here, but this is going to give them a double dip. So well done as far as survivability goes, but an easy round for 9Z, all things considered. They're going to find themselves now up to 5, just edging back that lead. And with 2 MAC-10s in play, they're likely to do something quite fast again. And also, for 9Z, they didn't completely identify what was on the buy of the other side, so this AWP of Swan could still come in to be a bit of a nuisance in the next round. He didn't take a single shot with the big green in round number 9. Let's see if he can change that tune in round number 10 here, because you can see there top of your screen, Inferno is the current map picked by 9Z. That's why they're on the T-Star. Overpass is next for Bad News Bears. And then Nuke as the third and deciding map if we do require it. Now we do have 2 streams running simultaneously today on the main stream. It is Imperial taking on MIBR, and I think that might maybe even break some bloody viewership records if that one goes the distance. But here's that double dip, and they don't need to invest anything else behind the saved guns. They can buy again into the next. Banana control again, and honestly, rinse and repeat, why not? If you get banana control this quickly into the piece, give it a crack, give it a go. Here they come. Bit more contact heavy. Flash, pop, explode, and in.
Shake-Zilla actually gets away with a Deagle headshot through the smoke. Swan also getting one onto DGT, so 9Z being handed a huge blow right away. And Shake-Zilla is close to it. Nearly connects onto Looking with enough damage to bring him down.
Oh, they can give this retake a crack, but they have to make sure they don't overcommit the AWP. More damage done for Shake-Zilla. I'm about halfway gone here.
Yeah, it feels like if you're Bad News Bears in this position, you've taken 2 early kills. You definitely want to try and go for something here. And Shake-Zilla swings into the fight. Hasn't worked out at the time. It's just not enough of it now. It's really starting to take too far gone, but they're going to go to it. They're going to hold it. And unfortunately, yeah, they realize it has to be conceded. Yeah, it's taking a little bit too long there, but Bad News Bears doing a lot of damage in the round and saving 3 players up. Not too bad at all.
Well, Momo walks away with a Mac 10 out of that. I'm sure he would have loved to get an M4 into his hands, wouldn't he? So unable that he couldn't pick up a more of a tidy rifle alongside the squadron. But that was the double dip of the force buy from 2 rounds prior. Now it will be the full buy. Momo can even operate with the Mac 10, especially if they want to go for banana control. But Shakespeare found a lot of impact here, right? He was spamming on through, finding a lot of damage. A little bit unfortunate he didn't get more kills. And I think, honestly, if those last few frags came in maybe 2 seconds earlier, there might have even been time on that defuse, you know. Barreling down banana, Momo with that Mac. Oh, never mind. He got rid of the Mac 10. He's given it to Pluto. He said, you take it. I don't want it. But banana control has been taken here. Mid control is...
Look, a lot of smokes, though.
Yeah, you're right. If they just wait out, completely rescinding from banana are bad news bears. It's just Shake Zula towards the top. So if they want to return back to B and execute again, why not? Clearing out close. Molotov bounces will burn out the logs position. A flash over the top. They clear close right from rocks. Sector clear he calls.
Shigzilla feels a little uncomfortable here. Has to call for that rotation back, but it's quite a significant rotate. They're bringing 2 players back in to bolster this B defense.
Makes sense because Swan still has a bit of info top mid. He's posted up with the AWP from the short side. Spongy over towards the balcony position as well. Now, utility is an issue on both sides of the map here. About 40 seconds remaining. Another B execute won't force a crazy bad news bears rotation. It just won't because of Swan's position. They're just going to run into this AWP.
Now they go into the fight. Rocks are going to be to Shake Solo, Spongy, and Pluto, taking a couple down. The initial attack forward for 9Z has not reaped too much success, so now they're turning it back into the play at A, and Swan is holding from alongside of the AWP. Spongy actually gets removed from pit with a good nade setup to force him away from that in the smoke.
They should
does give Swan some
get
ground, but they have to get the plant to get that extra money. And now the wrap-up short coming in. David, fight for one. Max able to get another, but as you would expect, it is the cleanup for Bad News Bears, just having the greater numbers.
The hesitancy to plant initially actually cost them so much. It allowed this fast wrap to come in from the short side. If you planted immediately, they could have actually played out that post plant, or if they were able to plant safe, get into the site, maybe, just maybe, they could have had a better post-plant situation for 9Z, but that's okay. They can buy. Not the end of the world just yet. Really good find from Spongy there. I think it helps them understand that it isn't necessarily going to be that B finish. Back to KG. Takes down the Sponge Lord, and, well, here we go again. Back into the arm wrestle of these purchasers. Aggressive mid-orping again from Swan here. Didn't get a whole lot. But that's info in itself. 8 to logs. Oh,
yeah.
Didn't land.
Just a little bit of damage off his feet. Rocks that one will certainly find most of the damage. He's down to 25, but if that first nade landed, he would have been out of the round.
Exactly. Would have been a kill right there. So Rock's fortunate. Needs to count his lucky stars. Pluto flashed forward. It's a deep one, and that looked like a pre-fire there from Pluto. Great. Rocks is taken out. And a 4-on-5 now. Bad News Bears. Can they get this one back to a 6-6 scoreline?
Yeah, for 9Z, gonna go back and get that bomb. Got a few pieces of utility still available here. Potential A play on the cards, but even then, look how many players are available towards A for the defensive side of Bad News Bears.
Swan only has 6 kills, but the amount of aggressive angles that he's held mid to late round with the AWP has actually given so much info for Bad News Bears. It's been great. Here again, early warning system, gets to drop back, gets to tuck in.
Oh, a missed shot this time, but once he goes back into the site, they now just are pulled into the rifles instead. So even then, for 9Z at 30 seconds, a lot of work to be done, a lot of upheaval, and Shigzilla and Spongy going to be finding themselves a couple of kills between each other. And again, this site and pits combo, it's so hard to break apart this setup, and you don't have much time at all. You just have to go. You just have to hope for an absolute miracle. Now you have to start thinking about the plants, and well, the bomb is now loose. DGT will be caught by that quick short flank, and 9Z kind of find themselves in a difficult spot, letting Bad News Bears just run all over the top of it.
Yeah, they've only had real success with those B executes. Over towards A, their scaling's a little bit off. Someone needs to sacrifice their life to open up the crosshairs. But that defensive smoke drop just held them at bay. They thought it was better to go up and over. And, well, over it, R9Z, they're going to have to take a save scenario here. We have another auto-muted player in the server. David.
Damn. We've had a lot of those, actually.
So many.
How did we get that?
I getting reported time and time again, I suppose. Well, this aggression, it's going to keep on coming. Spongy and Shake out the window.
Wow.
Raining down bullets of terror. Swan there with a couple of flash assists. And see you later. 7 now. The bad news Bears can start setting their sights on a potential 9-round haul.
7-6, no problem for the Bad News Bears. This is really a comfortable affair now for them. The scoreline, you look at the board, it seems close, but Bad News Bears have been on a tear. I think we just one away now from setting themselves on fire on that top scoreboard. And you can just see they are really feeling it at the moment. These confident plays have been working out. The aggressive stance has been working out. They've broken down the economy. 9-0 into a situation with Galil's on 2 players. Limited utility. David going up in towards second middle, now rejoins his teammates via the underpass. And that skirmish for Banana going back and forth. And it will be the T's who get most of the control there.
Yeah, but they just have issues again. They're so light on to operate, and
yeah,
holding onto a big bag of utility is Bad News Bears. They can flash forward, here it comes.
Oh, waiting for it. Thing is, there is a player on top of that half wall. Is he playing? Well, he's not playing anti-flash
We saw
anymore.
this setup before. Without the flash last time, but it's the same setup.
It looks like they want to attack this B site with everything because they've gone back now to get the bomb. If this push comes in, this could be a nightmare for 9Z. This could ruin everything.
The entry flash goes too deep, and Pluto's also anti-flash, so Swan should get 1, and then Pluto swings.
Yeah, this should be good for at least 2.
Barrel's going to be spotted soon.
Well, Swan's actually going to go into the fight, takes 1, and now goes back swinging. It is Rox, gets 1, but oh, Pluto at the ready. Doubles up, Rox and David down in one foul swoop, and Pluto holds for standby, closes with the USP. And just DGT wondering what the hell just happened to the rest of his team.
It's such a risky setup, right? Very susceptible to like nades and Molotovs, but there, the fact that Swan goes aggressive again, I can't keep singing the praises of just how forward he plays, and normally that's not a great sign for an AWP who wants to keep on picking, but he just holds the line, right? He just holds the line, eventually steps on out. 24 seconds now.
It's a good round to do it as well. It is susceptible to nades, yes, but this is a round where they're light on utility.
Exactly. And they've only really gone B, so it's a good educated guess or call from Sheikh Zula here. You know that the 9Z side have really only had success to 1 letter of the alphabet here. Pistol round went to that of Bad News Bears, and actually they've given a couple of guns over here. Some aggression eventually taken down after time. DGT with 650. That's a big one there, and that fist bump, I think you could see a bit of tenacity in it. They know what that means. 9-6 looms, as 9Z will have to buy on in with what they have left. I think something just fast for 9Z. Just do something a bit scrimmy. Get in their face, try and rush them down. I know that sounds a little bit crazy, but this AWP being so forward, all it's going to take is 1 missed shot of Swan, and you can overrun it. They're going to call their first tactical timeout here. 2 players on double digits on the 9Z side, 11 for Max and 10 for DGT. On the other side of things, 14 for Spongy, 16 for Pluto. Out of this world so far.
If you want to buy your tickets for the PGL Major Antwerp 2022, you can buy your tickets now using the QR code at the bottom of the screen. Just scan it with your camera on your phone or iPad or anything you've got. Any other devices are available. Do that. Get your tickets before they all sell out. Bad News Bears would love to be there in Antwerp. So would 9Z. Well, one of them won't be going any further today. And Swan, I love that. The boost on his teammate's head to get a better vantage point down towards the T-Stars, and the head disconnected of Lucan.
Yeah, it's good stuff. They have a couple of little moves that they've used for him so far. They're out, they're quick, it's going to be fast.
Very fast. Swan putting a stop to most of it. Again, Sheikh Zula playing for the site itself. The rifle's good enough, but David is double up in DGT out of nowhere. Collects the headshot onto the site player, Sheikh Zula. So Pluto and Momo, the duo that play B, having to come back in for the A retake this time.
Oh, Incendiary burnt already. There's a smoke in play as well, and that is beautiful stuff there from Momo.
All right, burns away the feed of DGT. Now David takes up position at Graveyard.
That's good retake utility here.
It's fantastic, and it's buying time as well, and it's wrapping them around short. They're focused, fixated, in fact, upon the long play. David's in a good spot here, though. But Rox, not so much. David, if he gets the right peak time in here, because of the amount of time he gets the information.
Oh,
What?
Pluto!
His head gone. Pluto now, well, he's down. It's on Momo to try and close out against Rocks, and he's hit the
Gotta
headshot.
find the bomb. He's gotta find the bomb.
He's gotta find it. He's gotta get to it. It's their time. He's gonna hold it.
Looks good.
Yeah, looks good. Momo celebrates in anticipation, and 9 rounds secure for Bad News Bears.
Yeah, moment of stress there as he couldn't find the bomb immediately, but does get on it, does get the defuse on through, and a good lead going into the half-time here. Bad News Bears, with the pistol conversion, should be set up to pick 9Z's map, and Overpass next. I'm curious to see how that one unfolds. Want to see more of Swan on this AWP. Now, if you want to go and check out that main stream again, just remove the CSGO from the end of the URL here. That was the opening. Just going to check on in on that one. Yeah, Imperial are leading the charge. Imperial have been the ones to pick into Inferno. Vertigo from MIBR. We saw plenty of rounds of that last night. And then Nuke as the third and final map over there as well. That will be one of the first progression games. That'll be the first team locked in for the major. Whoever's going to win that matchup between Imperial and MIBR. And also gives them position in the first decider match. So that will be for the Legends spot. But here we go, we're into the action. Momo across. As they are starting to work their way up through the apartment's position, Bad News Bears.
Yeah, just taking their time. And Momo is going to hold up towards the apartments. Just waiting for the extension around this corner.
Oh, we're getting baited in by the cams again here, Dinko. Don't let it fool you.
Spongy about to peek. Trying to peek behind ball. And Spongy will bet David in. The fight goes out again. Pluto able to follow up. 2 already locked in, and now the hop out as they come through. Apologies for the HUD, but it has now been updated, and now we're back into play. It's good now for Bad News Bears. David looking, obviously falling early, gives Bad News Bears a 5v3 into this post plan.
And this is going to be difficult to break on through. The flash is there, the kit too, but how are you going to get onto this one? Max, Rocks, DGT, 3 letters, 3 players. And there's the first.
Yeah, well, a couple more than 3 kills needed here as Max is starting to do his part. He's found 2 headshots. Shakezilla on the flank around the back.
Defusing.
And they, straight to the defuse. They're just going to hold it. There's a kit in the back of Rox, and Max was going to cover him off, but Rox will hit the deck. Sponge able to confirm that kill, and Bad News Bears reach double figures here on Inferno.
Yeah, it got chaotic for a moment there, didn't it? Had to peel him off that bomb before that stick came on through. So a good attempt from 9Z when they were down a 2-man advantage on towards that site. But this is where they have to ask themselves, do we force or do we save? If they buy all in here and lose this one, the game will quickly follow. If they go for the save, they can get the M4s out into the next. Tactical timeout called, and well, guess what? It's the buy. An M4 drop, so that's through Max having a bit of extra cash to splash here. We'll get a Deagle back for his large purchase, but Lucan, the man with head armor and an M4. Now, so far, it doesn't even look like we have an AK purchased up for the Bad News Bears. Spongy could do it. Shakes all of the same. They're talking through their buy quite intensely over there on the Bad News Bears side of things as well. 10 seconds. Purchases are finally coming on through. Galil's 3. Mac 10. What are you going to go with, Swan? Are you just keeping the Glock? No. Okay. He's getting into a Galil as well. We saw him just keep the USP within the first half when they knew they were up against the eco of 9Z. But Lucan needs to find impact with this. He can't go down without a fight. 2 kills almost feels mandatory. At least 1 to spill over a Galil onto the floor. Banana control very easily here. One of the reasons you might not want to execute immediately is if you think it's a trap. But you want to bait out these smokes from the B defenders as quickly as you can. It's when they feel that they're under pressure, when they feel they're under threat, and so far Max and Rox have not had to release their smokes, and any pressure might just force the first. You can see they're holding the line on the jiggle from the Coffin's position. So this is it. Bad News Bears have postured across the map. They need to start trying to get this U2 out soon. We're almost at the minute mark. Problems can come with this late. Especially if you get ping-ponged around the map on the T side with the last 20 seconds or so. It would only take a multi-kill, and that's all over Red Rover. Long smoke drop, DGT off the line. Lucan needs to position towards site right now to get some contributions with this M4. Secondary smoke. This time from the CTs will block off the apartment corridor. Big gap in that one.
DGT looks to be the first point of contact. Because of how slow they can be in this one, they should be checking the cubby. Looking flashed off now. DGT actually manages one, and Looking removes him. So another team kill being found in the mix. Looking able to double up and make up for that, though. No problem.
What is Momo doing? We'll get back to that.
Should be a play. Don't throw the smoke and be into the individual fight. There's 13 seconds left. Bombs down on the A side. It would have been nice to have his teammate alongside him here, Spongy. 5 seconds left. 1 for Spongy. Another one. Absolutely could have been winnable in this position. But unfortunately, it will have to be the Galil into the next round is the only way out for Bad News Bears.
Now, I might need to employ a North American expert to help me with that. So, Cooper, if you're still paying attention, mate, if you're still watching, I would love for you to tweet at what the hell just happened. Why Momo decided to stay committed top banana there, looking for lurk kills while the rest of his team were getting decimated on A. I would love to hear it from a North American. Maybe you guys have some logic.
Maybe that was
there.
one of the calls Launders made back in the day, and he's just running it again.
Yeah, well, that's a chance now for 9Z.
Intriguing.
Different type of Counter-Strike here at the Americas RMR.
It is a scrappy buy here for both teams, Chad. It's definitely open to either side at the moment. Especially with this banana control being taken here for 9Z.
What's the odds of this game going overtime, you think? I'm going to put about 75% odds currently on this game, this first map going OT.
I'll go 60. I'll go 60%.
All right, you're a bit more conservative.
Definitely. Yeah, is that a newspaper bad news? I mean, it makes sense.
Yeah,
When's the last time you read a newspaper, Chad?
When I'm at the airport and I'm in the lounges, I'll grab a newspaper.
Okay, okay. I just don't like touching newspapers because they're dirty.
I get what you're saying. The ink, the print on your hands.
Yeah, plus everybody, if there's a public newspaper, you know, never know really what people have been doing, so...
What do you think they're doing with a newspaper, Tinko?
Well, just touching it, really. And what I'm saying is what they do other than touching the newspaper.
Well, our hands touch a bit of everything, so
yeah,
I'm okay with the mess.
Yeah, the ink is the problem.
Well, the one smoke could be over towards Moto. The other one could be maybe a long side smoke here, and they could go. Spongy and Momo to line those up. They have a flash. It will have to accelerate very quickly here. They're dropping these across.
Well, Looking this time takes up Cubby. He actually used the distraction of his teammate last round. He used an impact from long side. It is just one this time for Looking. Gets traded out by Pluto, and this time there is no one single push-up B, so the CTs are charging their way down Banana, but in the meantime, it's DGT holding on strong to the site. 8 seconds, bomb loose, needs to get into the site. Just enough time to lock that in. And a shot here for Bad News Bears. The nade goes towards the back of the site, but they're both committed inside of the site itself. All the remaining forces coming in from short. Spongy tries his best, and now down to the 1 versus 2. Spongy trying to make it happen, but Max will take him out. And Bad News Bears unable to hold on to the site. 9Z back into the game again, as they will find their 8th round.
Yeah, good attempt. They had the Arch and the library smoke come on through. They even get the entry over there. DGT lucky to get 2 kills from up on the balcony position. Actually, very strange that he continued to play that position after the long side was given up. So, well done from him, sticking to his guns, able to scoop up the necessary. And now 9Z are just 2-round striking distance from tying up this game and should quickly become 1. Bad News Bears should be taking a save here. Guns are being tossed across, and there you go, right-hand side of the screen, you can see right now Imperial are up 8-2 on their map choice versus MIBR.
Very low buy here for Bad News Bears. Should be shredded as DGT looks to charge down mid. Momo out of the fray. Swan swings, but DGT, even while perpetually blinded, is still able to take everybody down. And it's looking to be flawless here. No problem. Spongy tries to prevent the clean sheet, but can't do so. It's a round for 9Z. It's a lot of money recovered. And now we look to this round for Bad News Bears. It was looking good. You know, the way they closed that first half was a big string of rounds, but 9Z is starting to come into their own on this defensive side, and this is an important, well, swing round, I would say, to show us what the pace will be for the rest of this. Look at the buy for Bad News Bears, throwing off 3 Galils.
Yeah, so they do have the AWP out for Swan. I want to see him go toe-to-toe with Lucan on the other side here. This is the chance to tie it up. Ooh, almost onto the run boost there. Lucan fast. Does he get the gift of the one-way? He does. There's a furious smoke drop that's going to extinguish the Molotov. They're hoping that the run-through from Bad News Bears follows. 3 smokes lay in Banana right now as both sides try and take a bit of control, extinguish these Molotovs and make sure that they have some room to work. Pluto upper half-wall flash would be beautiful right now. He could accelerate as this smoke starts to fade. 3 in Banana, Sheikh Zula bringing up the rear, Spongy dealing with the second mid play, and a BXQ would be into 3. Seen this setup before.
Oh, we have, and we have seen it work to great avail, and this time it's going to be the exact same. Max comes through, Swan shot is ridiculous onto his look in the wallbind. At least gets one, but the amount of impact that we've already seen from that aggressive maneuver given 9Z a perfect advantage in this round.
It's going to be hard to break back into this here, isn't it? Not going to be an easy 2-on-4 by any means. But just save, maybe. It's a bit early to be thinking about that, so even if they wanted to hold on to these guns, they still have to worry about the CTs trying to push them, and last round was hyper-aggressive, so you know that they're not afraid to get stuck on in, but a great little flash forward play there. Max is up to 21 kills. Quite the showing from Maxi Boy here. 16 for DGT. Spongy, 20 kills on the other side of the server. And there we go. There is the save call. 10-10. Not Ben 10.
No.
Or Ben 10.
Or Ben Leet.
Or Leet Ski.
For 9Z though, what I really want to see, Chad, is Lucan actually get into this at some point. Because for the rest of the series, you definitely want to have your AWPer involved.
True. For Overpass next, it is important for him to be hitting some shots.
Yeah, so I want to see Lucan show up because, you know, I've seen what he can do, and I know what he's capable of delivering, but I don't think he's been able to do that yet for 9Z. And if he just get a little bit of experience under his belt, again, you have to remember this is a very fresh team with some of these players coming to LAN. It's not going to be easy, just even settling in to a new setup. So definitely want to see Lucan show up, but this was that Max start to the round with the aggressive maneuver with the flash. Lucky to get the lineup, both Pluto and Momo lined up nice and easy for him. A little random shot through the half wall there. You can see the frustration on the face of Lucan.
Well, he's got his off back in it. At least he gets to go toe-to-toe again. Deep smoke, sorry, flash from Swan up mid to enable a peek here. Smoke is what he has remaining, and he could even start an aggressive crawl. He's on his own. He's just been denied that access point now, so held at bay here. Deep smoke down Banana, smoke in mid quite early. So one of the things you want to do here on the T side is, as part of your default, call out the util. Make sure that information is relayed to your boy Sheikh Zula so that he can start piecing together a bit of a strategy. You know that 2 smokes are being used. You want to pull out 3 more. That's going to at least be able to mean you avoid the gray screen when attacking a site. But look at this, another little wombo combo setup. Lucan can't miss here, or David might cop a bullet to the side of the dome.
It's a difficult setup to deal with. Missed shot, but nonetheless, you have got the fallbacks. You haven't committed to that fight. If he did, likely would have fallen down to David. So Spongy actually lucky he doesn't overcommit to that angle.
I think more importantly, it drew a rotation, which, as Badgie's Bears were coming up Banana, I thought that was a good thing.
Oh yeah, but they're now coming back to A.
Well, Max is going back to B.
And now they're going back to B.
The pendulum swings.
Or are they going back to B, Chad? The bomb's committing towards A, it looks like.
If they keep us confused, how can they know what's going on? As Pluto pushing long, has the P250, is going to be dead in 3. Oh, he's rerouted here. It's all on rocks on B.
Yeah.
Let's get your rocks off.
Yeah, here he goes. He's going to look the rocks their world. Holding on, smoke fades away. Rocks only good for 1. DGT also removes Pluto. A couple of kills have come in back and forth, but nonetheless, it is better here for 9Z in terms of the player count. But Bad News Bears into the site with just enough time. Will happily put that bomb down. Ooh, Momo.
They can win this. Swan's in a power position here.
They're doubled up, so they're changing the elevation. They're doubling up at the coffins, and now they come around. 2 plays in this position. It's so hard to clear this one out. They have to somehow get through him with an AWP on the other side of things. It's not the weapon you can really double swing with effectively, and now they're getting absolutely mowed down by Momo. He turns, he'll find it, and Momo closes out for Bad News Bears.
That was a really well done post-plant situation, right? As soon as Swan gets towards the triple box, that's really good news because he gets to swing around that position. They dealt with him, sure, but the double stack over towards coffins was fantastic. And looks like we do have a bit of a pause that's being called. Rox only gets 1 on the way in, but a great little triple piece there from Momo. Now, I'm not talking about Moses. I'm talking about the man on your screen right there. Well, this might be a technical.
It looks like a tech issue.
Yeah, because we don't have the tactical timeline counter, tactical timeout counter on your screen here. But so far for 9Z, they only have 2 players in the double digis. It's 8 apiece for David, Lucan, and Rox, so they need to get activated a little bit more here. This is the CT side. You have to be getting some multi-kills, especially if the kills are coming your way.
That's twice Lucan has been invested in True to get that AWP and hasn't got a kill from it, so...
Maybe you should buy a rifle.
Yeah, get the rifle out, get a little touch of that for a bit. But we'll see how 9Z approach this once you come out of the tech pause. It seems to be fixed already, so we'll be getting back into that very shortly. But
what did I say, 75% for OT?
Yeah.
You went 60. Are you going to adjust? You're going to stick to 60?
No, I'll just stay with 60.
All right, fair enough. Not flip-flopping around, understandable.
I mean, there's still the majority of the percentage going towards overtime.
It's true. Well, has it gone down as opposed to up? Or has it gone nowhere? Let me know when it changes. Let me know when your percentage changes, all right?
Yeah, I don't think it will be changing, Chad, because I don't really know how to calculate it.
Yeah, well, it's just a feeling.
All right, 62.5% right now.
Yeah, see, now you're playing the game.
It's up a bit. You know what is also up a bit is Pluto. He's up Banana quite significantly. Utility's coming down. Max's barrel spot into Pluto. Gets away the shot, and Max gets a double in Banana. He's just finding multi-kill after multi-kill here. Maybe they don't really need to break double figures if Max can kill everybody.
Yeah, that's great work, right? The flash forward again. 2 huge kills still in this one out. 3-on-5 situation for Bad News Bears to try and piece this puzzle back together, and Swan doesn't have his AWP. Now, in the previous, they were able to break into the site and set up a powerful post plant. They can try the same again. For whatever reason, with the number advantage, 9Z have decided to play a 4-1 split. Rox is coming back now, maybe realizing his mistake. Also, could have gone and donated some utility long side to Luke in here, but they need it on B. They really need that util on B.
Shakes all up. Starting to clear out coffins. Flash is going to set up. Maxi goes in again. Max is doing absolutely everything. 3 kills in this round, and he goes back for more. Flashed was so close to picking it up, but Rox will swing in for the other, and he will get to double figures now.
Great stuff from Max here. What a showing. 24 kills. He's the coach behind the crew. That's Zach. Maybe you've seen him in the past. Brazilian coach. Has been around the traps. Look at that mouse pad. Look how old that mouse pad is.
That's got rust on it. That.
You should be changing your mouse pad every 3 months, guys. And I don't work for a mouse pad
Change
retailer.
it more than your toothbrush, guys. Come on. We play Counter-Strike more than we brush our teeth.
Well, it's bad news for the Bad News Bears as they're into a timeout. The second called right here, right now.
Probably superstitious, Chad, I would say, maybe some players. You know, this is the mouse mat. I turned pro once, so I'm going to keep it forever.
Yeah.
You ever have any superstitions as a player?
No. The only thing I did was when I had my good performance at ESO1 Cologne. Yeah, that's the one. I didn't have coffee at that event, so then I didn't have coffee for an entire year after.
That's good.
Turns out that didn't actually
just feel
mean
tired.
I was good or bad. I don't know. I guess I recovered. I'm not quite sure, but now I drink coffee every single day again. So we're back on the caffeine hype train.
We'll see if Bad News Bears can get a little bit of an injection of energy in this round. They don't have a lot to play with. So 9Z should definitely be taking the lead here. And this is a good confidence building round if Lukin can get some impact. He was peeking around middle, decides not to stick around there. Didn't have an opportunity to be overwhelmed by pistols, instead drops back. And yeah, this is I think it's the 3rd time now Lukin's had this AWP out. We have to see some impact now.
Well, we don't have to.
Well, not in this round
but you would like
but
to.
you'd like to see
Yeah,
some.
look, we'd all like to. There's lots of things I'd like to do, Dinko. Can't really name them right now, but I'm sure there is.
What's one thing you want to do in your life, Chad, that you haven't already?
I think I've accomplished everything. I'm ready to go.
Well, hopefully you'll stick around for a lot longer.
Sure I want to go to space. How's that sound? That's ambitious.
That is pretty ambitious. Maybe you can get on that, I think Virgin Media are running one. Like you can go up on a tourist trip. We'll get you in contact with SpaceX.
Wonderful. Me and Elon, I'm sure we'd get along like a house on fire. Momo. He's got the smoke, and they need the go-go.
Oh, good kill from Lukin. Gonna peek out, second for him now, and this is maybe the confidence builder you like to see. Lukin picking up 3, no problem.
You got what you wanted.
I did, finally.
You happy with it now?
Yeah, you wish it into existence. You don't ask, you don't get.
Well, what do you want in this round?
A nice, perfectly played T-side execute.
Wow.
And a great attempt at a retake into either a round win or just a great attempt.
Okay, so you want it all. You want the color to get excited by how perfect the execute is, and then you want so the play-by-play can hype up a sick retake. I see what you've done here.
Yes, I want the perfect round of Counter-Strike. I don't want the 2 quick kills be a player save or vice versa.
Well, I think Bad News Bears are going to take their time in Banana if they go in the future, because they've lost to the flash push of Max a couple of times here. Lucan trying to manufacture a gap, and well, maybe that confidence you were talking about is starting to be bolstered here. He's staying hyper aggressive, looking in towards the boiler room position. There's multiple players over towards second mid and starting to make their way up. Will be Shakes. All of this slither gap is on a timer.
I love this angle. He's going to hold it for a moment longer, but once the smoke starts to fade away in mid, it's too risky to hold that. So Shakes, luckily, is able to move down to boiler without really having to deal with the ult, but it's coming back. And the AK is holding the shadow. Gives Shakes the advantage as Lucan goes down.
Bit of risk there from Lucan. Just wanted to retain the mid control with DG2, who's tucked in towards Trash. The rotation is over and Pluto is coming their way. Flash forward, find take and steps on. Out DGT with one, and Max is going to grab the second. This long push has been stopped in its tracks.
Well, the peek out, David. Remove Shakes. Now we're down to Spongy and Momo to try and make this one happen. 9Z pushing towards 13. And Spongy holds the edge of the smoke. As it begins to fade away, he'll drop into pit, giving himself more cover to play with. And did actually spot one out towards long. His teammates joining him on short here, Momo. David, good isolation of the fight to pit. Headshot connects right between the eyes. Now a swing out from Momo. Remove David, goes in for the follow-up, and DGT just bests him in the duel. So 13 rounds now for 9Z. Money not there really for Bad News Bears, so we're likely looking at either a half buy or a ridiculous force, and we'll see what 9Z can push to 14.
Yeah, Bad News Bears are going to be kicking themselves after they got the pistol and not the conversion. It could have really put them just a few rounds away here, and then it wouldn't have been like Shakesula has to call them out of a hole. But now they're deep. It's dark. They're looking up, and the sunlight is being removed round after round. Good round from David here. Another timeout has been called. The coach over there for Bad News Bears, Mr. Mad Cow, gets a chance to tune in on the microphone. 30 seconds of chit-chat between him and the crew, and the finance department, it's a bit hodgepodge. Max lost into the next, so a half buy necessary. And this is where I'd love to see something just a little bit pacey. One of those set pieces as well could come out to play. See if he can stifle and overrun Lucan with that AWP. Two-man B start, 3 over towards the A defense here. Lucan is going to drop I think he missed his nade there.
Just slow from Bad News Bears. Wanted to wet out this utility, but Max is actually elevated on the half wall. Gets forced off by the flash. Second flash connects too. He spent a lot of the time flashed here, Max.
Nice nade. Yeah, it doesn't seem to stop him from getting the frags, though, does it? Well, Max is actually knocked away, and Lucan to step on in. He's going to get pushed here. They know the AWP's on B. Defensive flashes coming on in to save the day, but here they come.
9Z have done good at just, actually nearly getting caught in transition towards the back of the site, but Max has fallen all the way back into CT, and finally the smoke comes up, but it was a little late, so it allows Max to help his teammates out. Shigzilla and Swan make it a bit dangerous inside of the site itself, but cleaned up in the end by Max, who's just having a brilliant match. He's nearly at 30 kills.
He's having a great game, and he's very focused. I just watched him there as he went and got those 2 kills, didn't stop to celebrate, immediately wanted to grab that AWP for Lucan. So understanding exactly the task at hand here. Just 2 more rounds now, remember. Well, you don't need to remember. Top of your screen, Overpass next, picked by the Bad News Bears, and 9Z are looking pretty good here on this CT side of things. Towards B, they trundle again. A couple of HEs available to lob on down. More players through second mid. This time for the Bad News Bears. They're going to go 2 towards T-Stairs, and Luke, and finally using the smoke, he's been dropping for himself to look for an early pick. Just going to walk into this Pluto, swinging around the corner. Dry shot taken. Great stuff there from Luke, and David with some more punishment in there.
He's going to go out. Shakesula.
He may as well hang around.
Yeah, just stay here.
Well, you've got Lucan watching holes, so you got nothing to worry about here at all.
Yeah, Lucan now also has the long cover of his teammate with the rifle, so Lucan's been given a lot of space there to play with. And
David, I feel sorry for you, buddy.
It's twice now.
Well, 3v5, back to B, and there's 3 players on this site, really starting to feel the flow of the game now. They've actually rotated the extra man over. 3 rifles on the B-bomb site. Entry flash from Shake, and away they go.
Yeah, Momo charging right into rocks, and Max will help it out. Max is doing so much on the hold. Bad news bears, it's an impenetrable force in that B site now.
Well, Shake, he's probably going to want to retain the AWP, but he's going to get no loss bonus into the next. 40 seconds.
We'll even get this open in the next. That is, you know, if pretty unlikely at this point.
Yeah, you're right. It's not going to be easy to hold on to. Look how far down David has pushed.
Look how much money they have as well. They can just throw everything at him.
David is all the way right now clearing out T-House, so the scope may have even been noted at this point in Shake Zula. He cannot make a footfall ready for it. Nice shot onto David, so prepared enough to at least take that kill, but into Lucan's AWP, 15 now on the board, goes down before the end of time, so the purchase will be there for Mr. Shake. But they're looking a little bit baked right now. This one might need to be taken out of the oven momentarily. This was the Bad News Bears Pickaroony. A bit more dynamic here on the CT side, R9Z. Looking like they got their act together as the unit, and Lucan has started to come aligned, so you might get what you want as we move into Overpass. But are we done just yet?
It feels like that B side's been impenetrable for the last few rounds. So, Bad News Bears, the options are limited. They have to try and deal with Max, who is desperately searching for that 30th kill. Wow. And he's just going to hop up on the half wall. Good flashes here from Bad News Bears. They have been pretty good with those, forcing Max back from his initial position, but he just changes it up. And this time comes away with a pick on Momo. That's 30 kills now locked in for Max.
I love the confidence. He's been so dynamic. He's just dropped the flash, said, send me in again, boss man. I want to do it one more time.
He's got the smoke ready, flashed, held back, throws one smoke down to try and delay, but his teammate, he's actually going to go through. Max just swings with it, still lined up. Max is going to couple more, and he goes back, finally runs out of ammo, but the damage is already done. And it looks like it's bad news for the Bears unless Swan can pull out the 1v3. Locks in the digits, looking to put forward, missed shot. But Swan has to deal with the banana play, and DGT will close. 16-11 victory. 9Z will find map 1 of this best of 3.
Beautiful stuff. Love what we got to see out of Max right there, and you can see the intention the entire time. Flashes for the teammates, constantly enabling. If you want some teammates like that, you better go searching, because you want to be alley-ooped like that in a game of Counter-Strike. Max, $1 million, we might have to call it, $1 million worth of flashes behind those fights. And great stuff here for 9Z to keep themselves alive. Just one more map necessary. It's going to be grim now as we do move into Bad News Bears' map choice of the Overpass. But a fun game, a fun game. It had a couple of moments there that were interesting to see, but I like what we got said about Pluto and Momo locking down that B-bomb site together. I like Swan being forward with the AWP. So both teams showing a bit of their face here today.
Yeah, well, if you're a North American fan, at least it's not done yet, right? It's the best of 3. You've got Bad News Bears map pick coming up next. There was an opportunity to bounce back into this one, but it will be in the back of their head now. They haven't been able to pick up a map yet, and you're in a situation where it feels like now it's do or die. You're out. You have all the pressure on you. This is really rough.
I'm curious to see how it goes. Like, if the teams have to go home as soon as they're eliminated, or if they get to hang around for the next couple of days. Well, the reason I say that is because for a team, and I know that I'm already posting the bad news, but let's live in a hypothetical world right now where they do lose 2-0, or even if they lose 2-1, it doesn't really matter. If they get to stay in Europe and these players can play on the European soil a little bit, maybe even if you pick up only a couple of little bits and bobs to take home with you, that's great. It's great for all of these names here. So I would assume they'd like to get to stay for the entire time here, but who knows? You never know how things are going to unfold. But yeah, an entertaining game of Counter-Strike. We got the double digits. We didn't get overtime. You and I were both wrong. You're 62.5%, I believe it was, and my 75. We'll have to readjust for Overpass here. But getting a couple of highlights. I think Max would have been very happy to finish things off with an ace there, but great showing from him. 116 ADR for old Maxi boy. Beautiful game.
Yeah, I don't think he had a 0.8 HLTV rating, but nonetheless, massive performance from him, just breaking the 30 kill mark. I think Blair's been sort of tracking all the 30 bombs you've had here at the RMR. Yeah, it's been a ridiculous amount of 30 bombs happened over the last 2 days.
Yeah, there's been a lot of individual performances in the best of ones as opposed to the team-based ones. Like, there'll be one player that just like cracks on, gets a bag, and then it's like, okay, well, if he's going to pop off every single time, it's going to make the team quite hard. But they have been few and far between, at least consistency in that. Like, we had Bolts yesterday for Imperial go off, and then it was Fur in the first game where he popped off. And well, speaking of Imperial, they're playing right now. So while we're getting ready and raring, you guys should be checking out Imperial versus MIBR on that main stream. Should be a lot of viewers really enjoying what Fallen and Co have to bring to the table.
Yeah, Imperial, I think, moving forward, looking like a very exciting team. We'll see if they can bag the major. MIBR look to try and stop them over on that mainstream. We're on the secondary stream today, and we'll continue our action here with Bad News Bears looking to battle back on Overpass. That's coming up after the break. You don't want to miss it.
battle is on. Burst RMR views with a double bonus. Get insurance for single and combo bets, both up to 20 euros. Fire up with GGBet. GGBet, this is real.
Welcome back to the PGL Americas RMR. We're heading into our second map, the best of 3 between Bad News Bears and 9Z. We have just watched Bad News Bears lose their first map. It was 9Z's pick, so now we're heading on to Overpass, a chance for recovery for the Bears.
Yeah, so an opportunity for them to get back into things here. They will be on the T side. I'm interested to see what Shakes Luke can bring to the table here. Like what we saw from Swan on the AWP, I think also Luke is starting to warm into things. So as far as that head-to-head goes, that was great. But can Max find similar impact, right? Not going to be as easy. He doesn't have Banana to be his little CT side roost on a map like this. But if you're a North American Counter-Strike fan right now, you're a fan of the Bad News Bears. They need your energy. They need you. So you need to start channeling it. Put your hands up to the sky in your bedroom right now. I don't know what time it is. It's probably like, I don't know, 4 a.m. or something in California.
Something like that. And you also can spam whatever, something for the Bad News Bears in chat.
Do they have a chant?
I don't know if they do.
Spam this
pair to the Bad News Bear.
Yeah, okay, there you go. It's pretty basic. What are they doing with the pear? They eating the pears? Do bears like pears?
I don't know. I think bears like all kinds of things. Salmon, honey, like at least Winnie the Pooh likes honey, right?
And they're cannibals.
Yeah. So
yeah, we're getting to the grim side of the bears.
They could eat other bears. Spam this bear to help Bad News Bears. That works.
Yeah, bears do eat cubs of other bears.
There was a few team
Even
kills.
their own cubs.
There was a few team kills.
Yeah, you're right. But wasn't that Lucan onto like DGT like multiple times?
Yeah.
Yeah. He was feeling a bit salty about that, I'm sure.
But looking at the board now, right, we're looking at 9Z starting CT side. Let's talk about the Inferno CT side. It was great. It was lovely to see. They had it on shutdown. They're starting CT side here on Overpass. I think they do the better work on the CT side. I think that's evident. They're missing out on bit. They don't have that experienced color as much anymore, so their T sides have lost a little bit of structure. But their CT sides are good because everybody's great individually. So Shigzola should have the advantage in the calling game. We'll see what he's got in the T side of Overpass.
All right, well, it's their map choice. Let's see why. Maybe a light little bit of util purchase on up here. Couple of smoke grenades. A P2 50. And away we go. Ho, ho, ho. Over towards B. Shake just going to make some presence over towards the A side of things here so they can't just gamble stack with a 4-1 split. Presence noted. They're setting up for this execute on towards the second letter of the alphabet. 2 players over towards barrels. Oh, they have a smoke in hand here in case there's incendiary. There won't be. There's the smokes, middle of sight and heaven.
Yeah, well, Rock's looking to play just to try and distract, trying to pull the attention away from the barrel so they don't check the second player. David in position at the ready. They're going to run on by. They have absolutely no idea he's behind, and he has executed 2. Nearly gets away with a 3rd. Momo trades it out at least and keeps it within touching distance here for the Bad News Bears.
If you're David, you hope you've done enough right now. Your team needs to get into this retake. Max is low. Bomb is down and ticking.
Well, that's the kill on Momo. The low player removed. Remember, they have got a player from Heaven and 2 coming down through lower side at CT. Pluto and Shigzola need to dig deep. They need to pull off this post plan and get a good start here in Overpass. Pluto's looking up towards Heaven, now swing out to the left side, looking to hit the headshot, down to just Pluto, holding it. DGT applying some pressure, needs to wrap around the site, and Pluto, he's just dancing with him, drawing the time. DGT to the headshot, but is there time forward? He's going to hold it, realizes there's not, and has to flee the scene.
Yeah, Shigzola getting the kill up towards the Heaven player. I think Max was attempting to throw a flash to initiate it. That was a big kill right there. For whatever reason, they thought the flash was the keenest piece of real estate. They actually went back to pick it on up. And, well, from there, Bad News Bears will grab the 3rd pistol so far. They've gotten all of the pistols in this series. Conversion feels essential. Now, DGT is straight into a FAMAS. Should be able to see a couple of buys across the board as well. Lucan going to be sporting a scout while everybody else will be into the digs. 2 MAC-10s, 2 Galils, and AK. Walking to round number 2. Bad News Bears, you'd be really wanting to kick things off in style here. Make this as easy for yourself as you possibly can. Pluto keeping his head tight, making sure he's not picked by a party push. 3 players backyard of B, make it 4 as Momo is going to head on over and join them. Pluto is taking a lot of space towards A. They got a bathroom smoke. It's definitely a stack though towards the B bomb site. 1 in connector. 2 on the site right now, and a quick rotation available for DGT and Lucan, who are up in the A site. They're not in crazy forward position, so as soon as they get a hint, a whiff, a sniff, that it may be the finish towards B, they can get a move on. But all this space has actually allowed Pluto to gravitate up long in orbit now of the A site. And has brought Shigzola and co back over towards A. So between the two, now you really need to focus on Max's position right here. he could be the key to all of this. If he gets behind them as they execute A, the round can unravel.
Well, there's only 30 seconds left here. Momo taking his time on the walk up. Do not want to get caught by Max as he eventually decides to leave his post and connector and begin this flank around the backside. Watching for it, the Deagle will best Momo. The teaser found a kill on the site. Now Spongy Tatman dealing with that flank and will remove Max from the round. So bad news Bears having the bomb down and the advantage looks good for them.
Yeah, well, this conversion is very likely here as we can already see 9Z having the conversation to save the Famous.
Overpass down there.
Okay, get away, get away. Don't think he can. He's been locked in now. Bullets to the back any moment. Pluto, great job there. And he was the information gatherer and now the round closer. So great job for Pluto. He's able to get himself on the board with a kill in the round. One for Spongy, one for Sheikh Zula. Just the scout for Lucan and the Deagle in the hands of David here. Nice and green. Not too many worries there. You saw Max, he wanted to have a second bite of the cherry. Knew that there was a lot of traction going down on top of the A site. Thought he'd be able to capitalize by taking down the flank watcher, but there was another. Spongy, make sure that one don't get out of control. And 2-0.
Yeah, good start for Bad News Bears in terms of dealing with the CT side we mentioned. I suppose there is you said there's no banana on this, but I suppose some people call the mid area. Like
That's
outside
true.
Bathurst banana.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
Looks a bit like a banana, I suppose. If you really try hard enough, you could fit a banana in there, maybe. Quick play forward from Pluto. Any weird Australian calls other than Diggity you got, Chad?
Heaps of them, but
I remember you used to. I watched an old video you did on Cobblestone. Again, when I was trying to be an IGL.
Yep.
And you called it like Romeo and Juliet, upper and lower.
Yeah,
on the
yeah,
A
yeah.
side. Remember that one? That was a little different.
Yeah, I liked, especially for things that were important calls, I liked to have something a bit more obscure so it would stick out. For example, this is the thing, I played so many iterations of these maps, so for some people it's the only version of the maps that they're used to, but for Nuke, they added that single box in the site, right? Oof, nice shot from Max. Hold on a second. Never mind. That single box in the site, as you enter exit hut, right? It's on the floor. Players use that to peek up towards heaven behind. Like that just got added, and I was like, okay, well, what's something stupid that I can call this? And we called it Mushroom.
Mushroom.
Right? Because it was just added. It was a box that people would be playing, right? So we called it Mushroom. Like a lot of the names didn't have too much sense to them.
Yeah, but it's weird and wonderful, and so people recognize
And they remembered it, right? Yeah, because getting my teammates, like Top Gun, for example, just to remember smokes was already hard enough. Another nice shot here on the dig.
Maybe potentially a round here, so we'll see what 9Z can do. Again, still very difficult to weasel their way through to this one with Bad News Bears taking control of the site.
What can they get as far as weapons go? The first kill was front bathrooms. DGT found the Galil. Does he want to hold on to that? Or are they looking for more exits? Because the round, I don't think they can pick it up. I don't think there's enough time.
Well, Flash is going to go down. Sets up the peek on towards Momo. Not so much the pick, though, as Spongy covers him off. Looking hanging around. Able to take another one. The scout connects, and on the way out the door, attempts to follow up with it. Is DGT committed down into the site with a Galil, and he is doing a lot of damage. Just a single player left, and Spongy now retreating. He's going to try and get away from that bomb just to carry the AK on over. And it's going to be another round for Bad News Bears. A 3-0 start, but we have been waiting for a significant amount of time to finally get the buyout for 9Z.
Yeah, these rounds have been very slow, which is definitely playing it by the book for the Bad News Bears. So good stuff, not taking any risks, but Lucan will get out the AWP now. Swan doing the same on the other side of the server. M4's at plenty. DGT gets to have the grace of the Galil. Hopefully he buys a defuse kit, because they will need one of those to battle into the first gunny. Decided not to purchase a kit here, so hopefully it doesn't happen a post-plant situation, because I don't want to say I told you so as the 4-man boost quickly assembled here. Swan, going to be singing his Swan song because nobody's home. It was a cool boost, but that was it. Now they have to regather some real estate elsewhere. Spongy aggressively. And it's actually a 3-man boost right now on the sandbag position over towards short. DGT, well, does he know that Spongy's already slipped the net? He's up close and personal, and this could tumble down like a house of cards. A flash from Spongy. They're still keeping 4 over towards B, and well, that was the chance. That was the opportunity. That's exactly what they were waiting for, and that one has gone through the fingers of the keeper into the back of the net.
And now looking flashed off as Angley was holding towards long and likely would have been able to connect at least one there, but flashed off, forced back, and now a recessive position taken in behind APC.
They can execute here quite nicely unless this regress from David and DGT is able to stall them out in their tracks. Lots of U2 upper bathroom control taken now. It's about to get on.
Do you expect 2 players here with rifles when you force an AWP away from long just moments ago? This could really work out for 9Z. You're going to hold for it. Should be a flash here. Oh no, Shakeszola just goes in dry. And into it they go, into the grinder as David takes down 2 and goes back in for a 3rd. Still a second player here in the bomb is currently in his crosshair. They have to come in to the Khalil. The flash this time, they've learned from their previous mistake. And Pluto able to hit the headshot.
Should just be a save here.
Yeah, it has to be, really. The time is 10 seconds. It's not enough time to force your way out.
Yeah, when you have Shakeszola go around the corner first there and the bomb gets noted immediately, it gives an extra little bit of time for 9Z to start dealing with that. So Luca with a nice shot, alleviates some pressure. DGT is going to be feeling pretty hard done by that. He was hard cleared by that. But there it is, 3-1. 9Z at the first CT side round now. How far can they continue this streak, or can they even get a streak? Now remember all that damage they did when they had DGT up shore with the saved Galil. He was actually able to take away quite a few guns, and you can see the ramifications of that almost immediately. It's a lighter purchase around these saved rifles. Deagle, it's just Glocks for Shake and Momo, so this is almost a nothing round. They have to try and really hope that Swan can find them something. Boost here again.
Yeah, they're just waiting for the timing to go for this, but look at that. Swan is ready, anticipating it, but the flash is what gets the kill.
Well, that's good stuff. DGT didn't get the kill last time on the boost. This time round, it's in a different position and will profit. The AWP will be scooped on up by Spongy, who has the head armor to work with. Pluto, he's on that AK still. And 4 players still reside on the B bomb site currently for 9Z. They put a lot of faith in the solo A defender. This time it is Max.
Minute left. The T's now go back up towards A, leaving connector. They have got the stack they wanted on the other side of the map, so we'll just have to deal with 1 player. When their smokes go up, looks like Max will be held behind him, but he decided to play on the right side of Dice, and that's worked out. He's played in front of the smokes to take out Momo, and that's a massive kill to find because that sets up a perfect retake opportunity.
Yeah, well, flash forward would be nice here. Pluto with truck control now, a limped out smoke from the CTs, but another one deployed from Bad News Bears to hold them at bay. There's no flank available here. Everybody up through the CT spawn corridor, and this is about to get dicey. Shake trying to take a fight. Oh, another TK.
Yeah, another one in the chaos. And now Spongy and Pluto, well, they have a real shot at closing this one out. Spongy holds the bind swing. Again, Pluto taking up position on default on the bomb itself, but Rox's headshot is good. Spongy with the AWP, not the best position here.
Oh, miss smoke.
So many players, and Flash is forcing him back. You can't do much about it. The big green's a big save, and so Defuse being held. 9Z locking it in, no problem. Second picked up, and I love how Max is playing. I've been so impressed by him so far. Just like the heads-up play to play on the right side of the dice, get in front of the smoke, just give your team that extra edge. He's always finding a little piece to the puzzle.
Yeah, if they took the site for free there, well, I guess it wouldn't have been for free. They already were down a man, right, from that earlier exchange. But if they were to get on in without too many issues, that could have been a problem in the post plan. So making it a lot easier on the team, and a timeout has been called here by the Bad News Bears. The AWP saved, tossed to Swan. Spongy combine. Momo and Shakeszola can also reinvest, and Pluto has already gone for the purchase. But just want to discuss their approach here. I mentioned the coach before. Behind the team of Bad News Bears is Mad Cow, and on the other side will be Zach for 9Z.
If you want to get your tickets, buy your tickets now with the QR code on screen. Get your tickets for Antwerp.
I'm curious, if you have tickets and you're watching right now, let me know. I'm interested to see how many people have bought up a bag already.
Yeah, it seems to be quite a few people already got the tickets. If you want to join that coveted spot, you can go ahead and get yourself a ticket locked in.
And if we have any moments, any technical timeouts available here, we'll get Dinko to tell you a little bit about Antwerp.
We'll brush up on some Belgian knowledge. We have a God, a crazy major coming up, though. I mean, look at the storylines you've got heading into this one. No real clear favorite, so definitely one you want to attend in person. Looking to take through connector, Shakezilla at the front of the spearhead.
And nobody qualifying just yet, right? Over there on the main stream, MIBR taking on Imperial. That would be the first team locked in for the major. Nice flash, and while Lucan gets the vision back to at least take a pot shot. But it's getting a bit hot on A right now as Shake is starting to push on forward, apply a bit more pressure. They've limped out a lurk smoke towards front side. That is going to remove any of the jump peak capabilities. And DGT is over towards the A site with that of Lucan and Max. If they hit B right now, David and Rox, it's going to get rough over towards this side of the map. David still has a smoke. A redeploy to Monster soon would be tidy.
Well, let's get throw it down, no problem. They've got Incendiary available as well for the late round, so 40 seconds.
Oh, and they're rotating back. Max has actually pushed all the way up long here, clearing out upper bathrooms. A great push to enable a 4-man B-stack. Good read from 9Z.
Yeah, Max also has, if they fall back, had that covered up, but 30 seconds left. Not too many options available. And Max comes down connector. That door is now wide open. He's got his chance. Shakezilla, Spongy, they're in such terrible positions with the flank coming in. Max has taken one life, couldn't quite force it out of Shakezilla, but now the play towards B has to come in. 15 seconds left, and it's getting shut down. Stopped in its tracks, but still somewhat doable up until the final moments, and Swan hits the deck. David and DGT close it 3-3 as it's tied up.
Yeah, my MVP in that round was Max, right?
Again.
All the info, just info right there. So he's a great little nugget to pick up place and take some space, and a really, really good one for 9Z to level out the playing field now. 3-3, we're all tied up. Can be a half purchase coming on through for the Bears here. Next round of play for Bad News Bears will net themselves a 2,900 loss bonus, so you leave yourself about 1.8k, something around that mark, and you should have a buy. No dramas into the next. But another timeout called here from Bad News Bears, and maybe they want to have a discussion now if they think that the economy is still fragile for 9Z. And the reason I say that is if you take a look at the right-hand side of your screen, Spongy and Swan, they both have over the 4K mark, can both purchase AK-47s. Shake, Pluto, and Momo could operate with something a little bit lighter, and this would be a great time if you do have a pocket strategy, a bit of an execute, a bit of a set piece available to pull one of those out, because yeah, they're right in thinking the money hasn't been built in a crazy fashion over there for 9Z. It's 6k for DGT, it's 5 for Lucan, and it's just under 4k for old mate David. But it is just going to be a half buy, so a bit more conservative. They don't want to push the chips into the center of the table just yet. 5 rounds on the T side here of Overpass would be pretty handy, I think, if you're Bad News Bears, so you only need 2 more to hit that magic number. They have some HEs, they're going to drop those out, try and condition DGT to stop going for this jump or the boost. Here they come, and dodges.
Yeah, artillery fire, but it has set up a chance for the flash. Momo gets one. David and Rox, though, standing strong in the pistols. They rattle away.
Yikes.
Persistence is key, and they take the B side.
That is, yeah, very quick off the back of those nades. This is a round that they should convert now. Very much so.
Yeah, it's done, surely, but we'll see if they can make something of this. Max still alive. Could have to be the X factor to deliver you around you least expected. He's not to move forward, though. His head spotted.
Mr. Nade there, Lucan.
Yeah.
Should save.
Definitely should save this.
That is a real bad fumble. And I was mentioning if you had the chance to do a bit of a strategy out the back pocket, well, that was really quick. They lob out those nades, which is going to clear anybody from that boost, which makes their ability to push up short a little bit easier, right? You're not worried about anybody on that boost position. Crazy after the triple nades come through that he sat there and spammed through the boards. That's a bit of a boo-boo right there, as it is going to be Bad News Bears bouncing back with 1, taking back the lead here, and in a round that they really shouldn't have had any say. So the partial investment does get them the round they're looking for. 9Z can drop, can stay competitive here. M4s are possible to give on through, but it was DGT just getting caught out of position there. David and Rox, because DGT doesn't get a kill, they have to trade more efficiently. They need to get a double up from one of the two, and the multi-kill was just not there. Now, you can see the buyback in, but the B bomb site is going to be feeling a little bit red-faced after that one. Starting 4 players over towards B again right now. Just Lucan forward. He's going to get aggressive. Pluto past the line of sight. The incendiary. Oh, triple boost. Okay.
Yes, DGT up on top of this one.
They've put him in 3 different boosts, and then he just. Oh.
That was risky.
Yeah, well, it's some interesting decisions across the map here.
Well, Lucan's come away with the first. Pluto caught out in mid. Spongy's heard a couple of steps drop back towards that site, but doesn't really want to commit too much further.
Bad News Bears, it's not a great position to be in here, being a player down. Got to try and work this way towards the bathrooms, and taking up position here is Lukin with the AWP. Starting to hit some shots now, Lukin.
He heard a step.
He's focused towards connector, but there are 3 players, Chad. If he gets caught, he should be overrun here. He can't really get away. If he gets one, he surely gets overrun, so he has to drop back. Now it's a better position. Missed shot, though. Swings out again. Second time, won't miss. Goes back to look to divider. Bomb now loose in the open in the bathrooms. And now Max, he's looking to see if he can get a vantage point on that, but he can't. So the swing out in towards him. Momo goes alone, and there's no trades here for Bad News Bears. There's not even a chance to trade out. It's clean for 9Z at the moment. And they're looking to just lock down this round. 30 seconds left. They go right into Lukin yet again. Swan, nice shot. Flicks out into the wall, Lukin removed, but I feel like that's the only W you're going to take in this round. A little bit of style points on the way out the door.
Well, maybe they do it again with a lighter buy. Why not? They've done it once.
Could do that.
They will be able to afford here, no dramas. Momo, Spongy, obviously the likes of Sheikh Zula here will all be in that range.
Yeah, Bob's not getting saved though, it's gone.
Yeah, that is maybe a bit more of a problem now. That was a nice little position there from Rox to put a couple of bullets to the back of the dome, and now we're leveled up again. So continuing the back and forth nature here, these two teams relatively difficult to separate. As far as the gun rounds have gone, that's where you would start to favor 9Z. The only round in the last 5 they've slipped up to was pistols. Poor positioning. But that was a nice one there from Swan. Very flicky.
Yeah, I'd love to see Swan be involved in a bit more early play. It feels like he's got a lot of mechanical skill, but we haven't really got to see him display it on a grand stage just yet in these rounds. Max tasked with connector. He's going to throw some utility down to maintain control.
They've just run boosted Lukin across here, so he can take the AWP fight in towards the backyard. If this isn't accounted for with a nose flash, it could get awkward, but 4 players B again.
Oh, okay. Rox actually just goes in to the monster fight and takes 2 kills with him on the rifle. Dry peek, of course.
That is quite wild. I guess he felt the security blanket there of Lukin available with that AWP to enable a push like that. So this purchase of Bad News Bears has already fallen apart at the seams. A 3-on-5 situation, a minute 10 left on the clock, and so much work to do as Pluto has taken a big chunk of damage here as well, down to 43 points of health. Still want to try the B bomb site here. They have a couple of HEs to work with. A well-placed nade could find them a frag or a chunk of damage. David now, the walking wounded. He's at that half HP point. Rox is low. But backing off, they've postured enough towards B, it seems. Moving up the connector, the bomb coming back around the world. Max and DGT over towards the A bomb site right now, trying to set up a bit of a staple crossfire. They can smoke both CT and over towards bank and go here with some flashes.
Well, Max got the flash at the ready. He hasn't gone very far that. He's just going to get caught in his position, giving away with Sound Q, and now DGT. At least he gets one, but it's not really enough. And now Lukin, oh, he had a chance still. Able to recover for the shot. It is just Pluto left in the clutch. He's found one already. They're both low. This AK can certainly pull off this clutch. He's looking for Lukin. And now he'll find him at the back of the site, but hasn't been able to remove him. Lukin's AWP goes out for the wide swing, and Pluto down. The round picked up, and Lukin very lucky to be alive on that second shot of the initial play.
Max flashed himself then, right?
Yes, yes. He threw it, tried to pot flash into the wide peak, ended up
just flashing himself. Yeah. Well, at least they recovered the round. It could have gotten very out of control. They couldn't. I think Pluto wanted to save that AK towards the tail end, but was not granted the opportunity to do so. Now it's just pistols. And for Bad News Bears, this is where they found their success last time. Now it was through a triple nade play into a fast B move. The double mollies, the extinguish, the push, the space. Max, what can you do? You've spotted a little bit of a leg right there. The nade, big chunk of damage onto Swan. That's well placed on the snoz.
Need a lot of money to buy some expensive things.
I like money.
Yeah. So does Antwerp. They're actually a diamond city. So.
Here we go. Give us some facts.
All right. So Antwerp is a city that is full of the diamond trade. So a lot of cutters, fitters, etc. in there, and it's a Flemish region, which means they speak majority Dutch.
Okay.
But yeah, it's a big part of history in terms of the diamond trade, which isn't the nicest industry, of course, but the Dutch are a big part of that, and a lot of influence in Flemish Belgium.
All right, well, we'll check back in, because this one here is a 4-on-4. Let's see if they get another kill back. Actually, there's a gap that's been pipped here. Momo's made it into the backline. Momo's made it behind. Momo's found another big kill.
Okay, suddenly an opportunity
Oh,
here.
Momo!
Momo's having a moment, and now it's just one player left. It's Rox. Going back up through connector. Shakezilla holds it. Shot. Oh, it is just going to be easy in the end. Momo, what a pop-off.
Yeah, well, you were talking about diamonds. Maybe he heard you. Maybe he wants to get Antwerp and get him a couple on the fingers right there, because that was some big shots, the Deagle.
Yeah, diamond in the rough.
Nice stuff from Momo, telling 9Z that this is not going to be easy. That second was beautiful, and the third onto the AWP. Max goes down. What a lovely round. And back into a battered by R9Z. Deagle 5-7 MP9 alongside of an AWP and an M4. If 9Z were able to convert against the light buy, they would actually be in a really good position. They would be up, what, 7-4? Now this guy scores 5-5, so...
Those are the kind of rounds you can't really afford to drop.
And you've lost 2 of them.
Yeah.
So, yeah, let's just go to Nuke now.
See if they can win on a weaker buy themselves here. It's not out of the question. Certainly unlikely. Pluto's taking some fountain control. Double that being connector.
But look how wide he is. When we get back on the can with old mate Matt, look at him.
Yeah, but MP9 into the rifle. It's going to be an easy fight. And now looking. Ooh, missed shot. Unfortunate. That could have made a bit of a difference in this round.
Rox is low. He has the only other big gun in the server right now for 9Z. So 6 should only be a matter of time. Spongey's over towards the B bomb site. He's called Swan over. Shakezilla is in control over towards Sewer. Pluto coming back as well. Just doing a bit of housekeeping as far as the weaponry is concerned. And in they go. Shouldn't be any qualms here. I think it should just be a 9Z save. So tell us more about Antwerp.
Well, it's got Flemish Renaissance architecture.
Okay, what does that look like?
Quite nice. Like, it's got huge cathedral-style buildings and really cool-looking architecture that I think is quite common throughout northern Belgium. So yeah.
You said they have waffles?
Yeah, Belgian waffles. Everyone loves that. Belgian chocolate. It's fries. I love good fries.
They do love the pommes over there.
It's probably all I know now about
with some
Antwerp
mayo.
Exhausted.
So we've used all your Antwerp facts.
Yeah, had a few of them, I guess. Could be a cool city though to hang around. Very good location for everybody to head on over.
It's a new city too. I don't think we've done an event in Antwerp before. There was a team, maybe there's still a team, I don't know, but there was a team once upon a time called Antwerp Aces.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I remember getting into CS from London Conspiracy and I was like, damn, okay, UK team. Never mind.
They were Norwegian.
Yeah, wasn't a UK team. Figured that out pretty quick. I'm gonna highlight Momo. Not good, not bad, I would say average. It's a bit rude.
Weapon of choice is a Glock.
Yeah.
Interesting weapon of choice. I would probably...
Maybe that's about the Glock. Not good, not bad. I would say average.
That was a nice save.
The Glock is bad though.
Yeah, look. It could be better. It could always be better.
The burst fire always could be better. I like a good burst. Like a little jumping burst shot always feels good when you land one of those.
I try and use it more than I should. It's one of those things. It's too tempting to try, but
it's like a FAMAS. It's just useless if you accidentally right-click on that.
Hurt you on the inside a little bit here. Well,
David has an AK.
David, we're gonna call him.
Gonna hold for it. The swing out, Shadow, and double peek, and multiple players now eclipse his cross out. Unfortunately for him, unable to get much done. Max has the second crack of the whip, and unfortunately not finding much off of it either. So now we look to Bad News Bears to recuperate from their skirmish in top mid to go long, and there's one player waiting for them, and Lucan gets hard checked.
Had a rifle there as well, so it feels like he probably should have done a little bit better there, old Lucan, but there's still a chance in this one here. Be fantastic to see if the Bad News Bears can get one back of their own. 9Z even over Bad News Bears, who have had too many of their own. That's how I should have phrased it, but time now. Not an issue just yet. 35 seconds on the clock. This aggressive position from Rox is at least going to deny the rotate back to B. A jump spot will net DGT some info, but you can see how concerned he is with the scale up through mid. The bomb is now heading back, and if it is down connector, Rox is still here. Rox is still here. He can win the round right here.
Rox, They're not even ready for it. They don't even think about this possibility. And he's been able to tuck down. He's got a second chance at taking down Shigzola. Deployed a lot of damage, but couldn't quite get the kill.
Needs to stop him in the way in, DGT. You have to stop him in the way in.
5-7's at the ready. They're going to cross over, but didn't go. And now letting them in gives them a real shot at just closing this out. They're doubled up in the site. Oh, chance there. But Momo with the headshot makes sure it's locked out.
Laser shot there from Momo. He's bailed them out in some big situations so far. So Bad News Bears up to 7. And as I said, we should probably just get to that third map real quick, because now that they have 7 rounds, this map should be more than done. Nuke going to be the third and final decider in this best of 3, and the first team will be eliminated today from the PGL RMR. Map 1 of the A stream, by the way, did go in favor of Imperial, 16-12 over MIBR. Big performance from Inferno with 22, and 21 for Fur, continuing some good form. Their next map over on that mainstream is going to be Vertigo. Nuke as the third if they do require it.
If that tickles your interest, remove the underscore CSGO and you will find yourselves at the right spot.
Well, I guess you do the multi-stream situation. I don't know if we have a squad stream going on.
Or you can watch it on YouTube in 4K.
That's true too. Multiple viewing options here. You can even watch it in GoTV, I believe. If you want to head over to HLTV, there's IPs available.
Yeah, that's very true. I watched it in 4K before on my TV. It was awesome. CS is crispy. But Rocks is going to hold close towards Monsters. They come around. It's 1. Rocks takes down the first David, able to follow up, and that puts the initial attack to a stop. They're trying to pull this back. A lovely shot from Swan. David plucked out of the round. 53 seconds left. Bomb still needs to be picked up and put down on the site, but Bad News Bears have done a good job at taking some space. DGT is the one player that could pose a threat and be an issue, and he will take himself a kill. Shigzola goes down. Swan starting to have some of the impact we've been waiting for, and now decides they're going to leave. They're going to go back up connector and try and figure out, is there a path to the other side of things.
Well, Lucan should be here in time. It just depends on what type of fight he wants to take. Looks like Bank is the position he wants to lock this one down from. Pluto's passed.
Pluto has passed, but the bomb goes wide.
Interesting.
Yeah, now that puts Pluto in a difficult spot because, yes, he's crossed, but now he needs to go back. And they might just be able to isolate a fight and find for the time. 10 seconds. Not enough time to put this bomb down. It's done. He will die before the time. Yeah, interesting decision to put the bomb wide there in the fight.
I thought when Pluto was across, maybe he was worried about a swing from Truck, but then he's clearing Bank. Either way, it doesn't matter, it falls apart, and a round that started with pretty good trading will fall in favor for 9Z. Swan with some impact within this one. Giving himself up to Lucan right there, and oh, here we go, into round number 14, MP9s for 2 players right now, David and Max.
Yeah. Flashing towards mid, Swan. We did get to see some style points.
Doing this triple boost again over towards Graffiti.
This might work because the AWP's not really a great weapon for clearing that.
Well, the thing is, last time DGT spammed and then couldn't get off, and then still dropped off after he was unflashed. So if he stays up here, maybe he'll get a kill. They're looking like they want to pressure through Monster here, so the actual issue will be on Rocks.
He's got some utility to buy a few extra seconds. He needs to deploy that smoke soon because they might just get in front of it. Now decided not to use the smoke, and now they can walk and peek him. He will swing out. The AWP down. Swan no longer attached.
Oh.
And Rox has got another one. He's just fragging out. Nearly gets a third. But Momo finally puts him into the ground. So 3 players up here for Bad News Bears. It's coming a bit of a halt towards this B site. As now the rotation's over for the CTs.
Both are spotted here. They know there's 2.
It's going to barrels. Try and clear it out. Hasn't been able to do so just yet. Momo getting close and personal. But that smoke has come up in front of his face again. I think at this point, 9Z just wanting to try and play this one to the maximum percentage. But there has been a bit of an excursion. You can see on the map over towards the bathrooms. Pluto's up there just clearing that out a bit.
Yeah, this could be huge right now. The fact that Momo's tucked in, I know he's low on HP, forget about that. The issue is, if Pluto goes and takes contact on top of A, the rotation might immediately slink all the way back. There's 17 seconds, so they'll need to do this quite quickly here. The bomb has to commit to A right now. Actually, it's way too late. I thought there was more time on the clock. Momo's gone down. They're going to run in towards this A bomb site willy-nilly, and oh, never mind. They're just going to consider the save. So time, a cruel mistress here. Bad News Bears will concede, and we are tied up again, 7-7 for 9Z.
Yeah, the mid rounds on Overpass and the T side can sometimes be like this, right? You think you have a cool play in your head, but you don't really account for how long those rotations and how many positions you have to clear out. So you end up running out of time by the time you're near the site. And I think VP are a team that usually struggle with that as well. We see some of the top sides find difficulty with it, but Bad News Bears fall foul to it this time around.
It is going to be surprising if 9Z are able to contest on their T side of this map. I just think like the fact that Bad News Bears already have 7 is more than par for the course.
Okay, we'll see how that pans out for 9Z. In that case, it would absolutely need this last round to give them a bit of a chance, a fighter chance going into the next one. Smoke heads down into Monster again. Elsewhere, Pluto able to find Max. I do like the other way of looking at Pluto's name. Many people draw the comparison to the dwarf planet, but Pluto is the god of the underworld. I think that's much cooler.
Which mythology was that?
Classical, so I think it's Greek mythology.
Okay.
Ooh, good rocks. He's been great. He's just been a rock, really, on this B site just outside of Monster. Another kill for him picked up.
It is interesting. We keep seeing different performances or levels, and obviously that's to do with, on the CT side, which bomb site is being hit more. On the T side, you could maybe restructure that conversation for sure, but they have been testing B a little bit, as well, they've had enough of the B bomb site now, all the way around the world, up through Party. They'll have enough utility to do the bank and the CT smoke. We've seen them pop it off a couple times, but Lucan, you can't miss now.
Lucan is going to peer down into mid and ends up getting overrun by Momo. Great flash to put him in an uncomfortable position, but now we have to look to DGT. And from this close corner, Momo will clear him out and now have the site for Bad News Bears.
Yeah, this should be done now. David and Rox going to try and retake in a 2-on-4 situation. Well, Rox is up. He's found a fight. Spongy just staying alive at Divider, dancing with him and doing a diligent job of exactly that. But Rox will find the headshot. They need to accelerate the pace here. Swan taking down David and just the one man standing. Rox in a 1-on-3. This one ain't for me.
I like how they commit to the fight on stairs, realizing the flank who's coming in. Decide to make sure that the fight only has to be on one side. And Rox goes in to see what he can find on the way out the door. But you said 7 rounds, more part of the course. Well, Bad News Bears now have an extra on top of that. So
yeah, it's like this would be a hole-in-one.
Yeah, they're looking good.
Now, you said that Pluto in Greek mythology is the god of the underworld. What's Hades? I thought he was the god of the underworld.
Maybe I'm mixing them up. Classical mythology.
Well, there might be multiple. I know that these guys think there's a bunch of gods out there.
Let me have a look, Chad. Let me confirm.
So I thought Hades was the god of the underworld, but is Hercules Greek? That's because Hercules is a demigod, son of Zeus.
Yeah, so Pluto was the ruler of the underworld in classical mythology. The earlier name of the god was Hades.
I see.
So it's the same thing.
It's the same person.
So, yeah, both right.
So you're telling me that's Hades from Ents on the screen right now.
Hades is... yeah, that is the same person.
Fair enough.
Well, you know, Hades is like the boomer one, and Pluto's the zoomer one.
Really?
It's the zoomer words.
Okay, all right. Well, that's interesting. That's a very interesting way to look at things here. Rox, the hot shot. 109.53 ADR. His weapon of choice has been the silenced M4, and that makes sense on the CT side. What else would you be picking? 31 body hits.
That's for sure.
He didn't plant the bomb on the CT side. God damn it, Rox. You failed.
You need to get those stats up.
Yeah, be planting a bit more of that C4.
We had to, I remember we had this drone during the online RMRs for Asia. I think we gave it the name Droney McDroneface.
That's not a very good name. You guys should have worked up something a little bit better, I think.
Yeah, I think so. I don't know who came up with that.
The Stats Drone would be a nice name for it.
Or Jeff.
Well, Pluto, as you mentioned.
Still got the AK now.
Yeah, he upgraded. He had enough of the Glock.
My initial theory is out the window now. The AK is not average. It is very good. It's elite tier.
Probably I'm sure there's a debate to be had at the moment
for
between
the price,
the AK and the silenced M4, wouldn't there?
Instant headshot.
Yeah, but
tracers trade off.
True. Silenced as well, hard to track.
Better skins on the AK, perhaps.
Yeah, what do you think the best AK skin is?
I like the Fire Serpent. I think a few people don't like that. Yeah, I think the Hydroponic.
Hydroponic, okay.
Yeah.
Keeping it green.
Yeah, Hulk actually got one of those in a drop and then sold it on the market for nothing.
Well, you have to unlock your account, right? That's what Harry will tell you.
Well, Pistol is now live, and well, we have got a T-sided approach to Monster, and Pluto's going to try and swing and deal with that. Looking, hits the headshot immediately. Pluto down. Into the underworld he goes. And now Shakezilla behind the smoke. At top, Heaven actually gets away with a shot. That's ridiculous.
Well, there's a chance now. Spongy with a smoke and Shakezilla with one as well. They can deploy these for the retake, boosting up towards the heavens. They need to be tidy about this. DGT seems to want elevated time and time again. And look at this vantage point.
Shakezilla's moving forward into the mix. He goes. DGT pulls the knife, and Shakezilla will track him for the headshot. It is now becoming very difficult to see a world in which 9Z hold on to this site. Just max life, clock in hand, and well, he's still going to show us more than average. He's taken 2 and ends up going down. Shakezilla removes him. Defuse is being stuck, and the pistol picked up for Bad News Bears.
I wonder if right there Shakezilla heard the boosting up in towards Heaven, right? Because he was so prepared for that type of a play where shoe on the other foot, they had no idea that they were going to get cleared late. They had all the control they were looking for. It's curious that once you have Heaven and the bomb was planted for Heaven that you would keep on pushing. But regardless, that's one to discuss in the demo review with Zach, I do believe. 5 Galils, head armor for all. A pretty tidy looking second round force fire here for 9Z. They have the weaponry advantage across the board. Let's see how far they can push the issue here. Quickly going to scoop their way on through towards the sewer position. Swan calling long clear. He has the buddy of Shakezilla to trade on out. And well, they have so much room they can start to turn the screws into 9Z right now. Spamming the Glocks to make it seem like it isn't the most threatening of the Galils that is in play. And Rox has taken some space here, a couple of liberties.
Just going into the mix. Rox finds the head of Spongy. Keep pushing forward. Momo is about to be pushed from a couple of sides. Does well to get one. Gets screwed out pretty efficiently by David, who then doubles up to the graffiti kill of Pluto. Swan coming back down. 2 rifles available here for Bad News Bears, but their shot at winning this very slim. So save call has already been made. You can see Shakezilla on the other side of things, just saving the M4, and now we go to an 8th round for 9Z.
Galils with head armor. Aren't they beautiful? Aren't they a beautiful thing?
I think Galil's actually another shout for, price point. It's effectiveness you can get out of it.
35 bullets.
It's a pretty good gun, actually. I do enjoy using the Galil. It feels satisfying to play with, I think.
I think the best Galil is the Chatterbox.
It's pretty good, yeah. I got a red one. I don't know what the name of it is.
All the skins I use have sentimental value, so...
Yeah, you've even got sponge stickers on your gun.
Yeah, I'm a little bit lucky. The last major I played is the first one that signature stickers came in. So I wouldn't have had one if I had retired a major earlier.
You hung in just to the right point.
Yeah.
Got immortalized in the game, and can you still buy your sponge stickers? Are they still on circulation?
They're probably on the market, I reckon. They might be on the marketplace. There is the A-Stream update for everybody, by the way. That's on Vertigo. You can see that little slide in there. MIBR in the lead on that one, just as these saved M4s are hoping to be doors as the Galils are in to play again. I like the idea of treating the B-bomb site like a bit of an aim map. Like if you're able to get on in through Monster and play in the canal, you can truly play it like an aim map. Obviously that's the big if, the buts, and well, we're talking about this space that Swan has previously. He's done a similar maneuver. Shakezilla is already leaving A. He's dropping all the way back from long towards B. So they should have a 4-man stack to try and defend against this attack. Lots of util, plenty of smokes, plenty of flashes to make this one work here if you are 9Z. Don't rush it. Make sure you pull together a perfectly set piece.
Swings into the fight. It's one. On towards Max, looking able to draw one back to DGT. Back and forth, but the 5-7 of Spongy ignites for 2, finally removed from the round at the hands of Lookin. Damage perhaps can be done here for Shakezilla if he has the gap as they try and cross back to short, but luckily David has gone back in towards Monster, and yes, Swan is now being watched though. Lookin has decided to look back, but can't best him. The M4I1S comes out on top of the Galil, and David now in the clutch. First to separate it into the 1v1s, and Shakezilla with the headshot pulls through for Bad News Bears.
Crazy that they picked that one up. Back and forth we go with these rounds.
Too many of these scrappy ones for 9Z to stay competitive, I think, throughout this. It's a little unfortunate. They've had opportunities throughout Overpass.
What's that, 3 now that they've fallen foul to in the first half? They lost to 2 lighter buys, and well, now this one was obviously 2 saved M4s. A decent attempt, but not being able to close it down. They can buy back in. Their purchaser is going to have no problems. Rox can even get into another Galil with full util for one more crack of the whip. But yeah, as you're alluding to right here, how many of these can you give up in a game and then still be considered a chance to close it down? Every single pistol so far, I'm almost positive, has gone in the favor of the Bears. They're 4 for 4 in pistols. It's a pretty good stat line to have.
The game's still somewhat close. Shouldn't be for the next few, but somehow it is a 4v3, of course, and there's early fights, and that gives Bad News Bears the advantage to sit back comfortably with and puts 9Z in a more difficult spot.
Inferno was similar to this, right, where early on Bad News Bears went hyper-aggressive to make sure they couldn't be executed against. So similar scenes are going to start to manifest here because 2 players are already dead. It means that the 3 of them will have to comb through that regular map control. Lighter on util, lighter on the bodies. They're going to have to start peeking corners dry. Pluto jump spotting from the truck position on A. 3 currently on B, and quite a passive stance here. Lucan's gone on a solo mission all the way back over towards B, and it looks like there might even be a change of setup on B right now. Momo just jiggling over towards Monster. Some util thrown on out by Pluto just to hold them at bay. 40 seconds remaining. Momo's gone super aggressive. They know it's not going to be B now, so really well played by Momo here.
.30 seconds left. 9Z would need just an absolute explosion of magic to get in towards this site.
This flash has to be great. Not just good, it has to be great.
Shots need to be even better. Flash goes over. It is good. It's great, in fact. And Rox will take one. Spongy held back behind truck, but the kills have come through, and now we're even. Looking towards the back. Lucan has taken a shot, and somehow 9Z win it. They just fire every direction. They even catch the flank. And 9Z staying competitive.
Well, I said the flash had to be great, and it was. It was. It enabled all the fights onto the side right there, and I think the fact that the Dicebox player dies and Sponge is still alive, they piece that puzzle together in the chaos of it. And again, we go back and forth. We have traded blow for blow in this second half, round for round. Nobody able to come out on top of the Force by Wars until now. Bad News Bears not saving anything, have finally given up. Push has come to shove, and well, shoved into the dirt with just a couple of USPs and the Deagler shakes all to try and make some magic happen. Connector, multiple players in here. Rox, maybe he's going to get a bit of a shock. He drops the molly. It is going to flush one out. And Nade, well placed up the stairs. Wow, that one, I don't think he intended for it to go that well. Oh, the lineup!
Lucan gets a little lucky. And takes down 3 through the smoke. He begins to spam. Oh, not too far away, actually, from taking that one through the smoke itself. Pop flash the Mac 10 in. A little bit of money perhaps being set up for that Mac 10. But 10 to 10, Chad. 2 pistols picked up for Bad News Bears. Getting a little scary now.
Yeah, I think so. I'm curious to see what the purchase is going to look like in the next round. Ooh. This is not buy territory, which is why I was a bit flustered at the fact that they didn't force. I understand why Swan wouldn't, right? Swan wants to get out an AWP. So, but it will have to be a half buy here, unless they want to operate with 2 M4s again.
Now, surely this has to be a half buy.
Yeah, you'd think so, wouldn't you?
Well, Lucan just immediately shuts it all down at the beginning of the round, and from that point onwards, nothing really was ever a threat. But it has been a call to half invest, which means it should be 11 now for 9C as they will take the lead on the T side.
This is curious. I didn't think they were going to be able to put up too much of a fight here. The T half is actually playing out in their favor because of the Force by Wars, so this is great for them now. Some competitive rounds. USP and connector noted. Got pretty loud in the room next door. Let's see Pluto. Ooh, overlooked.
Oh, okay, Pluto.
Overlooked.
They just let some slide on
Another
by.
TK.
And it wasn't even a kill. It was a team kill.
Keep the counter going.
I haven't seen this many team kills in one series before, personally.
It's been a lot. I think we're up to maybe
4?
I think maybe even 5. Maybe even 5.
Crazy. Well, Lucan takes away Shake Zola. It's 11 rounds to 10. 9Z do take the lead.
There's something with the Americas RMR and sitting diffusers. I just heard Davey and Jackie next door getting real loud, right? And it was a clutch round for FNX, who we all know has got 2 majors, 100% record. And he just won a 2-on-1 against Turtle and Exit by sitting the diffuse. You would think yesterday, after they had that pickle clutch, that they would have been ready for a move like that, but we're ready to get into the full gun rounds. Finally here in the second half, Swan, he's got his orb. Look at him pushing Monster, very aggressive.
Whoa, this is very aggressive, and Max will be really kicking himself that he doesn't get one. Absolutely should have taken the first kill of play there and at least forced the trade, but yeah, that's given Bad News Bears a perfect start to the round.
Need to get this bomb back, don't they? It's currently in the open. Monster's smoked off, so I guess there has to be a slight bit of worry right now that space could be taken elsewhere. Spamming on through, trying to see what they can find. Shake on the jump, doesn't get any info at all. A nade onto the nose of Pluto as he backs off through the bathrooms here. Him and Swan to lock down A. Momo is the biggest issue in the HP department, and he's trying to lock down B over here with Spongy and Sheikh Zula. The bomb has been retrieved. Either direction that the 9Z squad wants to finish here is into a bit of a car crash of CTs. Pluto forward, Swan also with a gap covered, shot missed.
Well, David has actually got the spam down, so pick at least to keep them competitive here.
Back to B, Lucan's taking the bomb all the way back around the world here. Just one flash for Swan is the one piece of utility remaining. Still 3 players on the B bomb site. Smoke, Heaven, Flash, Molly, Barrel, and go.
Oh, the boost gets spotted. DJT ready for that in the late rounds. The headshot connects. Luckily, Momo has got 1, make it 2 with a smart reposition. It's just figuring out where that A1S is. It's difficult sometimes to track it. Barrel spotted, position noted, but dealing with it becomes Lucan's task. 10 seconds left. Does not have enough time here. Does not have a lot of time to waste, but somehow he'll go over the top, get the pick, and now commits to the plant. Swan to the side on, pushes forward into the fight, and Lucan's got it done. The 1v2, 3 in total for the round, and Lucan pushes 9Z forward.
Massive round to win right there. A sketchy one at the best of times, but lose that early man to the crazy push. The Bad News Bears, and they bring it back together here. The spam shot from Pluto enables the 4v4. The boost from DGT.
That's ridiculous.
A massive shot for him to hit. They're into the site. Swan steps out, grabs one, but not enough. Frustration stations right now for Bad News Bears. And not is it just a massive round to rip away, it's the ramifications of that. Has to be a timeout called, and well, guess what? It's on the 9Z side to calm the team down. Discuss this one, having get it over the final hump. Bad News Bears cannot fully invest here. They don't have the cash to do so. They will have to take themselves into a bit of a lighter purchase, and that should be 13 for 9Z unless they fall over to some pistols again.
Well, that has been something that has plagued them throughout this entire map. They've lost too many rounds like that. So I think taking the time out here, trying to figure out what they're up against, is certainly a good call, but there's not much brought to the fight here.
Yeah, it was really late purchases from Bad News Bears on the way out of spawn. They know that they have the loss bonus working in their favor now, maxed out into the next round of play, so the AWP not going to be an omission for them. This time stacking over towards A. Sheikh Zula has a flash at the ready here to enable a fight front bathrooms, but it's looking very B-centric again. Momo's rotated on over to try and deal with this one. He's the only player on the B-bomb site right now. A smoke, a deagle, and some armor, but now that he's spotted, he's under the pressure, under the pump. Smoke's off towards this short position. I don't know how good that smoke's going to be. It's not good at all. A huge gap, a gaping chasm.
Well, that has resulted in Momo just being spread too thin, and they'll happily collect that kill. And as you would expect, not much resistance here, but let me tell you what the ramifications of this would be in total, right? We've got Bad News Bears yet to pick up a map here in Bucharest.
Oh, yes.
They might just go out completely empty-handed.
And they've had some close maps. I think every single one of their games has been double digits as a minimum.
It's very frustrating. It's extremely frustrating, I'm sure, but there'll be a lot to learn from, at least as a takeaway. And if, like you said, they stick around here in Europe, they might get some real solid practice to try and elevate some of their performances in the future.
Could be interesting as well. We do obviously have a fourth team joining the Asian RMR, which was light on LFO, and they were fourth in line. Bit of a Stephen Bradbury right there. That's a reference that maybe some of you boomers might be able to pick on up. A couple of teams couldn't make it. Linvision, NASA, I think Divine.
Vendetta.
Yeah, that's the one. They weren't able to make it either. So LFO have gotten the call up, and they'll be here. So you got Renegades, LFO. You have, is it IHG?
IHC, I believe.
Okay, well, I was close.
You might be right.
We can check.
Confused anyway, but that's the Mongolian guys. Yeah, it's gonna be fun. It's gonna be fun to see the Asian players back on land. On fire though, 9Z on the T side. Buy back in for Bad News Bears and a good start here for Swan, but it might be quick in response here for Rox. He's looking to climb up connector. He's already in the stairway, but I think now Bad News Bears have kind of slowed it down a little bit. They should be able to deal with this if it does come around the corner. And Rox will clear out close.
They put a lot more pep in the step of a round like this. Running through the flames was David. I think that they trying to uppercut and close this one out ASAP. Make sure the Bad News Bears are feeling shake, rattled, and rolled. Now it is going to be Pluto on this jump peak again for early information over towards A. It's not going to give them a lot of notice before the attack comes in. Lucan regrouping over towards long with the bomb on the back for Max and Rox. Flash them forward, and Pluto will need some help. You can see a lot of talking just there. So a rotation will have to come back over, actually. Shakzula thinking better of helping out Pluto. He's actually going to tuck up and play a bit more of a retake stance. Now, with all this utility and all the space being granted right now for 9Z, if they execute cleanly, they don't give up a single kill on the way in, they have so many nades to lock out this site and make sure that the 5-on-4 number advantage doesn't count for a single thing.
They're going to close down this space swiftly.
2 more re-smokes available here, Dinko.
Yep, could get real frustrating again here for Bad News Bears. Rotation is coming back up, but that smoke fades away. Pluto has now been given a window into the site. We'll see if he can do anything with it. He hasn't spotted much from it. Flash goes in, but he's caught with the flash. So he doesn't see the long player at all. And Max, who's got the first kill of play, follows up again. But Pluto and Shakzula battling back, but it's the post plants that are still strong here for 9Z. The time is ticking. Smoke onto the bomb. No one's sticking it yet, though. No one's even on it. Now they go and consider this one. Looking, spraying down. A little more to the left, and he gets it done. Now just Shakzula. The time ticking. Too far gone. He's run out of ammo. And even with the advantage, 9's able to close it out. 14-10. They are 2 away from knocking out the Bad News Bears.
Insane. Lucan with some massive impact in 2. Wow, one was a clutch round. The other here having to be just the spray through smoke. It was desperate. It was necessary. But you could just see with all the utility executing onto that site, frustrations there you can see on the face of Pluto, not understanding how much more he had to do. The timing on the flash was a bit of a problem, but this is massive here from Lucan, just holding the trigger down and hoping that he finds Spongy in the smoke. Does, and even closes things onto Shake. A massive round to win. And this is where questions come into the minds of Bad News Bears. Timeout number 3 has been taken. 5.2 for Pluto, 3.9 for Momo, 4.2 for Spongy, 4K for Shakzula. Swan, the AWPer, down there on 3.5. You either give over this round with a half buy again. That's 15 secured for 9Z, and they need 5 consecutive rounds to take this game into OT. Looks like they're going to take the lighter of the 2 options. Pluto's invested in some Kevlar and MP9, the same for Momo. Well, we've mentioned it once, we'll mention it again. 9Z have slipped on a banana peel or 2. They've had a rough go of things against the lighter buys. So Bad News Bears hoping they can get another miracle round here.
Or a chance there for DGT. Never fills you with confidence seeing a team limp into this round with what they've brought to the table. They have fallen foul to purchase his flesh.
It's a full B stack though, look at this. Just a gamble here from Bad News Bears.
Good work.
You have to respect it.
There are information gatherers on the other side of things though. So 2 players in the T side currently working out long in bathrooms. A boost could actually get all the info you need here as well, but not going to be committing too far to it.
Yeah, they've heard the sound cue. That's why the speculative shots come through. It's all good. Momo unable to connect anything lethal. And as they use through this util, they're going to run out. So maybe another flash and go. Swan has another one. Second crack of the whip.
Molly forces him into the fight. Momo nearly catches one. So unfortunate not to get a single kill from it. And the rest of the T side will collapse upon the defense. It will not hold water. And now Spongy, well, he's gone back in to see what's going on in here.
If he kept pushing, actually, maybe he could have got a timing onto this bomb, but, well, he does keep pushing through the sewer pipe into his demise, and it is just Swan, the final man, The final piece of the puzzle has been heard, has been noted. DGT will get the frag in just one more round for 9Z now. They are on the cusp of keeping themselves alive and sending Bad News Bears packing.
Well, you've been right about the not competing on the T side. There hasn't been much competition in a lot of these rounds, but we'll see what they've got here, Bad News Bears. The buy coming in again. Just to stay alive, to keep their major dream alive. This is the tournament every single player sets out to achieve through their own region qualifier. Bad News Bears might fall foul to the South American sides.
Well, they weren't able to do the pit stop of the 4-man boost as quick as the Bad News Bears, so maybe they could learn a thing or two. Momo, the man who's been fragging, 21 kills now, is able to get himself an opener here. DGT goes down, but this is about holding on for Bad News Bears. We've seen them struggle with a number advantage previously. Too much space, too much respect given. That's likely why you see Pluto in a bit more of a forward location this time round. They can't leave him on the A side alone. As the A anchor, if your in-game leader calls 4-stack B, you're going to have to listen up, and that tends to make you tuck tail. On the other side of this, a couple of footsteps maybe being noted.
Max actually makes noise on the shot, so information is gathered that he is currently outside of bathrooms right now, and he's actually gone into the bathrooms. A little bit of a peek. He's making a lot of noise on his own here. Smoke goes down, re-smoke into Monster just under the minute mark.
Here's the thing, do you want to really risk this if you're 9Z? You can go into the smoke, get a pop flash coming through from your AWP player of Lucan and go. But you want to make sure that you're ready in the tunnel. It's a nose flash.
Okay, Spongy's going to be caught. Second flash is good, but it's the setup for Momo on the swing out. Spongy as well, getting the follow-up, and 9Z, they commit to the call. Max now needs to try and step up with something magic and looking into the 1v4.
I think a fundamental misunderstanding of how to use that nose flash correctly there, but Lucan, he's been good in the clutch. Can he do it again?
It's the molly down into water. Blanky's reading it, but Pluto actually was able to get a couple of shots off there before Lucan could even make vision of him.
A bit of talking going on over there. They know that they can still hold on to this. 4 more rounds required. A buy back in still available. 11k for DGT and plenty of money for 9Z for another buy into the next, even if they lose this one. Got stream A score there on the side of your screen. 7-6. MIBR one round, but they're one map down to Imperial.
It's good that 9Z have an immediate purchase after that round. Kind of just throw that one to the wind. Focus now with his long play, and Swan missed opportunity.
Saw 2, it was dry. Repositioning now, heading back in towards the bathrooms to try and retake some real estate. But a lot of pressure felt early on A. A minute 25 on the clock, and that's already drawn the rotation of Sheikh Zula, the in-game leader, caught on a bit of a leash between both sites right now. On the jump spot from Sheikh. We've seen this from Pluto a couple of times.
Still showing presence here in 9Z. Have got now DGT outside of B, just acting as a T-sided anchor, stopping any aggression that might come through on the other side of things. Clearing through connector as well. Just getting some control here as we go onto the minute mark. Gather outside of the bathrooms. It looks like Pluto could be set up for another aggressive maneuver, at least hold down this advanced position. Re-smoke into bathrooms to buy a few more crucial seconds to play with.
Good use of the utility here. It's channeling through one choke point. They can wait it out. No more smokes left for the CTs.
He's got Molly here to slow things down in towards the back of Divider. Flash comes through, but Swan has stopped Lucan from getting anywhere near the site. 28 seconds. 9Z starting to falter here. Looking very good for the Bad News Bears. Easy pickings, one by one. There was no real call there to go. Actually started the comeback perhaps for Bad News Bears.
Yeah, well, this will be 12 now, and as we mentioned, there's still plenty of money for a buy into the next round here, so it isn't the end of the world for 9Z. They have enough to potentially even buy out the rest of the half, because the loss bonus with every round they lose is going to start to grow. David doing some damage on the way out the door. 2 kills for him, but eventually goes down, and yeah, he's going to force some drops or some rebuys, so let's see how light on some of the Bad News Bears players become. But if you're 9Z, I really think now would be a great time to take a timeout and bring the coach in. Get Zach to give you the game closing call before you run out of money and it gets too late, but they've opted not to do that. They're allowing this one just to play out with the in-game leader alone here. 5 AKs, no AWP. Maybe something more direct, something that isn't so mid-round heavy. You don't want to keep giving up these opening fights across the map here.
Yeah, it's the mid-rounds. It feels like there's nothing to build on. Heading towards playground. Pluto looking into mid for early information. Again, there's the heavy players out long this time, but no one's there.
Taking a lot of space. So much space.
And Pluto's going to hear the steps, of course. He's at the ready. Oh, but he can't deal with it. Max with a blistering fast headshot.
Well, this is a lot of room now. The number advantage is falling in their favor. Regroup. Close this one down as a unit. Bad news bears. 2 smokes, a molly, and a flash is all that remains. And there is a minute 17 on the clock. So much time available here for 9Z. The game is in the palm of their hands. Bad news bears 1 round away from getting knocked out here at the Americas RMR, the first team to be eliminated.
Swan holds for the recovery kill. No opportunity presenting itself yet. Again, under this 1 minute mark, the bathroom play about to come in. Swan forced further back by the flash, alleviating the pressure of the AWP, but I love this position from Momo. He got close to the smoke towards Divider. Re-smoke's gonna go through. It's gonna buy some extra time, slowing it down again. This is where 9Z started to crumble last round.
They have 3 here on A. They should be able to defend this. Shake is so removed, however. They have to trade. Oh my god, again, the wall bang.
DGT cracks open Momo's skull. And now Swan towards the back of the dice box. 19 seconds left. They're being methodical about this. They're forcing the wide fight. The missed shot from Swan. Spongy able to get one. But there's so many players up here for 9Z. They have to plant. They're planting open. The bike, he has to commit to it now.
The bomb's down. They need to get it down.
He's hit the shot. They have to plant, but there's no time. Oh, he's denied it. What a shot. Just one through the smoke. The lineup's in. And Bad News Bears are still alive.
Oh my lord. I can't believe that. He's gone to plant on the opposite side of the spam spot. Even if he planted default, that bullet likely finds it. Yeah, and you could see that he couldn't find it. He couldn't find it.
But also on the other side of things, you know there's only one place you can plant, so you're going to spam that, right?
Yeah, so either way, like that's the thing. He's actually gifted back this opportunity. Poor Max.
It's the chaos of that, just trying to get the bomb down in any position possible when you have limited seconds left. But it did fill me with confidence how they got to that point. And once again, they found the opening.
Surely they close it this time around. That's the AWP of Swan, the hero of last, the man who denied the plant. They've sailed some nades on through. It's not going to find any damage, but it gives a lot of information to Shake right now. Piecing this puzzle together, going to scoop up the AWP, going to try and re-peek behind the smoke here. They understand they're under the pump, 15-13. 2 more required to go this one to overtime, and Momo spotted.
DGT now goes in towards Zola. It's actually Momo who's pulled the kill back. 4v4 again. 9Z, when they get into these mid-rounds, can sometimes cost them.
Well, they're heading back towards A here. It's currently just Pluto doing the same trick over towards that armored vehicle. The rotation can come close from Momo. Smoke again. They've really done a great job of smoking Divider and front bathrooms to keep this one through one avenue of assault. But this Divider is a little bit easier to disrespect. It looks like 2 through long is going to be David, joined by Lucan and the AWP. 27 kills for Lucan in this one. Util ringing on out. That's the flash to get them through the Divider smoke. They're pushing Pluto. It's on you.
Pluto holds to the right side and swing. It's one onto rocks. They're getting picked apart one by one, but Lucan at least pulling something back. But 20 seconds left. Commitment to the plant from Max, this time on the other side of the dice box. This time he won't be removed, and Shigzola goes into the fight and ends up going down, and now David closes. And just like that, the Bad News Bears are sent out of the Americas, and this will be the continuation of the story for 9Z.
Wow, they had to battle hard for that one there, working real hard, and Lucan, he was a bit of a hero on Overpass. That AWP finding the opening in the final round of play, smiles on the faces. You can see they know they have a lot of hard work to do here. They were pushed by the Bad News Bears throughout. It was a fun game to watch. Inferno into Overpass. We didn't need Nuke as the third and deciding map, and that was with a pretty rough initial half of play. So showing some good signs right there on the T side of play is 9Z, and they have to be super happy with how that one unfolded. A good game of Counter-Strike. We got what we wanted today.
Yeah, absolutely. It is a little unfortunate, disheartening perhaps to see Bad News Bears go out without a map win, but a lot of close ones, a lot to learn, and really shows the skill level of the region is rising throughout the South American teams in particular.
Yeah, that's one of the things right now. I think this South American region is going to have a lot of talent that's going to come to fruition in the next couple of years, and these are great opportunities for them to get some experience overseas. You're going to get highlights here. Lucan had a good show of things. Bit of a hero for the team here. Didn't have the same level of impact with the AWP on Inferno, but it was felt here, that's for sure.
Definitely got into it towards the end. Inferno had a few rounds, and that's what I wanted to see. I wanted to see Lukin here just turning them to stone with the Medusa, and he was just popping off. And it's great to see some impact out of him. That was a player that I wanted to show up, because he had so much skill that I seen at the start of the year, and for him to go out of this competition without showing the world what he's got, I would have been a little disappointed, but he has delivered here.
Yeah, well, now the best one's behind 90, right? So hopefully some more of this. I think if they go back and they review the game, there's a couple of issues that they need to be able to mop on up, and that was in terms of losing to those lower buys, right? There was 2 rounds within that first half that were problematic. They gave some of their own back in the second half of play. But a good showing here, 29 kills for him. On the other side of things, Momo had a good showing on Overpass, 24. Yeah, there's a couple of nuggets that we can take from this, but this is the man on the screen, the man of the match, and the man that was able to get things done and across the line in multiple clutch scenarios.
Yeah, good utility damage as well, somewhat doable on the util, but looking excited to see how he's going to keep playing, because the big story around this team is Try has been taken out of this roster, and who is going to fill that void? Well, it seems like we just pull out another AWPer. There's another one available every time for South America.
AWPers, everybody wants to be an AWPer, right? That's like the strikers of Counter-Strike. So
yeah, exactly.
Everybody wants the big green in their hands here, but it's a bit sad for Bad News Bears not really being able to pull out a map win at all, and that's what we said, that every single one of their games was close. It was double digits at least. Now, that's not really a consolation. They're all else. It's all red. It's going to feel a bit rough for them. But if they do get to stay for the next couple of days while the Americas RMR is on, some practice, play against some European teams, maybe get into some pugs against some of the best that Europe has to offer, and try and refine and see what you can take back home to North America.
Yeah, so tomorrow they're scheduling some pugs with your Maniac in the morning then.
There you go. You're going to be up nice and early. It's like 7:30, 8 a.m.
Yeah, that might be a bit early for them, actually. But yeah, I mean, Bad News Bears, lots to learn from this competition, but that is it for our best of 3. It's up, it's wrapped up, we've got more action coming your way. So we're going to go through this one to a break. When we come back, we'll have more action coming your way.
To succeed in this game, you need to invest in yourself. Be daring. Innovate. Calculate. Never hesitate. Follow your instincts. Don't follow the crowd. Back yourself. Bank your wealth. Analyze, strategize, and galvanize. Now is the time. Take your shot.
Let's go. Battle is on. Burst RMR views with a double bonus. Get insurance for single and combo bets, both up to 20 euros. Fire up with GGBet. GGBet, this is real.
Hello everybody, Scrawny and Laundress here on the B stream today, taking you guys through the last best of 3, right? We got best of 3s on the line because unfortunately, Launders, we've got elimination on the line.
Yeah.
Tough spot to be in for either Team 1 or Leviathan. I will say, however, my immediate caveat coming into this series, Team 1 have played versus some of the better competition in Team Liquid and Complexity, and it feels like this is kind of their series, like their breakout moment to maybe reverse sweep a group.
Yeah, and speaking of reversive was actually one of the main things that was decent about Leviathan. We saw that when they played against Furia, they only got 4 rounds, but we saw some solid rounds out of him, and I think if there were any redeeming qualities, he would be one of them.
For sure, man. I mean, unfortunately for Leviathan as well, I feel like you're coming in, you haven't found your footing, and this is why I hate minors. This is why I hate RMRs, is because like there's so much on the line when you think of the journey that can come from these events, and like what you project is obviously what you want to achieve, and then the reality of just dropping out 0-3 is pretty brutal. But maybe a best of 3 will help, right? Leviathan on Inferno, they tried to take Furia there. They got a chance to show us what they had to do on Inferno, but I feel like unfortunately, from our own perspective of just only watching Leviathan in that 1v01, dude, Furia were just cut from a different cloth.
Yeah, they were. Yeah, not really on the same level. Definitely look like the weakest team right now. I would say, I mean, even lost to Party Astronauts, which I mean, that's full credit to Party Astronauts. But this is yeah, that was their easier match, I guess, of the 2, and couldn't pull it out. For Team 1 at least, like you mentioned, lost to, no shame losing to Liquid.
No shame.
You know what I mean? No shame losing to Liquid. So gotta feel like they're the favorites in this particular matchup, but I think when you got 2 teams like this, anything is possible, especially in a best of 3.
Yeah.
So I don't want to make any early judgment calls.
That's fair, man. That's fair. And, if we're looking for positives out of this series, we get to see more of Leviathan in terms of map pool, right? Both those BO1s you mentioned, Furia, Party Astronauts, both Inferno.
Yeah.
Inferno is the map that, statistically on HLTV, it's what we look to for this team. There's so much unknown quantity for us to try and look at this matchup when it comes from Leviathan's side. Same can be said for their opponents.
Yeah. Usually when you have a best map, that doesn't show up in the best of 1, especially when everything else gets banned. So it's they got somehow both pretty lucky and unlucky in the fact that they got to play Inferno twice, but they couldn't win. So we don't exactly know why that happened, and
but we know what's going to come
through. But yeah, look, I mean, they even get the first pick Inferno once again, 3rd time's the charm, as they say.
Right, into the Mirage pick of Team 1 makes absolute sense for them. We ban all the way down to Overpass. Yeah. So we've definitely got a little bit more depth in this series in terms of the map pool. It's just about depth in terms of the performances.
Definitely. And what we know at the very minimum is that this could come down to Inferno, right? If Leviathan can't even win Inferno, the rest of their map pool is quite weak. We know Team 1 are relatively strong, so I think a lot of their hopes lie in this very first map of the series.
This would be I think it's fair to say, big upset if Leviathan can take down Team 1, just because I feel like we're looking at Team 1 to be on the cusp of the challenging team. Hold on, that's a bad word to use. The teams that will challenge for a contender spot.
Sure.
I
you gotta be careful with these words, because like all of them are involved in some stage of the major.
As long as we avoid legend, and I'm not using legend to describe Team 1 anytime soon, but in terms of this one, it's like, we expect Team 1 to be there, I think, on the final days of the Americas minor, maybe vying for a spot, maybe to get through. Wouldn't be a shocker if maybe they fall short for whatever reasons. But this matchup, I feel like, this is the beginning of Team 1's reemergence. That's how I think it should be kind of posed before we jump into Inferno. Whether Leviathan can change that quickly, that's the question mark that we're all ready to get rid of.
And the one match that we casted where it was them versus Furia, I think we didn't even get to see them get anywhere in their defaults at all. Like they won a few rounds, most of them off the back of rushes, very simple rounds where they just ran up and got into a site. Individual skill didn't really shine through at all, and they didn't really last like 30 seconds without dying to a player. Now that's not going to be the case today. It's going to be probably a little bit easier for them to put rounds together, maybe win some duels, at least set up in a default, and we'll hopefully get to see what their Inferno in its most ideal form looks like versus some more even competition.
I can't say that I'm too shocked that they were rocked that badly by Furia, right? Especially a team like Furia, where if all we were trying to do is learn about Leviathan, Furia are never going to give us that chance. It's about getting in their face, it's about smothering them, and they did exactly that. So a bit more of a sample size with Party Astronauts. Maybe this is Leviathan's chance to get into a groove, but very lucky for them to get to play 3 Infernos, I would say, at this event in terms of their first 3 maps.
Yeah, and I love when it's a team that we don't watch a lot, that we get to watch them play one map over and over again. So just compare their small differences and see what they match up like stylistically to other competitions. So, well, yeah, man, a lot rests on Inferno. When we look at the HLTV maps played, that is when they play decent teams, that's the map that pretty much always ends up on. Quite an enigma how they end up getting it, all these best of ones.
Very odd. But here we are.
Yeah.
All right, here we are. This is where we are to begin the series, and the series begins now. So, unfortunately for one of these two teams, it is elimination at the end of this one.
Yeah.
And Leviathan here to try and make some waves early on their map pick. It will be them on the T side. Team 1 to the defense. Let's get it on.
Yeah, let's do this. Okay, let's see. In 1962 I think had actually a couple good rounds as well. All right. This very, very strong mid hold. And 2 in the default trying to crowbar open mid, but one tap from Pesadello.
Just going to shut down the immediate peek.
Stop that quickly.
Go to apps, they say. But even then, CT is not letting off pressure. We've still got 4 players within the brackets. Starting to pull off Arch side a bit, but XNS kind of stick around. He lingers there for a moment. Everybody else was back around their corners, including his short teammate in TRK. But he just got wrecked, and that sort of reopens the door to the 50-50 mark to which it began. We get this redirection, 3 players towards B, which is entirely empty. Keys playing very far back in the CT spawn.
Yeah, it looks like they'll actually kind of be forced to let them plant unless Keys does something ridiculous here with his P2K, but for the most part, he's trying to stay alive. So it looks like the retake will be on, which is a very nice spot, I'd say, for Team 1. Or for Leviathan, excuse me.
Gonna drop bomb while the boost comes through, and the planter gets off of it safely as well. So no freebie before the retake rolls. Remember, Faxwall and Reverse have no armor between either of those players either. One of them just got popped. Pank, nice kill. And Mayer's looking to add one, so easy hold in the post plant. 3 players stay up in the 4 versus 4. That's an excellent way to get back. The fact that they got that boiler kill and then rotate B really felt like a fast response.
And you could tell kind of by the tone of your voice when you saw one guy in CT spawn that this is going to get pretty scary if they get the bomb across. And for that reason, I think on pistols, playing the retake is not really advisable in a lot of situations, especially even numbers, really high numbers. You know, if it's 2v2, whatever. But there's so many good positions to play on the B side of Inferno. You can really not have too many people there. You can have a couple on banana, one at quad, emo. You can even double up emo, and so it never really gets too claustrophobic, which means that post plant's really hard to take advantage of. And T's are pretty much just looking for the plant.
Very quick. Reversive, wasting no time with the mid peak. Jumps on Maluk. And as the fire rains in towards the top of Banana, Keys retreats once more. Not as far, and not as alone. He's got Pesadella moving over towards Coffin. But very strong map control from Team 1 here. They keep those eyes prying up around Boiler Room. Reversive has not fallen back off of his opening kill. And he's going to keep these A players nice and split. Smoke side on Arch. Keeps TRK guessing. CT is looking to just maybe get ahead of an execution. Maybe call the right stack. But currently at the B site, that is the wrong call. And they'll find that out shortly.
Yeah, in just a few moments. But they won't press the issue, so it looks like the rotation will be quite slow back towards the A site. TRK now making his way over, but footsteps will be exchanged from both him and 2 opponents walking around Arch. Pressure on XNS. Oh, and he deals with it well, yeah.
Right, you take those little 2-bullet CZ shot, but the moment he fires off with one, we get that double back from the side of Leviathan. So moving into the A site, skating past any danger from Pit, getting themselves the kills they need for the easy post plant too. So Deagle's here between Keys and Pesadella to be saved. Leviathan, nice to see a team winning pistol as the underdogs, and then also converting right after.
Yeah, so best of 3 is obviously the great equalizer. It's, I mean, getting your map in the best of 1 is also supposed to be a boon. That didn't help out too much, but best of 3s, well, at least show us, you know, the real range of one team over a couple of hard maps. One that they're not comfortable on, one they're really comfortable on. And that will be nice to watch. Pesadello. Yeah, Pesadello. Okay. If anybody has that exact, correct pronunciation. I don't think there's any other names that I'm not familiar with on this.
No.
Yeah. Okay.
It's not peso. Not peso, Dello. Peso. It's vowels, consonants, man.
Well, let's see if Leviathan can put in the paces.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Nades to the corner. Molly to the edge. Yeah, that's right, Maluk. You take that USP duel. But nothing netted from it. Solo A USP hold. Not where anyone wants to be. But I like that he's kind of at least puffing his chest a little, going for those peaks, trying to size up what he can in this. Meanwhile, Leviathan back to their mid-games. You were right in saying that Reversive, had some pretty sweet moments in even the game versus Furia, which when you look at the score line, I'm not trying to say it was competitive in any way, but even within rounds when you'd maybe have like a kick of life or some type of a momentary turnaround, normally coming off the back of Reversive and normally coming off the back of these Arch plays. So there's an affinity from Leviathan's T side to be splitting this A site with some presence towards Arch. And as we speak about it, of course, we get that wrap around all too easy versus USPs. 3-0.
Yeah, 3-0 coming for sure. Retake down mid. No, they're going to go through spawn. Look for some exits. Hold on a second.
God dang.
That's one back and an AK in hand.
Free little Galil. See, I like this, You're not hiding. You're layering. Ready for the peak. And it nets them a kill from Keys. 3 CTs there. Maybe grab that AK. Now you're talking 2 saved rifles. Little boost to the CT economy here. So there's a win, or there was a win that we could have talked about. Was a win. Was the only thing that saved is this Galil towards the B site.
I feel like a couple mistakes there from both sides. First of all, like hunting the pistols, not so great.
Okay.
And then the pistols using their guns to hunt back with no armor. Or I don't know if they had armor or not, but they could have used it for this round. So economically, not exactly perfect, but consider it a nitpick.
Ooh. We're back into the action. So now the game begins for Team 1. Line it up, let's see it. Already I would feel like, obviously because you're not playing versus Furia, you've got yourself way more space, but as I mentioned that, Maluk going for the deep op peek, down mid, drops Reversive, and that's going to be problematic. T-side looking to recover a man advantage. Molly to the corner. Looking at the very least for some banana control. They definitely can feel that they have the pressure here in their advantage. Why not grab what you can while you can? Pank really playing fluid. Oh, the fadeaway.
Okay, Pank got 8 hours sleep.
Yeah. Nice shot. Shaves Keys off B site. 4v4 again. And even without Reversive to crack open this A site, maybe 1962 can take the front. Maybe they can just leave him here for a late lurk because we see that bomb rock back towards B.
Slowly as a CT will join him, but can't help but feel as though Team 1 will be slightly insecure about not having anything on mid, and they'll get a lot of information pushing into ult, but it's all a little bit late, and oh, what a reaction from 1962. That's an Arch rotator down. He knows there's at least one more coming back from A, but look who's going to cut them off.
TRK, nice push.
Oh, who's cutting who off, though? I guess it looks like he was trapped in there with them, and not the opposite.
He thought he had it. He thought he had it, and instead he's down for the count. Team 1.
That is always so tricky when you are at the bottom of mid. You know that they're coming back towards you, but there's no other angles for the team that's coming down banana to clear. The one thing you hope is that they're jumping out with a knife, or that they're going to throw a nade or something like that, or they pre-flashed bottom mid just in case. But in that situation, they even had a player who had got a kill on Arch, walked through CT spawn, so they shouldn't have been sure that someone would have been flanking down mid. Very good awareness to make sure that they dealt with all those threats accordingly and have a very clean round. I mean, even better than the 1 versus pistols with 4 alive. solid work.
Oh, this felt like a team one. You know, it felt like rifles up, CT start begins, 5v4, all is good. Leviathan not only taking back the round, but doing it with 4 players still alive. So barring the entry kill, nothing else from Team 1 off the back of that.
Yeah.
The fact that Pank just rocks their world with the shot through smoke too. While he's leaving, fired like 3 bullets.
Yeah, he was done after that. He was going to go back down banana.
And that's why, let that be the lesson. That's why sometimes just shoot a couple shots. A 3-bullet burst through smoke, and it got them back to 4v4.
Back in the day, you used to have to pay for ammo. Now you don't, and
So-
people don't use it every round. I mean, you get your ammo back, so you might as well spam.
Fire off. That's that 6th sense. Pesadelo's going to need to reload, and that's when Pank could jump over, but he holds off, waits for the Molotov instead, so supportive utility. Well done. Could have been costly had he been caught, but he's fine. And they've got banana control pretty early.
I think they heard him on the molly tag, so the flash will come in, but they're pretty ready inside the site. Coffins isn't smoked at all, so that'll be open.
Mayern, he gets shaved off. T's check their flank for a moment. We can already starting to see that A-site setup scramble.
Uh-oh, wait a sec. So this is another awkward timing. Now
But
they're
they're
going to come
checking it.
back through spawn,
Oh, no. No,
looking
they're
to go
not.
into halls, making a lot of noise. And XNS realizes they don't know where he is, so he's going to start flanking the bottom of mid. The A site still has a player on it, so they can rotate safely. And when the when the M4 shots ring out, okay, there was one on banana who could have tried to catch him.
Yep.
But look at this position. It's all sprawled out. There's even one in spawn. And XNS continues to put out impact.
Oh, yeah. There was a little bit of a fire there. They saw the embers. I thought maybe they still had a chance to stop it, but it has consumed them. Thought XNS kind of maybe threw away a moment there to get multiple kills, but he's fine. Recovers it, goes alt, finds a separate 1 versus 1. Bomb plant? No, almost. Just another moment, and Pank would have gotten a little injection of cash for the Leviathan side, but 5 rounds deep, and Team 1 breakthrough.
Yeah, that was
nice timing. Nice timing on the A scramble. They go for that push because they saw so many bodies starting to commit towards B.
Yeah, messy execute though. So they tried to get in the site, but you know they have a Coffins player who's not blinded. And this Molly goes far. It's fine for the Molly to go far, but there's no smoke to pair with it to try to obscure his vision. So basically, you know, he's able to peek and unpeek, and they're not really scaling that hard while that exec is coming out. So if it was intentional, I would expect they would try to cross the pool as soon as possible, maybe fight the oranges guy, and if they won the other fight, then there would be pressure on the Coffins guy to try to rotate out or just not sit there. But in that situation, they made that as easy as possible for him.
Smoke to the forehead. Leaves a dent, you know. Peek around from Mayern. That one gets shut out. And now they're just going to try to eject as the utility chases them down. Pesadelo gets up close orange. 1962 locked in on the repeat. Doesn't see his booty.
They don't know he's here yet.
Oh, it's right there. And as he snaps it up, Maluk comes through with 2 op kills. So sure, 1962 may have been in front of it. He may have had that player pinned in, but the fact that Maluk can rob 2 frags off the edge of the banana peak, that's big. But not as big as this push in from 1962, because TRK walks through unsuspecting. We have an additional CT player, but Maluk just continuing with these op kills on site after plant. Man of the round right there.
Yeah, definitely. There are some, yeah, at the top of banana, there's a lot of crazy stuff going on right now, and jump spotting the half wall is fine, although it can be somewhat dangerous. We are seeing that Leviathan are finding the small timings to gain ground, get to the half wall, turn the corner, and they're really willing to just swing and take those fights at the top of banana. And that, in my opinion, is totally fine, especially if you just see someone jump spotting the half wall, they don't think someone is very close. So that almost is an open invitation to test the site. And then the fallback rotation, jumping up into the front of oranges, is also kind of risky. Of course, he might not have felt like he had an extra moment to get around first oranges, but in that spot, he also didn't have support to play in that position. So either had to peek early, fight, or just try to get around oranges and hope his team could come in and flash for him.
CT's the double ops. Whew. Little jiggle on the first jump, full commit for the second, and the bullet goes between the 2. No opening pick off that, but XNS is not afraid. Not afraid whatsoever. Sticks around, falls back, gets caught, but XNS. Ooh. He may have gotten one.
Oh, wow. Pank coming forward. It's the right call. Dodges the Fitting utility. Oh, they just fly through the mid-smoke.
Hits the guy in the back. That's chaotic.
Reverse is going to be heard here. Yeah, so still one up in pit. Oh, kind of a bad miss there from TRK. Had that one, dead to rights.
Just winging shots over top box.
Is the bomb going to go back to spawn to B? Because right now, this op has a huge advantage over him. And it looks like they're starting to play very, very risky. I mean, they just, at that, there was a couple of moments there where they got an advantage and they instantly gave it back. Reversive with his opening kill. It's like, okay, you know, there's not going to be an arch rotator here soon. But we can see that the game has been pretty chaotic. You kind of have to be more aware, a little bit more careful about all the different potential options. And if they had, I think if they had slowed it down, it wouldn't have cost them anything. I think they would have actually just been given free kills. But maybe there are still odds in this round. Faxwell has found a gap over on Arch. And we'll just go plant on the site. The two CTs at the bottom of B searching things out. No, it could be CT spawn play. I feel like they're not quite convinced that the bomb will be committed, but now they're starting to run over.
So it's all about the retake. Faxwell puts himself in a good post plant. Now, he still needs a reload. Half the magazine ready for this. Got to keep these sprays clean. A prolonged duel won't do him any well. Oh. And with 7 shots left over, he's going to try to dive back, but he expected the arch play. Didn't anticipate that maybe both those players came from middle. Thought he shaved off the mid player, but ultimately, nice trade from Pesadelo. Didn't even cost him his utility. Easy defuse. 3rd round for Team 1, closing that gap pretty quick.
Yeah, yeah. So, I mean, it comes down to the 1v1 in the end, so very close. But I think Leviathan kind of had this round wrapped up on a couple of spots and really just got too far away from their next closest teammate, didn't win their next trade, and just shifted the momentum very heavily into the favor of Team 1. So we'd like to see a slight bit increase in composure in some of these positions, and maybe they're very comfortable with how the other team are thinking, so they're trying to take certain risks, but from our perspective, they can definitely afford to be a bit more disciplined.
Let's hope for their sake. You know, that's a lesson learned in that one chaotic round. Excited to get this best of 3 started. Now just take a second pause.
Because the bank accounts have been drained now. I mean, we just a couple of rounds ago, we're looking at Mayern with over 10K, 7K, I think, on Pank, and suddenly that money has disappeared. Inflation.
That's, you know, it's a problem. It's a problem. Ooh, yes. Little boost over. I like it. But Maluk doesn't capitalize on his chance at getting the 5v4.
So I think what's huge here in this spot was the early round. They try to search out the top of Banana. I think hanging out at the top of Banana can be very risky just because of how aggressive Leviathan has been. And at a certain point, I mean, you can try to fight if you can smoke the half wall or whatever, but if you think that they're going to keep swinging on you, you might not want to try to win your battle there. Especially we saw quite a flawed execute coming in while they were in the site. I might not feel like they absolutely need to fight, but now that they've stayed at the top of Banana, actually, they've gained a lot of info. And there's still the op of Maluk sitting on the corner at Hobbit here. The jump up's coming.
Oh! So clean. But XNS is right there.
They made some noise and fall back. Now XNS, he's going to hear the reload, but doesn't believe that they've left. So smartly just holds his position.
Yeah. Oh, they line up. He gets 1. And that's the open door to the B site. Oh, dude, that jump up shot was so quick.
Very fast.
And it's crucial, but Pesadelo finding another one. Reversive also with the trade.
Nice refrag. That was quick. And Faxwell, I think we have had a couple situations where they tried to exploit Arch. So look how they're being very careful about this rotation. Smartly done from TRK.
Gives him Steam a bit more of a chance in this, but how do you get past this Opper? Reversive holding the line. Flash over top, perfectly done. Now that's at least one step closer. Reversive's going to go back to the side door of construction. Has another angle, and that one succeeds in toppling the CT's chance with the retake.
A really good post-plant situation where you have one chance to take an opening duel with Reversive. Once he gets flashed off, he goes into a new position, and his next position is reinforced by a teammate up close in the corner. guarantee, you know, even if he doesn't hit that shot, they're probably not even going to clear the next first guy because they just saw the Opper over on the site. So the other guy could be anywhere. Banana, quad, emo, you name it.
5T round wins for Leviathan.
Super solid. And I think, again, most of the problems here are the fights at the top of Banana. I feel like the Opper holding the half wall, given maybe 20 more milliseconds, could have actually hit that shot back. So it was a really wonderful kill to get that on the boost. I think he even shot, you know, before his model finished bobbing. Right?
Yeah.
So that was how it
super
was
fast.
so fast. So I don't want to blame anybody for that. Just give full credit for how nice that kill was.
And in contrast, we had a really similar setup from the CTs with the op boost right out of spawn. And, you know, that could have been a similar moment where instead, had that op shot connected, we've got Team 1 with extra players. Props to Maluk, though. Did fall back, pounded rounds through the half wall, did some damage, but damage not enough. More posturing towards Banana this time. But a clear contrast to like the game versus Furia where Leviathan couldn't even, like you said, show us any sort of a default here. We've seen re-aggressions, we've seen utility usage to take back Banana control, we've seen these arch plays. Definitely getting more of their game plan.
You know, this is an interesting spot because a few players are low. And some utility damage is still coming in. I mean, it's a headshot for TRK, so it doesn't matter about the HP.
Baxwell, though. He's got a player
being spotted. Yeah.
Oh, it's almost flawless.
Yeah, that's nice. So much util damage done in the first 30 seconds.
Oh, this would have been one of those rounds that Leviathan could have completely bottomed out Team 1. There was an eco right after this. This could have been like that, you know, 7 rounds locked in, possibility of an 8th on this T side. Instead, their job is just as difficult. So Team 1 just got to close versus Pank. He'll get the peek out from Apps. Someone on his team calls that, and he gets the headshot.
It certainly feels like right now less aggressive towards Banana or some kind of fake posturing. Or, you know, like Fake is a good example of a team that gets a lot of utility damage off playing on the site as opposed to playing at the top of Banana or on Banana. I think that kind of course of strategy would actually be huge. Using a Furious Smoke, throwing the nades from the site to get them around the half wall because Leviathan are taking all the space that's given to them on Banana, which means they are prime targets for eating HEs, eating Molotovs, but the CTs are actually dying at the top of Banana. So if they get that utility damage and aren't there, I think that'll help them a lot when they're going for the hold. I don't know if they can see that right now, but so far it's been pretty back and forth.
Again, the boost. Oh. Thick nade. He gets naded down to 20, and Pank hits him with the drive-by D, dies to the spam, understandably, seeing as he was so low from the utility, but yo, props to Pank. Clean deagle.
Definitely.
In terms of that boost fight, we definitely give the edge to Leviathan so far.
Absolutely.
Meanwhile, we do get this close proximity from Team 1. Their B site, or excuse me, A site under question.
TRK and Pit.
Yeah, just lights them all up.
Learned it all from MIBR.
Who are currently over top of Imperial on the A stream. I was gonna call it the B stream because any stream I'm on, I always think, you know, like this is the, but yeah, we are the B stream boys today. So yeah, MIBR looking for, I believe, victory. So much action, so many games. This is my favorite thing about this RMR event. It's like every time I get out of the cast, I get to open up HLTV and check. I'm like, oh, okay.
We got 2 TVs in the green room.
There's so much stuff going on at all times. It's overwhelming, but I love it.
More interesting interactions here where at the beginning of the rounds it's pretty much going down on B, on Banana over and over again. He throws that smoke all the way to the left, could have seen the cross through it. And now it'll end on the site. Now here's a situation where the Ts are not very hurt. Some nades now coming in.
Yep.
And 3 CTs are here.
The lined op shot, that'll help, seeing as Pesadello wasn't able to take anybody with him. Continuation on this op pressure
he just keeps
very
re-peeking.
nice.
Yeah.
And 1962 is going to take over the site. Remember, Maluk's here as well. So both the oppers within this B bomb site have to forego the bomb plant. Oh, through smoke,
on.
dude, 6th sense from Maluk. And Reversive's just going to stay tucked in. We've now got this 2 versus 4 unfolding. Bomb not that far gone, so it's a tough one for Mayern. And dude, this is just op kill after op kill.
It's literally op city.
Full house between the two oppers.
Yeah.
Double op setup commercial here before you as Team 1 take the lead for the first time on Inferno.
Oh man, they repeat so much from CT spawn. They just like me for real.
Every repeat.
But hey, if it works, it works. Fully indulgent. But the round was won from the point of that. First nade hitting. He's like, you saw how much I repeat?
Bro, ops are sick, bro.
Yeah.
I shot through smoke, bro.
Yeah.
Poor 1962.
Nice.
Yeah, for every smiling player, there's a frowning player. That is...
It is a zero-sum game of emotions.
Yeah, the cycle of Counter-Strike.
Great round for Maluk.
Get your tickets.
Yeah,
Honestly.
I think the last day is already sold out.
Good.
So be fast.
Come on down to Antwerp. Never been to Belgium, so don't believe me if I tell you it's
never
nice.
will.
But I feel like it is, you know?
Yeah.
Heard great things. Smoke to the alt side. Peek down mid. Pesadello. Look at this aggression. Straight up drops
God,
one. Comes right back. He's like, okay, the ops
No
got
one
to
was
repeat
watching
last
mid
round.
for him, but he's like, I'm coming.
I'm going to do it now. Nice headshot here from TRK.
Jesus.
The fact he doubles up. I mean, remember, let's take it back a few rounds to the chaos and the carnage that was going down in the apartments round. This is the closest thing to that round, I feel like, since just now it's in mid.
There's actually a chance here, you know. There's no smoke for the site for the cross, and they know that Keys is opping, so they'd love to have one on default. Or did they already throw it? Okay, so... Oh, no, they don't smoke Moto or the site cross.
Nice snap.
Maybe a small mistake here.
He gets back over towards the pit.
He doesn't seem sure that the cross didn't take place, so... Oh, okay.
Doesn't go pit, takes...
Unfortunately, this will take too long. Surely.
It's... I mean, maybe if he just throws the Hail Mary once he's on the short side, but...
Can't be walking now.
Yeah, it's going to have to be an instant kill, and he's just hiding inside a graveyard. He's going to put the smoke on bomb, and yeah, Keys just kind of lost him in the smoke there. Mayern gets away like a shadow.
I just don't think he had time to do that. Like, in terms of what you could get out of it that you couldn't from Arch. Maybe you have one advantage if it is a guy who actually went back towards Boiler, so that's the one risk. But I think as soon as he turns the corner, it's just way too favored towards Mayern to even think about, like, honestly trying it. But they have, I guess, money. They buy, it costs them everything, but they still get 2 ops on the board, which has been key for Team 1. Another push down mid.
Yeah, they're feeling this one.
Unspotted. This one might hurt.
Peek over top of the half wall as well. That could be big. Mayern trying to react fast. TRK, double kill. Gets both the players at the base of mid. We've got a little pressure inside. Boiler op up close. Oh, what? Are you kidding?
That's nice. That's nice. Well done. Wow.
That's not how that's supposed to go.
That's crazy. It's all in the crosshair placement.
Blinded USP headshot.
Doink, doink.
A kick in the teeth. Faxwell going to have to try and piece together another clutch with a minute on the clock, the bomb on his back, and 4 opponents ahead.
No one pushes down mid twice in a row.
What about 3 times?
3 times, even less likely. Even less than no one.
Good first one. That one only costs about 25 HP. So mathematically, a quarter of your health per player, Faxwell can still win.
Ooh.
Mathematically.
Yeah, but that means that he has to not take damage from one of those 3.
The last one.
Yeah. Actually, no. Could take any of the 3. Still have 25.
That's true.
Yeah. So, okay. Oh! Okay, no more damage.
Well, that was only... Yeah, that's a rounding error.
Oh, true. He did like
through
10
the
or
floor.
so damage.
See, this is a clean one. See, he still has the health
He's
to do
on
it.
4. Look,
But he doesn't have the time.
Oh.
Yeah.
No.
Turns out HP is not the only thing you have to worry about. So is Keys inside of the T apartments with an op of all things. An animal. As Team 1, you know, they tasted that lead. They lost it. They decided they wanted it right back. 7-6 on this CT side of Inferno.
It's been very entertaining CS so far. Lots of aggressive plays, some crazy antics on Banana.
That's just
a hell of a lot of re-peeking, honestly, with some of the plays. But the aggression, there's just some small chemistry things where I'm like, okay, this could continue to be aggressive, but like Furia would be a better example of how like all their aggressive options are covered. Someone is watching their fall back. In that round, we saw someone, go into ult through a smoke to get a pick. Then there's pressure up mid. No CT's watching mid, and he comes back through the smoke. But then his teammate re-peeks after and gets a 2K. So that's why it's been very fun to watch, but quite messy.
I have no problem with that, for the record.
Yeah.
Messy CS? As long as it's fun CS?
Yeah.
Let's go.
True. Slow and messy, oh my god, way worse. Yeah.
Yeah.
True.
If you're playing slow, you better have the best of executes.
Yes.
Oh my god, look at the utility, dude. Look at the sky. Full of trajectory lines. Double nade kill to kick this one off. And unfortunately for Leviathan, they're just stuck inside a smoke. They all died to Pesadillo. 3 frags with the A1S. Shuts down Leviathan's hope of getting through that banana play. And for the most part, I feel like Leviathan have been successful at getting top banana. But this round, maybe a little too much to chew. So they choke.
Yeah, overcooked steak.
Nades, man. There's like 8 pieces of utility thrown in 0.5 seconds. Final round of the T side here for Leviathan. Score nice and close, but when you remember the lead that they had at the very start of this, you realize that Team 1 have definitely kind of shooken off the initial woes. Up inside the apartments. Too quick is Maluk. Too fast.
Oh, they're going to follow up right into mid. CTs leave just a moment to go. Wow, Pank going at 300 miles per hour.
Hits him with the drive-by.
Oh, and they punish the smoke throw.
I like that. TRK takes initiative.
And he's still in a great spot to hold the site.
Pank's coming out from library, though, so there will be a variable. Caught jumping up on Moto, falling to the pit. 1962 catches TRK. We got Pesadillo inside of the Moto smoke. 2 versus 2 to close out the half. Awkward, but
it's in the window room, not an ult.
Not the end of the world. They can at least get this back with enough time, so it doesn't decide the round outcome, but it definitely makes them forfeit all the control they had.
Yeah, the Moto smoke is going to come up, but look, they're thinking about taking a B, which is actually the correct call, because who would leave an open site? So it makes sense. They'd have to come back to an open arch, right?
I love how sometimes in Counter-Strike, these sorts of rounds where you make a mistake just opens up a better play.
Sure. The risk there was if someone CT had pushed down Banana in that situation, but once they found that that was open.
Yeah, stroke of luck on top of this fumbled bomb. And a retake to close it. So we've got a smoke, 2 flashbangs for the CT side. They can chuck one into construction and try to face. 1962 breaks back to the bomb site. Mayern's going to be locked in. And they use the smoke on construction, so definitely just going to be looking to use the CT push. And a flashbang that 1962 eats. Gets beyond it.
Hey.
2 kills to close a 7th for Leviathan, keeping this half as close as can be.
That's well earned. T side, hey, that's definitely good enough. They didn't, come up plus on rounds here on T side, but they have a CT side to look forward to. I think we saw that was, really scrappy between the two of them. I think they'll be quite pleased. It looks like the Pank was pretty excited about the fact that they had at least secured that last one. So, definitely don't think their odds have swung that much one way or the other. I think we do. I feel like Team 1 have played a bit better overall. I think that shows. But Leviathan absolutely have what it takes. And their individual skill is like more on par here than it was with Furia. So at least that's also just winning them around sometimes.
Nice for 1960. You put that cherry on top as well, right? The standout performer for Leviathan. 14 frags. Stepping it up when it matters most. Team 1 to the T side. Slow out the gate, but no problem.
CT's looking for the lane hit, but it looks like they might actually go through spawn. I don't know if this player at the bottom logs is just waiting for rotators to coming back to A. Oh,
clean.
Yeah, that actually could have been pretty good. Now the CTs, look, they're kind of scared about rotating because they don't know if the split's continuing on, and they're 3 players toward the B site. So even though it's 4v5, there's only 2 here on A, and the rotations are slow.
Mayor locked into the graveyard stairs. 2 Ts on site, dodging bullets by jumping up and down. But those 2 Ts are all that are left over here, as the A site will be wrapped around from Leviathan. They've got the mid play coming through, 2 peeks off the Moto side. Pesadillo, he only holds off with 1 more additional kill. So we're tied once more, and Leviathan going to pick up this pistol just as they started their T half. Both pistols in their back pocket on Inferno.
Actually, I like the strat a lot from Team 1. Arch was the gap, and they got someone all the way into spawn, which just makes you so nervous from the CT side, knowing that you left that open and now it's been taken. And hitting the right side after that was also the right call. But the 2 players who are on A, to give them credit, were in probably the 2 best spots to defend specifically against lane. Graveyard and Pit are huge in terms of their versatility. Graveyard, you can sometimes feel locked into Graveyard because you don't have much room on the stairs, but some annoying angles where you can pop up and down, you're not wall bangable, and from there they still at least got a couple of kills.
Oh, walks through. No way!
Oh man, that was,
Being entirely held, crosshair on the edge of the smoke, Tank just zooms out, zips back.
I'd be super tilted. I'd probably change my sense after that.
Does that help?
No.
Makes you feel better?
Yes.
Okay.
Emotionally.
Emotionally, yeah.
It fixes the emotional damage.
Of being drive-by UMP'd.
Yes.
1 minute left here for Team 1 to try and piece together the upgraded pistol win. And it's not going to happen. Reversive keeps it clean with the A1S. 3 more players down at the base of mid. Pesadillo, 1v5, brother. P250. A fickle beast. And Leviathan back in the lead, 9-8.
Here's where we get to see if the CT side will be that oppressive side of any map that we've seen with all the utility coming down. Banana's going to be hard to be overtaken, or if Team 1 have the right protocols to take advantage of this kind of lesser experienced team, but Inferno specialists.
Maui Snake told me today that if you don't get at least 8 rounds on any CT side, you are bad.
Yes.
Do you agree?
Yes.
Okay.
Especially ancient.
Especially ancient, yeah. Oh, the jump up. Tank.
Oh my god, Tank's actually ridiculous. Okay, I'm going to say these 2 last pushes have not been good. That one had no car flash behind it. Absolutely no, could have been total pop flash utility.
Right.
That wouldn't have changed the reaction whatsoever, and just literally decided to run through. Jump spotting the half wall is not a good way to get information, because someone can be right under your jump spot. And that's what we saw in the first half when Leviathan were coming up. They were using that against Team 1, so it's not good to see that they don't recognize that that's actually a blind spot for the CT side.
It's that confirmation bias. Running through smoke last round, bro, I got the kill.
Yeah.
Running through smoke this round, oh, they got lucky.
Fool me twice, can't fool me again.
So next round, he can try it once more. But at the end of the day, there's still a lot of damage done. We'll give him credit for that.
Yeah, that's true.
It's going to leave 3 players from Team 1 a little wobbly.
Looks like B side is still the more attractive site for that same reason, just because Reversive is also down to 40, and we see them in sort of rotator spots, which means their odds of getting a plant are quite high. CT seem convinced it's going to be the A site, and they've committed within the site, which means they're going to be hard pressed to try to rotate, retake lane, get to pit, these kinds of things. And XNS is letting them know, like, if you're going to sit here, this will be hard for you. And the kills come down, and the last 2 CTs have already made themselves known. So the plant comes in. This round is won. So sometimes that A site setup playing within the site is very strong, fighting Arch, fighting lane. And if you don't know what strat's coming, if it's going to be a a waterfall or a lane hit or an arch thing. It covers all those options. But as soon as you feel like it might be B site or your arch is open and you have that insecurity kind of coming in, it's hard to leave the site to get backspace. So contrast that with playing something like a double pit setup. In that situation, it's easy to kind of walk up, take peeks on lane, walk up around the corner, and retake bracket from the site itself. You aren't really leaving from there as often.
So proper call with the B play. Little bits of HP to keep TRK and Keys in this one, so there is that chance of further damage that could have been done, but not the case. Rinse and repeat as far as Leviathan are concerned.
It might even be a boon for them that they hunted down with that fake. The two players committing, getting a couple of kills as well. So the save isn't very heavy here for Leviathan, and it'll be quite expensive to buy. And again, this one's for the 10th round. Feels like in a game like this so far, every single round can make the difference. Look, it feels like this is going to go 30.
Yeah. Nice and tight. Elimination on the line, that's how you want it. Nice nade, Maluk finding the frag off of Pesadilla's assist, and ooh, hot, as they fall back. Reversive once again down to 40 HP. At least this time, Pank is still alive.
Crazy Pank.
He's a little wild. A little bit of a Tasmanian devil. That smoke just shrouded Leviathan in secrecy. Team 1 sulk back towards mid, throw some utility of their own here onto the bracket control. And we get, again, a bit more of a kernel defense from the CTs. Faxwall, a little concerned about the apartments play, seeing as his other A player is fully committed to pit. But he also wants to keep eyes on Arch, man. You know that these Ts love to go through smokes as well. 1962 going to try to press up close here, not deciding to stay back behind wall, but he lines up through his teammate, and that just offers an easy 2K over to Team 1. Now that rotate already cut off by Maluk. 2 clean headshots, 3 frags on the round, and a 10th on the board for Team 1.
Not just an opper. That smoke that they threw coming up lane onto the site, but left the gap so that they could just scale properly, pulled the CTs out of pit. They got so uncomfortable with the idea of letting that much control go, but Team 1 were very comfortable fighting from that pain point, just off the corner of this default into their smoke, and they made sure that they traded down efficiently. So very scary situation now for Leviathan. Not just this 10th round towering over top of them on the T side, but the save coming up now.
Okay.
I feel like the confidence has really exchanged hands. One Inferno win this tournament is what Leviathan are looking for.
Just one. That's all they ask. Round 20 done before you could even see it. Right into 21. Guns back up for the defense. It's going to come with some limitations.
Yeah, we can already see Team 1 already looking a bit more sound, even in this second half. With the way they're approaching on their default, not even trading down too much, getting some good utility damage back on the CT side, which is kind of difficult. The push down mid.
I like it. Oh, but XNS caught with a nade out, and then because of his peak being found by the alt player, they're thinking there's no way Faxwall's already bottom mid. The mid push is only at the top of middle, but no, layers upon that one. Very nicely done.
Yeah.
Sign me up. Leviathan, I like it, right? Not starting to turtle shell, not starting to get overly cautious. Playing their hand and playing it well. It's going to be double digits as long as they close the 4v2.
Both of these teams are very comfortable leaving Arch open late into the round. And of course, the reason is if you have anyone in small pit, then you're okay with that. And they play 2-2 to sites. They fend against the bomb plant. Rotations will be slow, but I think it makes way more sense in a 4v2 to make sure the bomb doesn't go down above all else. Safely peeking, readying the smoke on contact. It's going to have to be an instant first bullet headshot here, and that doesn't come. And they're like, what the hell? Why are these guys trying so hard? Won't even take a fight.
Hey guys, at least they used their nades. But that slim silver lining. If you just rock heads here in this A site, there's still a bit of a chance. But Keys killed, and Pank pops off.
That would have been a good, probably, situation to save.
Yep.
They picked their site that they wanted to go to.
And utility.
Yeah, the protocols were
quits.
perfect. I mean, they didn't get in at all, and then they just have to go run into the other one. So, really hoping, I think, a third player was maybe Arch, that there was one on the A site. I guess that would have been a cool situation, but instead, Leviathan were super safe and super comfortable. They had their security blanket.
You ever slept with a heavy blanket?
No, but I heard it's great.
It's fantastic. 1962 taken down. That's XNS and alt mid. So once more, just like last round, Leviathan feeling as though they can get some aggression unfolding within mid, within alt, and this time it's the 5v4 instead from Team 1. Kind of like when Pank pushes through smoke 2 rounds in a row. You know, it worked prior, so try it once more, and this time didn't pop off. Pesadillo plays the counter flash and then doubles up as Reversive tried to help out Pank with the flashbang, but Pesadillo instead just gets both those kills, clears out this B site, and Team 1 should be back to winning ways.
That situation right there exemplifies why that 5v4 is huge, because not only do you get the kill, but then the CTs just start imbuing the other team with aggressive options. They'll go for the car flash, repeat, they'll do things individually, and that's where 2 aggressive plays get knocked down right after each other, brought to you by the fact that they won that more hard to get, more sought after 5v4 kill. So, okay, Team 1, keep the lead, keep a meter stick between them and Leviathan. And now there are once again money problems.
And that's been the tale, unfortunately, for Leviathan, right? They get 4 rounds to start the game. They get 2 rounds off of the second pistol. And outside of that, all 4 of their other round wins, individual round wins. Never consecutive, never rolling, never momentous. And if they can hang on to these weapons, then maybe they'll have an X factor for the next one. But right now, under pressure and doing well to hold it off.
Hey,
so
that's
2 rifles at the very least in the mix for round 23.
Yeah, and that's 4 kills as well, so some kill bonus to help them pad their economy. A very solid save.
Oh my God, drone warfare.
From the pit.
Luke, the aimbot.
Has been awesome. Probably the player of the map so far.
15-4.
Some of them kills.
I like that we include decoy grenades in the utility usage. You know, you can see each of his grenades, but
we saw, I think...
Nobody ever throws decoys.
Someone clipped this out on Reddit yesterday. I don't know who it was, maybe it was on Twitter, where it was MIBR used a decoy to throw at sandbags on Vertigo to check if someone's there.
Really?
Because if the decoy hits them, they know. Yeah. That's the cheapest way to clear sandbags.
Well, that's not bad.
Yeah.
Was there anybody there?
It was clear.
It was clear. And they knew it.
And they knew it for sure.
So, those 2 saved rifles, surrounded by new weaponry for Leviathan. But it basically bottoms out the bank accounts. 3 players leaning here on Banana for the CT side.
Oh, the double Hobbit nade.
On the money. Molotov gets turned off.
Oh, they really just want to hold this, but the utility is great from Team 1, the way they layered that. They still take a lot of damage from the CT side, but, you know, still, 5v4, top of Banana once again. Waiting for this kind of car flash retake between the 2 of the players here. But right now, Leviathan just don't have the facilities to do that.
No, sir. No big man. If there's any silver lining from Leviathan, is they did follow up with grenades before leaving Banana, and we have a 1/3 of HP for Pesadillo and TRK.
Oh, maybe the call is incorrect here. I mean, just a gamble, of course, but this close position is very, very powerful. Let's see if Maluk is careful enough to clear it. Oh, wow.
Oh, wow. Them. Mayer, though, almost gets himself 3 kills, and that could have been wonderful.
Wow.
Instead, it pushes Pank into the 1 versus 3 clutch. 2 of these terrorists for Team 1 are here on A, and there's this late play from Pesadillo still towards Banana. So there's a matter of timing here from Pank. How's he play it? Passively.
Yeah. this is almost 100% safe call. 1v3, take on the A side. 2022, you just don't do that anymore. And Leviathan with just basically no money. Like, this could be the odds of their round. So trying to get exit kills is one thing, but the T side's buying no matter what next round. So holding on to this M4 is worth way more.
He's sticking around. He's still in the danger zone. Uh-oh, and they're coming to him. So he'll get Keys, who could not have saved on site due to being low HP. Man, Maluk shaved that op shot between 2 of his teammates. That was nice.
And that's...
because that MP9 was shredding them, and there was 2 players low within that mix.
And that was the butterfly effect moment of the round. I mean, if he misses that shot, that MP9 will get value. That op shot's on cycle. The other 2 players are watching lane. And we saw that Mayer got 2 kills at the end there. One more tips the scales in favor of Leviathan. Very close situation. I think it's the right play for Leviathan 100% to play aggressively on mid. And they also made the correct call of hoping that the round would end up coming back towards them, even though so much banana damage had been dealt. And typically people don't hold bracket late, so that was the right call. But Team 1 were just too careful, too precise with it.
One of those could have been moments for Leviathan, and unfortunately they can't afford too many more of those. We got Mayern up on the balconies. Now 1 A1S over towards the B site. The singular landmine that the CT side can maybe get Team 1 to overstep onto. But we're going to go through the paces of the utility usage towards A. Deagle shot. Not timed, luckily enough. They don't even overcommit here. They're just going to fade away from this.
Yeah. They keep the outpost player at the top of Banana. They know the site's open if they want to grab it, and they've... just by taking brackets, they keep 4 CTs around to overcompensate.
He has the right utility for this mark.
He
30
does have
seconds.
a lot. He does have a lot. I think it's just comes down to how scared they are of this, but...
Oh, now the incendiary. They're going to go through, so at the very least that's damage, but they chase him through the smoke. He still gets back. He's got a fresh magazine, and he's got teammates nearby. XNS is only able to get the 1, and Pank is still within the mix of it all.
That was great target selection from XNS.
Drops the rotator, who then gave his AK to 1962, but that's then also been removed from the hands of Leviathan. They double up with these rifles, and Mayer adding 1, but then that double peek from TRK and Pesadillo, as Faxwall has nothing to offer us in this 24th round. It is a 14 for Team 1, no doubt. Oh, Maluk, dude.
He don't die.
Plays with the sidearm.
You know, small thing, but how many times, if you push towards tree, he had that situation where Pank used his entire mag, so he's going to fall back. XNS knows that, but once he gets through and doesn't kill him, he can't leave knowing the rotators are out around the corner. But how many people get tunnel vision there and just hope that he would get re-peeked by Pank and just sit in that position knowing that his lifeline is limited? But instead, XNS looks to CP spawn to take out a rotator first. He knows he's going to die, but at least he takes someone with him, and that fight was better than waiting for Pank to re-peek him. So, yeah, again, small decisions, but that's what's making the difference right now between Team 1 and Leviathan.
That difference growing. 4 rounds over top of the 10 of Leviathan. 2 more to go. No more timeouts either for Leviathan, so you got to have it all figured out. All equipped. No AWP for the CT side.
The last success we've seen from Leviathan is their aggressive mid-push, actually.
Yep.
But not going to explore that this time around.
Maybe they go back to the original formula. Pank trying to find, some impact through smoke. Instead, it is Mayern's grenade. Homes in on Maluk and blows him to smithereens.
Key Molotov here from the CT side to try to slow down the mid take. After putting pressure on Banana, you know that this is going to be a tasty option for the T side, but they squeeze for it anyway. And actually, move to fight into spawn. TRK, how aware is he of a rotator in this position?
Versive so pressed up to this exit. But if Team 1 have done anything really nicely, it's, you know, finding footing and then disengaging properly.
Yeah.
Getting away with all their lives and deciding to hit elsewhere. So right now, that's exactly what looks to be going down. Pank just jump spotting.
Pank just making sure not to die. His teammate here builds a connection with him.
Good. Further damage as well. XNS now also low. And dead. TRK going to try to crack back open this A site. Bomb is coming over, but there is still that closer rotate in Fax wall.
Oh, they can't decide.
Indecision will end you.
Yeah, and I think at this point they've got to turn it back, and this is, you know, definitely very smart to do. 4v2 again. So nicely done. Pank very careful with how he's jump spotting, throwing his utility. Now the one flash they throw from the bottom of B, that might have been the one risk they shouldn't have taken, or they should have just foregone, because let's say there's an operette car. That guy will kill you if you turn the corner at bottom B. But you will even if he was there, you flash him back, he gets to the site, his teammate's going to rotate over. Now you have a 2v2 on the B site, infinitely harder than a 1v2. So instead, they could try to walk up and catch that jump spot, just crouch peek it and catch him in the air, and then the rotation would be so far away. Instead, we saw Pank get back safely, lots of room to telegraph every move, and his teammate was there just in time to be in CT spawn to crossfire. And those are the small risks you might want to take when you're down numbers.
Risks being taken here. A boost on top of Bombs. A double spray?
Oh,
no.
You wish he got that second one. That first kill was insane.
Grenade, though,
Misses the
just
Hobbit
clips it. Matter of millimeters and milliseconds on that one. But a fast double would boost into a 2K. That would have been a phenomenal start for the round. Team 1 instead back into the 4 versus 4. They have shied all the CTs away from Banana, though, so they can get dangerously close with Bomb. We see the lean coming through for the CTs. And utility? I mean, we saw last round, right? Pank's still alive with an incendiary and a smoke, like 30 seconds.
Whoa. I was like, what's the option here? They don't have the coffins flash set up. They're just kind of floating, which can be dangerous to the CT side.
Flashing.
Car flash is coming, but it's too close.
And Pesadello easily dispatching of Reversive's aggression. He is low himself on 10 health, so Faxwall could still do a good job of recovering this one, but he'll be smoked off, so it boils down to just timing. Or Mayern in from second oranges with the kill to Pesadello. XNS headshot off the AK. Good answer, but 1962 still in the graveyard stairs. That pisses you off if you're keys.
It does, but now they have a CT locked in, and they know the other rotator is coming from the A site. So Maluk very smartly goes for banana control right away. Faxwell has to let this one leave, and they are now maybe going to hear another pair of footsteps.
Only flashbangs to deal with this, so they can't burn XNS from beyond that bomb site. Maluk's looking to come back in and cut off the second CT, but that means the back site bomb, that's gonna go the way of 1962. And Maluk, I mean, he needs to get out here with kills. Ooh. Look at this. Comes in with the retake. Because they got Faxwall into the site, so long as he won that duel, then suddenly this banana position from Maluk is all the more difficult.
Yeah, a lot weaker for sure. So that comes down to quad winning his engagement. Here's how it started, and TRK almost held a wild spray. It was actually a 5v3 situation. We can see they like to lurk on almost every single round. Both teams in both T sides sent someone late through A, and nothing wrong with that whatsoever, but it seems like it's not always bringing them value, and that player who survived the lurk ended up being the one to also help win the retake. I mean, if you keep lurking every round, the team's going to wait even longer every round, right? So sometimes good not to throw that in every single situation.
Ooh, this is a fast one.
Uh-oh, this is very quick.
Team 1 looking to be ferocious, but the crossfire between pit and site looks good. Flying Tech 9 can't get the job done. TRK sure can. He killed both the pit player and the player on site. Swaps into the AWP. They're going to pressure him, and he gets that third kill. 2 more CTs right there. And as this pressure comes in, he's looking to divide them.
Oh my God.
A quick scope and a 5th kill, nearly his.
Christ.
Almost from start to finish. TRK so close.
Oh my days. NT, man. They just do not want to wait, huh? They don't want to wait. They wanted that. They wanted that to be over as soon as possible, ASAP. Wow. That was exciting.
Look at this quick scope, brother.
Yeah. So far away. Oh, and it wasn't even a no scope. Holy.
All right. That's an electric round there, an electric attempt. As this game continues to deliver, as close as can be. Guns back up, reversive, nice lineup, but the peak comes out from TRK. He was tucked on wood, and that caught him off guard. A fallback from Pank as he's dropped to 38 health, and the rotate needs to desperately move over. He's gonna hard press that ump next to the smoke. And it's Faxwell to try and come support here. Op in his hand, smoked off on CT Cross, needs to instead play Coffins, and Pank's then gonna take that position on his own. Blinded as the flash comes over, TRK shot in the back of the head, and the Opper also able to stop this attempt. But XNS with the trade, doing a great job of drawing everybody over, almost caught his Mayern.
But hey, Keys has one locked into B or locked into the A site right now, so XNS knows that he has this open for a moment. I guess there's not much that he can do with it, and the bomb is back in spawn. But see what happens now. The CTs are starting to think, well, maybe it could be the A site, as it's been dead silent over on B. Pank, sitting inside of construction, is going to be forced to let this bomb go down. Is about to get some footsteps as the smoke lands on CT spawn. And the bomb can just straight up be planted now. So who knows? Still anyone's game. 2v3. I don't know if I bet on the CTs here. Pank is very low, but he's going to push through, and it's not being covered.
Oh, XNS now suddenly, his job's so much harder. He uses his piece of utility, puts out the fire. Mayern, he still has a smoke, and he overfaces.
Oh my God!
2 kills from XNS as he gets over towards Dark and ends it. A 15th for Team 1 as Leviathan's hopes crumble of winning this in regulation.
Wow, ice in the veins, man. Not even a reaction from XNS in such a heated moment. And honestly, not everyone didn't get too excited there. This game isn't over just yet, and they barely won that round. But it was 2v3. Very impressive. And a tough situation for Leviathan.
Man, Pank getting away with that CT push.
Man, they're so mad about that, but that's what he does, apparently.
Yeah. Yep.
He is not scared. He did well to find that first CT re-aggression through the smoke as they were entering the site. That helped out his teammate a lot. Sometimes you see rotators be very useless when they're just spamming behind a smoke and not trying to find any kind of small gap, and you know he doesn't have any fear. So that's actually worked out some of the time for Leviathan, but here we are, round 29, and what could be the last round is just the economy for Leviathan is so bad. But we've seen teams win with less.
Gonna leave a bit of util for Pank to keep throwing. Brackets under question. Faxwell doesn't really have the equipment to deal with this, so smokes it off. And we can just play the time. No rush for Team 1.
This one's a stress inducer for both sides. In Inferno, I think there's a high probability of losing to just pistols. Lots of places to set up and close crossfires from the CT perspective, but from their perspective, they also don't know exactly which side is the correct one to put that stack on, so it feels kind of random when you're defaulting on T side, trying to search this out. But they've also already taken one of the bigger risks, and that's peeking into mid, because that's where we saw that G2 lane setup, that one on arch, one cubby, one close mid. And Faxwell here in CT spawn, a lot of this could come down to his one deagle kill. He can grab it, but he doesn't win that duel.
Now this A site looking nice and soft, but there are still 3 CTs, 30 seconds.
Oh yeah.
B-split through spawn.
Oh,
the first time we've seen this from Team 1, and they throw it in round 29 with Pank pushed close smoke on Banana.
Yeah, he's got a fresh one.
He is going to get swarmed. But he decides to play inside it. And meanwhile, all the kills going the way. Maluk no-scopes and must have seen the legs as it started to fade, and this one just looks so flat for Leviathan.
Wow, what a call. I mean, well done.
Yeah.
They had Arch open. They sniffed out that it wouldn't be either an A-snack or a B-stack, whatever. But they take over Arch control. They close it out. That's beautiful stuff, man. It was a close game. Honestly, the best game, at least that we've seen from Leviathan, and an attempt on Inferno.
Yep.
But it's also not over. It's a best of 3. It'll be tough that the fact that they lose their best map and the one they were looking forward to, and their map pick. But we don't know exactly how confident Team 1 are moving forward.
Good starts to each half as well there from Leviathan, picking up both pistols, converting for 4 in the first, converting for 2 in the second. But ultimately, dude, just Team 1 sizing it up. Every time you see a new strategy, fresh strategy in the game-winning round, I love that. That's like bonus points, you know?
And it's scary to try to perform the CT split. That's the strat that takes the absolute most time from T side, but they timed it out very well. They got the top bracket control very early, so they had time to walk around Arch. When they saw that it was open, they still had 35 seconds walking into CT spawn with top banana control on top of that. So most of the times when that strat fails is when people fail to take control of either top banana or top bracket early, or they go down 5v4, which makes it so hard to scale. But in this situation, they did everything absolutely perfectly.
And if at any moment Pank is able to stop that banana play, then maybe it becomes a bit more susceptible. But
that was the other thing. They even had so much time that they could wait out Pank, trying to happy the smoke at the top of B.
Poor guy sitting in there, showed a little too much leg. We didn't get to see it actually, but we also have those clean kills going down inside CT spawn. That certainly helps. And I wonder if, you know, wrapping through CT spawn, remember how aware everybody was of these late alerts from both teams? The fact that they're able to win that duel inside CT spawn, just icing on the cake for that final round. And congrats to Team 1, right? But I will say, Team 1 coming into this, we considered them favorites. We considered them, you know, sat here playing their weakest opponent as this minor has unfolded, and yet it was still competitive from start to finish.
Definitely.
So props to Leviathan. Again, 3rd showing on Inferno, 3rd loss on Inferno, and now we're going to get a fresh look from them as this series switches over to the map pick of Team 1. Props to TRK. He's going to be topping the scoreboard here for the side of Team 1, the victors of Inferno. Any other standout individuals here that you think deserve a little tip of the hat?
Yeah, I mean, just Maluk, I think, even though, you know, he's not the top of the scoreboard, I think Maluk was just so nasty with it the whole game. The op shots, decision-making, blind USP kills.
Blind USP kill.
Yeah, he seemed like he just had the best feel for the game from what we saw. Him and TRK were so great in that sense.
So there it is. Team 1 leading the series with this best of 3 for elimination at the Americas RMR moves on. 2 multi-kills for TRK as well, just kind of adding those little stats to the tidbits and whatnot. Let's leave it there, folks. We got a quick break before Mirage comes back at you. This is Team 1 versus Leviathan for elimination.
Let's go. Battle is on. Burst RMR views with a double bonus. Get insurance for single and combo bets, both up to 20 euros. Fire up with GGBet. GGBet, this is real.
Welcome back, folks. Map 2 between Team 1 and Leviathan.
Yes.
Elimination hangs over top of Leviathan like a guillotine, Launders.
Yes, it's a very heavy guillotine with a very thin string.
Sorry.
You know, the threads are coming off.
Yeah, yeah.
It's about to, and wait, a little bit of wind.
Yeah, oh, and it just... Done.
Good way to go, though.
Yeah, honestly,
you know,
quick and easy.
You know, the medieval times were so brutal, but
yeah.
when you think about it, I mean, guillotine.
Very
the
efficient.
worst part of that is being in town center.
That's
you know
I was
what I mean?
just gonna say, very embarrassing.
Right, it's just embarrassing.
You know,
but
it's very embarrassing.
That's pretty much
to
it.
get guillotined, I suppose.
Yes.
But not my problem. Hopefully not anybody's problem.
We just get to watch. We're in the town center. We get to to commentate the guillotine potentially.
Off with his head.
Yeah, exactly.
And then maybe they hand out like what, apples or mead, whatever the luxuries were at the time. Honestly, the luxuries are probably better than cheese, bread. Yeah, maybe a circus. Listen, it's Leviathan and Team 1, and unfortunately for Leviathan, they now face their biggest moment, the most amount of pressure they've had to handle in this America's RMR. They are still without a map win, but they've also not had to play Mirage. Maybe this will be the good luck charm. Maluk gonna entry out into this A bomb site. Mayern is tucked beneath the palace, and he kind of goes unchecked. Ooh, and meanwhile, we got 1962 popping noggins like it's nothing. Nice. Between him and Mayern, that is all 5 kills. And Leviathan will win the 3rd pistol round of this series.
My only comment on this is, oh wow, they won both pistol rounds? Oh, wow, okay. My only comment on this is, you ever see that clip from Mayern on his Twitter?
Which one?
He was in the warm-up server deathmatch, you know, where it goes ding, ding, ding every time you get a kill.
Okay.
And he was just USP on Mirage under Balk, and he was just killed like 30 people in a row. And it was just like ding, 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 ding. It was so satisfying.
like playing pinball.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, props to him, man. You know, we've seen him on the bigger stages. And,
yeah, some people, you know, these teams have come back with some players that have gained experience and then gone to lower teams after that. Like, of course, CRK had a tenure on MIBR. Well, more like a trial, I guess. You know, not that long he played on it, but I thought he was quite good, actually. And
Honda with Furia for
Honda
Case.
with Furia, exactly. And
so
course,
all these underdogs coming back at it with a little bit of an experience.
I feel like I would come back with so much ego. Be like, you guys you don't understand CS. You know what I mean? Like, I learned, okay?
Guys,
I played with Fallen.
Yeah. I was the 6th man on Furia for 2 months, guys.
Yeah.
All right, you better listen to my calls.
The things I know, you just can't comprehend.
Yeah, that's my favorite storyline with like Grim and Complexity, right? Him saying specifically in an HLTV interview, like, I want to play versus Liquid and I want to beat them.
Yeah, because I know exactly what Adren's calls are going to be.
Yeah, I'm like, okay, Grim, bring the heat. I'm all aboard. Of course, Complexity will be facing Furia on the A stream now that that previous best of 3 with MIBR has ended. So MIBR versus the winner of Complexity or Furia for Legends.
Yeah. Did we see Complexity Liquid? We must have it.
Personally, we didn't see it.
Oh, we didn't see it yet? Okay, yeah.
No.
That would be sick.
Sign me up.
But hey, I mean, definitely Grim with space, better than Grim on Liquid. That's for sure. So he will be very strong, I think.
1962 going to end this one as we just kind of chit-chat through it. It was a slower one because Team 1 got that 1 kill. Thought maybe they had a little spice, but no, sir. 2-0, converting the pistol 3 consecutive times.
What's your favorite spice?
Smoked paprika.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, very versatile.
Yes, definitely.
Yeah, put that in my my ribs rub.
Ribs rub.
Got a ribs rub.
So you do the rub yourself, like you? Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Onion powder, garlic powder,
brown sugar,
spiced paprika. Oh, definitely brown sugar. Little cayenne pepper in there.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, lots of spice.
Let it sit overnight. You're good to go. Team 1 also good to go as AKs have hit the field, looking for their first on Mirage. Their map pick for the record, folks.
Picking Mirage, a fickle beast, but
better or worse
such
than
a great
picking
map.
Dust 2?
Great map. No. Yeah, that's why it's a great map. It's actually way better than Dust 2. For like, even if everyone's good at it, you can still. It's definitely like, you know, second worst in that regard, where like you could lose to an underdog team because everyone plays so much Mirage.
Yeah.
But there's way more options on Mirage. I think if you're the better team, you can separate yourself at least a little bit. Of course, innovation isn't really happening that much on this map, but still small things.
Yeah, but I mean, listen, the wheel was invented so long ago.
And we still be using wheels. Yeah, that's true, yeah.
AK spam through smoke. Not going to find the kill, but Maluk sure will. Perfectly timed Palace push.
But hey, there's still 4
a second?
He's trying to hold on here for dear life, and he gets himself 2 kills, 3. Mayer going back for the 4th, but XNS is going to end him. Considering his 2 teammates died to that Maluk Palace push, that's a beauty of a moment from Mayer, and he could set up Reversive for the 1v2 clutch, but now, unfortunately for Reversive, he's in for the retake.
Burst fire. Oh, okay.
And he's not going to land.
Wait, was he on burst fire and switched off? Okay, damn.
You know, it's a mental battle.
It is. I thought he was going to burst fire. I was like, that is nuts.
It's nobody that crazy, Launders. Okay.
Going to burst fire.
If he chose to put that on burst.
Okay, this was so annoying and tricky. It was actually, you know, it's kind of like a scrim trick. Like, all they did was spam through the ARAM smoke and Maluk's, I'm like, I'm swinging.
Yep.
And that was enough. What a move from Mayern. We can call that the Mayern elevator.
The Mayern elevator.
Yeah. It doesn't have a ring to it. I just wanted to put elevator in there somehow.
Okay. The Mayern elevator.
There we go. Better than Elec not it.
And that's why I set the bar so low. Solo M4 for Mayern.
Did you see Rob's throwing that smoke from T-spawn?
Crazy, right?
Oh my god.
He's got some wizardry going on.
It's definitely on refrag. I mean,
you know, I thought his last name might be cool, but he's quite the nerd.
yes, that's true. And man, that round, that was Mayern getting 4 kills, and they had 4 CTs on the A side like 3 helping him.
Yeah.
So, pretty impressive. They figured out how to win that round.
Maluk gonna sniff out this jungle setup, and unfortunately for Leviathan, the A1S of Mayern goes down. Faxwall still holding his. And hopefully, for Leviathan's sake, he can hang on to it. But this is Team 1 cracking through in the previous round and converting immediately. Again, A, the target, and A, quite intense. You know, the pressure there, straight out the gate, straight up the ramp.
Yeah, very much looking forward to seeing the rest of this T-half from Team 1.
I think, okay, remember how we were just talking about Inferno and how, unfortunately for Leviathan versus Furia, they kind of felt a bit smothered on Inferno because of the way that Furia could just overly aggress down mid and whatnot. I fear that Team 1 might do something like that on this T side. I think this could be a very confident half from Team 1, just looking to smash their way to 16.
Yeah.
We'll see.
And maybe we'll see Mayern. I think, like, yeah, this is probably, like, his key spot. So it'll be interesting if Mayern can throw it down, basically, holding under Balk or wherever it is. Under Balk is a spot. Like, when we saw Jax, it was like, I don't know if it was a major final. No, it was like the, what final was it? It was the Kato final. Played under Balk, I think, like 15 rounds in a row in one half. Because it's you actually can do it. It looked ridiculous, but he did have a good half. You don't want to be in a spot that's too predictable over and over again, but under Balk is so powerful. So, like, even if your teammates aren't helping you or other things are failing, there's so much value you can get out of that. Oh, that is not great.
Oof, he gets away with that.
We tried to dodge a flash there. Everybody goes down. Oh, my God. Okay, so what happens, why it looks so ridiculous, is the player who's sitting in mid is watching for underpass. That guy is making sure that his cat player can't get killed from someone in bench. So anyone who walks in underpass will die. But he relies on his cat player to watch top mid. And they threw one flash to take that out. And the other small thing, positionally, he's a little bit far out from the wall. So they might have half swung and not seen him. And then the cat player could have swung and saved him. But if anybody dies in that position, everybody dies. That's how it goes.
At least the AK has been grabbed here. Reversive looking to steal that away for the next one. But Team 1, 3 consecutive. The moment they get the guns, they get the wins. Yeah. You're right, man. Ball of yarn to that mid play.
Yeah, it's
dominoed.
Dominoed, yeah. Tough. It's definitely not a bad setup. It's just risky for that one reason. Like
avalanche.
An avalanche, yes. A mudslide.
Hey, man, that's a little too close to avalanche. Okay.
Well, I thought we were just doing
ball
things.
Of yarn, dominoes, avalanche, mudslide. That's just a brown avalanche.
That's true. Yeah. You ever eat fried chicken at 2 a.m.?
No.
Next morning, mudslide.
Oh my God. I also lied. I've definitely had chicken with you at 2 a.m.
Yeah, true.
But alas, here we are. Wipe off them hands,
What
brother.
are some other natural disasters?
Tsunamis.
That are like, yeah, I guess that would also be.
Volcano eruptions.
Yeah, that sucks. It's the sut that kills you, right?
It can, yeah.
Blots out the sun.
Yeah, man.
The sut.
Soot.
Soot.
Maybe. I don't know. That's one of those things where I'm like,
you can't correct me on a maybe.
I'm like, I'm pretty sure, but then I'm also a little French. You know?
Yeah.
Soot. Soot.
Yeah, I think you said reversive, but like in French yesterday.
Reversive.
Oh man. Okay. That would feel great to win a round like that. You know, aggressive CT setup. That's not something you do. You maybe do that 3 or 4 times and a half if you're feeling really frisky. Most of the time, it's once or twice. So now that they won one of those rounds, Leviathan going to be pretty scared to throw that out again. Mid control, very common for the T side. You can expect that they're probably going to use that a lot more often. And yeah, they'll actually go with a quick look this time. Not even smoking top mid, I don't think, or window. No, they did? Yeah. Oh! Maluk goes right underneath the crosshair of Mayern.
And then 1962, even though he trades out the offer, gets dropped by TRK. Now, Pank is looking to make a difference here. That's a nice freebie he gets onto Keys. Just evens it out and doesn't get trade fragged like all the other kills had unfolded in this one. Reversive pushed close smoke. It's going to get checked, but not thoroughly enough, even though he looks away. XNS snaps back. Snap attack. Gobbles him up. And we have man advantage, but look at the health, bro. 29, 4, and 11. So no wonder this MP9 is just going to completely shred what's left of XNS. Bomb running into the A site.
But it gets so lurky. Okay, with the top con smoke, they could leave one jungle, and that's actually not a bad spot, because then they just be able to clear the murder hole. We assist the bomb plant. Okay, even though the health is low, there is a way for them to domino this 2v2. However, it doesn't look like that'll be possible now.
That'll help.
That's really well timed.
Gets away from the Molotov. Bomb is planted for him.
Yeah. Now, how can he do this without making noise? If he knew that bullets would come through, then he could probably sneak out, but yeah, instant stick. Done. Didn't even know that was taking place. And at least the gun is saved, at least.
I was going to say, with 3 HP with the Molotov right there, both players on site, that's the HP that makes the difference. 3-3. Leviathan win their first gun round. And they honestly could have been even better for them had the apartments play gone their way. So, you know, you'll take your win, but remember, still rooms for improvement.
How many rooms?
About 4. 4.5. Yeah. You know, who decides how many bedrooms are my apartment? This bedroom has a kitchen in it.
True. Oh!
Keys, first victim of the op. Faxwall still sticking around the catwalk. Maluk hoping for the repeak. Reversive, nice change of position.
Oh, that's so annoying.
Oh, but XNS is going to get the better of him. And now he knows he has the eyes of the opper from Faxwall turned towards him. Jumps over. And that's going to be pressure within this B site. If he can kill Mayern, then this is going to be a huge moment for XNS. He's got all of the players staring at him. Pesadillo trades out on catwalk. Meanwhile, we've got the play up through connector here from Pesadillo, and that's good to go. XNS is such a nuisance, such a distraction, and he only had 5 bullets to get that kill, so...
Oh, and they hear a rotator going through spawn as well. Almost a similar position, except way more HP. Way more health.
And we'll see how much of a difference that'll truly make. TRK wins his duel versus 1962.
This odd's almost gone now. Mayern's low on HP. Huge rotation here through CT spawn, knowing that there's probably one in jungle. What a wild attack from Team 1, getting out onto both sides. I mean, that was a spot where it didn't even look like, you know, they would commit with their one player out through B apps. They could have just gone back through to A. They already killed one on B. And is the bomb going to get stuck? It's actually not a bad position to try it. Oh, okay.
Ooh, you got me all excited.
That was actually not a bad... They started to get away from it a little bit. NT, worth it. Yeah, he loses the gun, but actually that kind of looked like it could have got sketchy, so you never know.
Can't win rounds unless you try.
That's true.
That's why you have to try every round.
Man, you can see that one way just works so much better for him.
Yeah.
The other perspective, it looked like he couldn't see a thing. Very well done from TRK as well.
Wins it out, and Team 1 back into the lead. Unfortunately for Leviathan, that also comes with economic woes that they'll have to sit through somberly. Tact pause here from Team 1.
What if TRK is short for Tarek?
Tarek? It's Tarek without the vowels.
Yeah.
Simple as that. How come with
He's a W
1962, okay, like TRK, that's a name that we spell out every time, right? We don't say Turk, we say TRK every time, right?
You added a vowel there. You had to.
I had to.
Yeah.
What if we just said 1962?
What about X and S?
Doesn't work.
Okay.
You know?
What was the other thing?
We're just assuming that it's not 1962.
1962, yeah.
1962.
That's true.
You never know with numbers.
I think.
Where'd that?
What? Oh, you can't kill him.
Not with the Glock, brother. Maluk, you've Glocked and USP'd enough players today. We get the jump out from the window. Good for
Oh my God, they're everywhere.
Swarming in connector. Pestadella knows he's under pressure.
Oh, wait.
Double from the USP of Mayer. This round is alive, and Mayer looking for a better gun. All right, you've already shined bright with that USP. Now finish it off with the AK.
No armor, so he'll have to be super sharp. He knows he has to tap. Oh.
Imagine. This is winnable.
It is. Oh,
Can't end
TRK.
it. So, as it should have been, a Team 1 victory.
Yes.
But just a reminder from the side of Leviathan that they've got that spice. They've got that pizzazz.
Look alive. You never know.
Stay sharp. Did Mayer get both those kills in connector?
I think he did.
I think so too.
He's
but
pretty explosive, that man. I actually had, I ate 6-month-old mayonnaise before I came here.
Ew. That's why you smell.
No, it's not still
Sweating
in
it
my,
out.
No, it's not still in my body.
Off from Maluk, despite being blind, catches Faxwall over 1962. That's the window player toppled. Again, mid-play has really been favoring Team 1, whether it's the anti-ecos, the straight-up gun rounds.
I'm telling you, it's because they messed him up on that super aggro play. They know now.
And you know, mid is the heart of Mirage.
That's a fact.
And without the heart, you're dead.
You need that. You need that bad. Oh, this B player doing exactly what he needs to. Scare the hell out of the CTs.
Oh, we saw the rotate.
Oh, and he's going to see them rotating out, so now the bomb can actually come towards B. That is such big information. I mean, in this spot, especially right after all that pressure coming back and forth, the CTs were trying just as hard to scare him into thinking that they're comfortable and sitting there. But look what happens now. They start to work into the site.
Rotate back in from 1962. He's going to have no idea there's a player on bench. He thinks the first guy ins the bomb, and that is wrong. So he is done. Nice shot from Maluk.
Oh, all they needed was one clue. Just the back of one CT jumping through the market. That's what CS comes down to sometimes. I think that's honestly what makes it a little beautiful there. That was a great mid-round call to follow up on that information. And from our perspective, obviously, the perfect, correct call.
XNS in the B site with the AK.
He's so annoying with it. So sometimes he jumps out too. That's also scary. Even if he died doing that, just knowing that he's willing to, by himself too. Like there's no attack behind it in the B halls. He's willing to get out there and take an individual one-on-one fight at any moment. It's not the guy you want to go up against.
I hope that's fixed by the major.
The site not getting destructed.
The bomb explodes and there's just nothing.
Yeah.
Or make the bomb shoot confetti.
Yeah, that'd be
one
cool
of those
too.
two things.
True. No in between. Whatever this option is, it's not good.
Dud.
Yes.
Imagine if you needed to plant a bomb and then it just didn't blow up.
Oh, that'd be so frustrating. As a T?
Yeah. Fortunately for Leviathan, bombs not their only problem. Guns, not their favor either.
We played matchmaking last night, and I think I threw the mid-window smoke 6 times in a row. The 128 tick smoke, of course, so it just missed every single round, and I couldn't understand why my lineup was bad. Thanks, Valve.
By the 6th time, we told him.
Yeah. Missed again. Why?
Unfortunately, Pank's solo M4 not able to add anything here in terms of kills to Leviathan's favor. And this T side really starting to run away now.
Very comfy.
7-3, 8-3, 9-3.
Wow. You can see the future?
Sometimes. Timing from Mayer. Poor guy just looked at underpass. Tries to turn his head. That's a dink from TRK, or for TRK, rather.
Does anyone use the CZ anymore at all?
No, only you.
Just me.
Only
no,
you.
I switched
Actually,
it out.
there was 2 earlier today.
I only didn't switch it out because I forgot, but I
Okay.
actually switched both of them out now.
I think there's a couple guys on Team 1. What? How?
They can't hit him either. The hardest guy to kill around.
Reversive gets dropped. Bomb.
I switched
Not
it.
planted.
I mean, I switched it. I know it's not better than either the 5-7 or the Tech 9.
You know, the CZ is, it's like an artifact. It's a thing of the past.
Yeah.
That nade, that's how it happened. Beautiful. Underhanded nade into the peak. You'd love to see it. Layers to that clear. And layers to this T side. Team 1 running away. So you switched to your Tech 9 and your 5-7
And yes.
Okay.
I don't have skins though.
We can fix that.
Thanks. You're gonna donate it to me?
Yeah, I got a couple extra.
What's it called?
My additional 5-7. It's a 5-7 Nitro.
Oh, actually, I have a Blue Gem case hardened.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Wow.
I don't have Tech 9 skin.
Look at this guy.
Yeah. I just like busted that flex out right at the last second.
Weird flex.
I forgot. Just forgot about my jewelry that was lying around.
Oh, I'm sorry. This big bag of money. Incendiary on the feet of Maluk. Not going to be comfortable.
Are they still going to jump spot? Did he see him?
He must have. Yeah, with that grenade, 100%.
Don't jump again. Maluk will kill you.
He's got a teammate here to help, so...
And he stayed.
More fire. That's two incendiaries, 2 frag grenades.
Enormous.
Just trying to deal with Maluk.
That's a lot of money.
Team 1 throw a Molotov back, just to make sure that Van is not occupado.
Oh, they missed their smoke on the halls. Uh-oh.
Is that an invitation for Maluk to go back at it?
It's just so much. It just causes so many resource issues here. No free rotation now. They're going to be extra scared. And again, because we've seen XNS just jump out in these situations so many times, like, all right. But actually, it does make way more sense to go back to A, because this means that they're going to compensate, either having some other CT close by, since it seems more obvious that a B site hit would take place. And now it looks like our number 2 player is going to go back through the murder hole or stay inside window. That's the question. Pank preemptively throws a smoke. 35 seconds, really smart play by him.
Nice.
Faxwell will get a kill as well.
Very important at this point, right? This pressure cooker of an A site for him to pick up that kill. All of a sudden, Connector has to be taken back up by Maluk.
They actually can wait this smoke out, so some pressure on Pank, but he knows a fight's coming.
Just coming down to the final wire. 15 seconds. Maluk's gonna have a CT right up close, and Mayern's gonna end him, but TRK floor bang. Now looking for the Connector player, kills him. Faxwell's gonna drop the op shot, comes back with a follow-up. A second here, as all of a sudden it falls onto Keys. He needs the kills, and they're going to gun him down.
Damn.
No more round wins for Team 1 in consecutive fashion. It is Leviathan's 4th.
Big frags from Faxwell.
Yeah,
all
big
those
round
op
for the
shots.
Opper.
Yeah, just every single time. He, what would you say, reloaded the bolt? How would you put the bolt action back
cocked the bolt.
Cocked the bolt again?
Yep.
You just do you get to put the new bullet in every time, or?
No, this has a magazine.
Oh, no, yeah, it's 10, right.
But by pulling the bolt, you do chamber a new round.
Oh, okay. Well, every single time he did that, he shot again and got a kill. Oh, Molly misses. You can't miss stuff on Mirage.
Setting up outside of the A side again. Team 1 looking like they want to try that one once more, right? It's a BO3 in terms of the A plays, and this time Pank's got something to say. He doesn't hide underneath the wood and get deleted. Instead, he takes the fight to his opponents as 1962 attempts to do the same. We've got a mid lurk here from Pesadello, gets dinked up by the MP9, and that's Reversive's chance to put his name on this round. 22 health for Keys, and he gets caught sidelined by Faxwall's CT op peak, a 5th for Leviathan, and still time for this CT side to get back into the lead.
Team 1 are doing a little bit of what Leviathan did on their T side of Inferno, and they need to start pausing in some of these situations. Like, okay, you can keep going with the pressure if you're really that sick, like you have that many good players and everything like that, but if it's even remotely close, again, being a bit more aware of the connections you're building and not all trying to bust out at every single opportunity that you have, taking top con control first, meeting it with your A split, and putting enough pressure on one player from 2 positions at once would be huge. But we just saw, a multi-frag from the player who was watching halls to flick back to A ramp, and then we saw the Opera get a kill off the lurk out of the con smoke. It's constantly this Team 1 playing as if they're losing the round, when all of these different positions, they're actually slightly favored, but they're instead not really understanding like the severity of the situation. That next moment, that next move they make could totally swing the tides back in their favor, and instead they're throwing that advantage away just at the smallest whim of something. Like, let me just get this crazy lurk frag. Let me just peek out here and see and take this risk. They don't always need to do it, and Leviathan are doing a good job of punishing.
Castello going to be caught with nades in hand. Ooh, that one's a little awkward.
This will make you want to get out A quickly. Of course, A ramp gets mollied in response. The guns aren't amazing here for Team 1, but they will make their way out.
And the smokes are in good position. Op here for Faxwall. He's been pretty essential in these last couple of rounds. Deagle spam, knifes out. Sliced is Pank. And now there's an A1S here in the hands of XNS. This would be an ace.
Cadian?
And every good ace starts with a knife on this A site.
I mean, they're all almost in the same positions.
Well, then that should make this easy.
Yes.
Oh, but he missed the window jump. So forget what you just saw. That never happened. We're back into the clutch. Mayer locked at a default. Deep play through T-spawn, thinking maybe he's going to wrap around XNS. He's got another 1v1.
He doesn't know about CT, though.
Oh
my god!
No way!
Okay.
Now, he's going to think that this player is still near, but 1962, at the very least, has gone for this huge wraparound. So XNS will be scratching his head as to where this is coming in from. So timing could still play a massive factor. 5 bullets is all XNS has, but he's turned his back. 1962 getting closer, and that's going to be his end. Oh, what could have been.
NT, man. NT, that was a beautiful try. And if 1962 didn't make that enormous rotation, then maybe he gets caught out in that spot. Hard one to read. Really good effort. What are those kills? Ridiculous.
Ooh, that'll get the blood pumping.
Yeah, it all starts with a knife.
And all reactionary. Every single one is a reactionary kill.
He like wasn't looking in the right spot all the time, but the flick was just instant to the head.
Really cool. Uses that extra money, says, guys, I get to buy an AK.
Yeah.
Understandable. He's going to go for the entry as well. Let's see if he can take him down a peg. Leviathan doing a very good job of recovering this T side. One of the pistol players dead, but the AK is still in a prime spot to pop the CTs as they set up shop around this A site. Great grenade into TRK. The mid play gets caught, and XNS can only find one. Pesadello, his chance at the clutch, but not nearly as well equipped.
Great gloves, though.
Sure. And the Deagle?
Love that. I have the same one. It's field tested, I can tell.
Wow. Jumps over to the staircase and gets ended right then and there. Leviathan, excellent job at recovering this CT half to at least a tie, and they could even end with a lead.
Huge. A lot of it's gone down on the A site. Some of the early antics from Team 1 working out towards mid especially, and B, but overall, only a couple of rounds won on the A side. Everything else, it's been Leviathan trading out favorably in a lot of spots. Mayer and Pank on the A ramp. Definitely some good stuff. I feel like Pank is in this weird place where I see the protocols are always super sharp, but at the same time, once in a while, he's just like, fuck it, I'm swinging. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, he just, like, he knows everything to do, and then once in a while, he just takes some absolutely ridiculous risk.
I like that attitude.
Yeah.
I can get on get on that train.
Just like me for real.
Smoke will cool it off.
I think it's very fitting that we've got like the first very slow rounds
Yeah.
after all of this has happened, and I can't help but feel like Team 1, this is where they're maybe the scariest, but oh, mid control is one. Off to the top of mid. Great adjustment from Faxwell. No pressure is too much.
He's really been impactful in this second half of the CT side.
Yep.
And this slow round, kind of indicative of like the fatigue that's setting in. I'm sick of rushing. Need to catch my breath. We'll see if they can recover here. 2v5. Off. Gonna miss the shot, but maybe XNS better off for it. If he lands on that windowsill, he looks like a dead man walking.
Well, they have connector, and the op rotates around. I mean, they know he can only be in so many places.
20 seconds to spare. Oh, nice coupling there from Pank with the A1S and the nade. 180 from TRK. Woo! That's confirmation over towards the A site, but he's going to need a quick, clean kill on Reversive, who is hiding in the back of this B site. 5 seconds to spare. There's no real time to clear out these corners, and for that reason, folks, this one is done. Leviathan recover with 5 straight CT round wins at the end of this first half.
Awesome. I mean, this all-punish game, I think, definitely Team 1 got a little bit lackadaisical and allowed Leviathan to get back into that game where they started out so well. We were like, okay, this team is way above. But then they got a reality check, and Leviathan are definitely gaming. So looking to the second half, it's still obviously going to be hard. I think if Team 1 put on that much pressure, you can see why they wanted to play Mirage, definitely. And we'll also get to see if Leviathan can hang and bang on T side. But yeah, it's Mirage. Everyone's good at Mirage.
Not Harry and Hugo.
No? Wait, they don't like Mirage?
They hate Mirage.
Oh, okay.
They hate it, hate it, hate it.
Where do you put it? Oh, on like the 7 maps? Like where around is it?
You got to put it, honestly, 3rd or 4th.
3rd or 4th, yeah.
3rd or 4th. It has to be in the middle.
Yeah, very reasonable.
You can't hate it. I get why you don't love it.
Yeah, definitely.
You know? It's
you hate it because it's loved so much.
It's
That's
essential.
Pretty much, yeah.
You know, and I don't think it relies on nostalgia as much as Dust 2 does.
Facts.
Team 1, time for their CT side. And as they stick to this 3-man B stack, they are ahead of all of this offense. But it quickly redirects with 1962 taking to the underpass and everybody else going to the spawn. They hit the restart button.
It's rewind time.
But they don't get their health back. Keep my rewind out your mouth.
That was a slap, actually. I just slapped my leg.
That's what that was.
Yeah.
I thought you fell.
Kind of alarming that you didn't, like, check. But, okay. Oh, the bomb. QB sneak. 2 in the A ramp. But they're going to... This is the Virtus Pro double fake. They're going to run through underpass, right? With no nades, though. Interesting. Let's give it a shot.
Ooh, and they show A
they
contact
show bomb.
first.
They show bomb.
Then the B commit comes through. Keys buys time. Uh-oh. Back turn to him.
Ay.
Good recovery. Mayer with 2 kills, looking for an additional, but Maluk now jumps out from window. 30 seconds, 2 versus 2. Pank's already outwards. Bomb still slowly in tow. Could actually redirect, but it's coming out here. It's B no matter what. This is a fight to the end of the second pistol. Leviathan have won every single pistol so far in this series, but this could be the difference. 15 seconds for Reversive. He gets the kill to Maluk, and up close, a little bit more damage, but he only has 48 health of his own, and he's just staying so locked in. A jump, a push, a double back, and a kill for his. A clutch.
Right down the wire. Oh my god. Just a couple of seconds there, Reversive knew he had to win that duel, and TRK could not reload.
4 for 4.
I just want to say, playing top balcony in that position with a P2K is grief.
Yeah?
I'm not using a silence USP in a spot where literally your position is made to shoot people in the back of the head is complete grief. It was lucky they didn't turn around anyway, even though his gun is louder than like Inception in a movie theater. You know what I mean?
Using the P2000 in general is grief.
That's also facts.
Why wouldn't you want the
only
James
thing,
Bond?
You get the extra bullet. That's the one thing. Like, what if TRK had the extra bullet?
Yeah. We'll never know.
We'll never know.
Strong buy from Leviathan. 3 AK. Oh, no. That's 2 AKs, 2 Galils. They slipped a second Galil onto the board. How about these scouts, though? I'm down, Team 1.
Money nade.
Yeah. That'll put 1962 into the lethal zone. The splash zone of the scouts.
Well, this is kind of the correct move. You take A-ramp control. You're still open to Palace if you're Maluk, but you have open lines to connector, so that at least odds of potentially getting a shot in. Connector could, or Palace can peek now, and that will be his main issue.
Still, 2 players pushed on ramp, and one of them's going to double back around Palace.
They're kind of free to rotate.
Oh, with the MP9, only going to get 1. XNS, though, that's a bonus kill.
And they have Pesadello here in the halls on top of 2 rotators coming in from different positions, so...
CT control back for the T side.
Yeah, the CT control is going to be the one, huh?
Pank goes deep on ramp. That's going to make this play from Pesadelo awkward, but he will at least instantly pop Mayer and doesn't take any damage for it. Pank's going to come out from ramp, not playing the deep post plant. Bomb's also not planted for Pank at all, and now it's shrouded in smoke. But the wraparound from Fax Wall, that's what really ends this. And good job from Pank to just kind of keep that under control. A little bit of pressure in that chaotic moment.
Yeah, well handled.
But it is Leviathan's 10th round win.
Could get panicky there. Was running out of ammo, but really composed shooting. Not spraying in any of those situations. 3 rounds of difference, and it's marginally scary, but they win. That's all they care about, and they keep 2 up. No guns will be saved from the CT side. Those are the most important factors, and it's back to pistols. Oh, what? How? Oh, look at the A-ramp Deagle and the top mid Deagle. And that's a recoverable A-ramp AK as well.
I mean, normally you're happy if you just get 1.
Yes.
Both of those simultaneous. And like you said, weapon now for Pesadelo.
This is all right, a CT favored position. Ooh. AK recovered, maintain control so early into the round.
They give Maluk a way to exit, smoking it themselves, Leviathan. What's the play here?
The main value add for the T side in this spot is the amount of utility they have with 3, so they can do a full exec on either site. Have the ability to trade, but palace control versus a ramp. Sign me up if I'm on CT side. This is the spot you want to be in. And it's the AK. Yep. Yikes.
Very healthy utility for Leviathan, but they're just going to walk out silent. They've been spotted by Maluk, and he goes down pretty quick, so that'll help, but they're still in a problematic spot. XNS holds on cross. Deagle ready to hammer home, but all he's got is damage. So suddenly more and more pressure on the shoulders of Pesadelo. He sees the jump up. He's got the guy in sandwich, but he almost missed that. And the bomb plant's still gonna come through because of that smoke. He comes back at another challenge as
really
Reversive burns down to 5 HP. And Pesadelo's able to even get down the ladder. I don't know, they didn't know that. They're still looking upwards. Now he does lose his last piece of support, but Pesadelo's got it all. 3 HP and 3 kills on the AK-4 in the round.
Wow, amazing play from Pesadelo, and it starts off with a Deagle kill as well. Every move was wonderful there. I mean, nearly died to the sandwich guy, of course, but recovered instantly. Getting down the ladder was huge with that smoke down. Used that molly correctly, too, where it still had value to scare Pank to move back and then finish that kill as well. So many good things about it.
Round MVP, Pesadelo, no question, no challenge. Yeah, that ladder timing was really smooth. Wow. Surprised he got away with that.
Definitely about to be cleared. Super patient. And honestly, like the rest of his teammates, like Maluk playing triple in that spot is incredibly risky because as soon as you miss your first shot, you can get spammed from both sides. If they're splitting it in this spot, that's rough. Now, he did have a teammate in Palace, so that probably gave him a bit more confidence. But playing back in CT with the time ticking down would have been even better because there'd be no open plants whatsoever. Pesadelo up in halls, he can cover the right side plants. The rotator can also help with those. And he can just make sure default can't be planted on, which is a little bit harder for Pesadelo to clear without exposing himself over to A ramp, over to sandwich, and other angles. Money's not good here for Leviathan. It's scary that, first of all, one deagling round comes close, and the second one is actually won.
Yeah. Connector, but Pesadelo peeks out just as 1962 arrives, and the Incendiary forcing Reversive's hands. Mayer, though, will catch them off guard while we get the jump over top of the staircase. Weird moment for TRK, yeah. But he'll deal with that, no problem.
Yeah, cleaned up. 4 alive, 2, 3 on that last, or was it 1v1 actually? Sorry. But Money somewhat stabilized, I think, because they save on the Deagle round as well. So a little left over. You can see Maynard in some of these like kind of crazy mid-round situations. He keeps that aim really sharp. But that's about it.
Good jump.
Yeah, maintaining full vision on the mid-cross as well, so they won't fall for anything in this spot. Pank, however, searches out TRK on the ramp. Behind the molly. What a move from Maluk. This could be incredibly risky. And it looks like Yara is actually going to walk right into the arms of Mayern, and Keys wants to take this risk. He would have had a moment to do it, but yeah, there's the top mid pressure, and that's why he can come out of Underpass.
1 second later.
Yeah, but the spacing was good here.
They've got a player in through window as well. This rotate from XNS, limited. He'd be a dead man crawling.
They're gambling towards the right site, but are they? I mean, Pesadelo doesn't seem to be really scared of connector pressure, and they're already walking up.
Oh, he gets one. A little bit ugly, but better than nothing. Reversive, good double kill. And now they've, of course, still got full window control, and the ramp exec looks good.
A few moments there. Pesadelo's, yeah, not great with the spray. Made it work. That's what JKS. That's JKS's built to spray from that distance. That's what he's for. Plays under Balk, hits that spray.
Also, you know, it's always harder to shoot people in the back of the head.
Facts. Nice one from these two.
Is that a dangerous push from Maluk?
I think for sure. It's still 4v5, but it's 4v5, so you're going to do some stuff like that. And if he had not seen anybody, that would have been great. But I think you have no idea what the default is just off the 1 kill on A ramp. And if there's no pressure behind it, I would be insanely worried about late top mid or any kind of passive hold. Definitely. So
bring in the drones. What's he got for us? Mayern, the Damager.
Yeah. Ooh, 96 ADR.
Nicely done.
An A1S specialist.
I like this stat on the far left. Total bullets shot and wasted bullets.
Wasted bullets.
Yeah.
What's his carbon footprint?
I wonder how difficult it is to make bullets.
Machines do it, right?
True.
Just gotta make. I mean, it's probably hard to make the machines that make bullets. They had to weld every single bullet back then. I mean, put it in fire and then get like the blacksmith, Andre the blacksmith, to like.
You should put little mini cannonballs in the, you know, like
think of
like a musket.
Circles.
You know? Yeah.
Circle medals.
Or spheres.
Spheres, yes.
Yeah, spheres.
Not circle medals.
I shoot 2-dimensional bullets. Yeah, sphere shots.
Okay.
A little black powder. The reload time.
Imagine like you made armor, swords, like you perfect at this point of history, whatever age it is, the Iron Age. I don't know. No, not the Iron Age.
They've used a decoy. That's why they're showing us this one. I see
Just
you,
in case.
PGL. I see you, the deceptionist.
Sometimes it's 0. Sometimes
a single decoy thrown.
Nice. Probably won the round. But you know, for like, I'm gonna get all my history wrong, but for like what, a few decades, you're really working on like perfecting swords.
Probably for a few thousand years, man.
Well, yeah.
Oh, yeah, if you're one person.
Right before the guns.
Yeah,
you know, like in your lifetime, and then
yeah.
someone just shoots you.
Bro, that's, I mean, the invention of the crossbow.
Yeah.
Think about people, you know, like all these
Joffrey.
super talented archers making all these, you know, wooden longbows.
Right.
And then some guy just gets a crossbow, just shoots way further.
Yeah.
It's just stronger than your
straighter
arm.
and
It's
further.
Just, you know, you've in that
and
case.
they're like sitting down.
Yeah. In that case, it was armor, right? Like all this heavy plate metal armor. It used to always deflect arrows when they were shot with bows. But with the crossbow.
How come they didn't figure out crossbows right away?
Because crossbows require mechanism, like a crank mechanism.
Oh, because you actually pull the trigger and then it releases.
Yeah, it releases, right?
Okay.
So they had to get
because you got to set it and then release the thing and it flicks.
Exactly.
Right.
The bolt in the crossbow.
You know, no offense to anyone, but I think I could have figured that out. I think I would have actually got it. One of the things, not guns or anything. That would be tough.
Crossbow came in with machinery.
True.
But yeah, then it started piercing plate armor.
Yeah.
And then there's all these guys walking around feeling invincible in their plate armor. Imagine being the first guy who died to a crossbow.
Oh,
You're like, what the hell was that?
What the hell? You know, I'd just be happy. I'd be like, man, at least I didn't have to live in fear for the next year before dying to a crossbow. Just kills me right away.
Just gets me out. You know, I've always been a big fan of the catapult.
Yeah.
Yeah. Or its better brother, the trebuchet.
Did they have the math to aim it? Or did they do like a test throw and then it always knew it landed in that spot? And then they go and they cover up the land to make sure you don't know a cannonball had landed there and then always have that spot on mock?
Yeah, I think
I mean, who gets If you got killed by a cannonball, that's really unlucky, I think.
A cannonball? Yeah.
Or, sorry, a catapult ball.
Catapult?
What's a catapult ball called?
I don't,
and what's it made of? Dung?
I mean, they used to launch all sorts of stuff. They used to launch dead animals.
Oh, yeah, because velocity would hurt.
No, because imagine this, right? You're in a castle, right? You're in a castle. You've got an army outside of the castle, but you're behind castle walls, so you're protected. But you've got a limited amount of food and water, right? And a bunch of people living all close together. So they just started throwing diseased animals over the walls to screw with your water.
Oh, I see.
Dude, medieval warfare, it's gruesome.
Man, and every day in Game of Thrones when we wake up, it's cold.
Yeah.
It's no matter what time of what season it is, it's always freezing.
Cold. That's because you're wearing like wool sacks.
But it's almost better because if it's hot, you don't want to wear armor.
No.
It's hot. It's
People
even hotter.
also smelled really bad back then.
Yeah, no showering a lot, right?
No.
And they didn't have toothbrushes, which means gingivitis.
Yeah, you'd have to like chew on sticks.
Like what?
Sticks.
What do you mean?
You just like chew on
when
bark.
You're bored?
No, to clean your teeth.
Oh, gotcha.
You know, you just got to chew on something rigid. But everybody at home, you could chew on this. Round 21 underway. Thank you for your patience. We got the game back.
People complain about a lot, but you know what? Things are better now, I think.
Much better.
Yeah.
We're also incredibly privileged.
Yes.
Yeah. For the record. For the record.
So
yes.
lucky.
Yes. But at least toothbrushes are readily available. And not available are guns for Team 1 this round, sadly. They got sticks and stones over towards this B site, which is properly stacked.
They're picking all the right stacks.
And imagine.
Are they going to go A now?
Yeah, those deagle shots.
Sometimes you don't want to show, you know?
Yeah. Pank's going to run it wildly through the A site and figures out that it's clear for the taking, so the jig is up. The game is over.
The game is over.
In the metaphorical sense of round 21.
Mentally undefeated.
12th round for Leviathan, dude. It's nice to see them winning gun rounds consecutively in the middle of a half, because that never happened on Oh, yeah. Oh, yes. 1, 2, and nothing after the fact. Faxwall comes in with the clean 3 sweep.
Honda ace is there.
Woo!
Honda would have aced.
You know, his heart rate just increases every time another player comes out that door.
I would literally start drooling.
In the corner, you little freak.
And then I wouldn't even shoot.
I wouldn't tell Faxwall that they were all coming out so that I could get all the kills myself. I'd be like, guys, I still haven't seen anyone.
Yeah.
Ignore your radar. So, easy anti-eco for the 12th one of Leviathan, but now the challenge resumes. And Team 1 going to post that op up within mid.
I think you should tap the guy farther away and spray closer.
Agreed.
Yeah.
But I also wasn't in that situation, so I can judge freely. You really still have me wondering what a catapult ball's called.
I mean, I'd like to know as well.
We'll get to the bottom of it later today. Oh, that's utility hit. Audio cue confirms it, so Pesadelo's on high alert. Nice flash. Maluk helping out for that second kill.
Wow.
Faxwall killed TRK over Pesadelo, but at least the trade's still there. A little bit of damage as well here from Maluk, unfortunately, but Team 1 comfortable 4v2.
Just like that, suddenly very good rounds from Team 1, and it doesn't feel like the game is a wash. Could have been 13-9 off this, but a super solid rifle v rifle CT setup. And this big flank from XNS is going to pay off, certainly. So they start to walk back. Small timing missed here from Mayern, but the bomb is dropped, and now Pank is left alone. Halfway walking up Cat, thinking about whether or not he should try to make the lurk play. And he might be offered up a kill, but they were worried about this attack coming in from the jump, and Pank now has an offer to try to deal with, but Keys gets right in his face. Up in the stomach, and he goes down.
Clean hold. Keeps 3 up, and that's going to be a good chance for the recovery here. CT side, get it back underway.
Solid on mid right there. Solid.
Lovely. Do you want to know now or do you want to wait?
Yeah, go for it.
So it was called a payload.
A payload?
A payload.
Like from Overwatch?
So here we are thinking that they needed to make something. It turns out you could just put like rocks in it. You didn't have to make anything.
They literally threw things they didn't need anymore.
Exactly. The payload. Boom! Nice quick scope from Keys up close. Delivered the payload.
So Zoomers would just use like their trash.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, their glad bags.
Exactly. Double ops, Keys, Maluk.
Where does the pay come from in that? That's crazy.
I don't know. We just keep having more questions.
Yeah. It was rough last round, but overall, Leviathan have done well. Earned the right to try it again. Oh, and Faxwell takes out X and S. I think he was pushing. Yep. Oh, op shot. Chance missed. Very nice start here for Leviathan.
Could have been a very clean recovery. Maluk's got to be under pressure with a close player.
He can feel it.
Yeah.
He must have heard them.
Yeah, he senses this. But 1962 also doesn't have to do anything.
Oh, maybe not.
One tap execution. And at the same time as 1962 takes eyes into A site.
Oh, they're going to go B, though?
Oh, Keys, listen, he missed the first shot. He didn't get that initial trade to establish 4v4, but this could still be a big moment. And he shaves Faxwall off first. The marketplace gets held. Keys goes back in. He needs to land more shots, and sure enough, Mayor down. Pank's going to get that trade frag. Jumps out immediately. Pesadillo saw the arm, so this is a little bit of info, but an even better kill. Pank keeps it clean, keeps it crisp, and keeps this one rolling in the favor of Leviathan. 2v1 with TRK arriving from this A site right to the scope of Reversive. 13 for Leviathan, and they are getting ever closer to that coveted 16.
Hey, one more would have made a difference. Pank going down, but he handled that so well. Sharp shooting from Pank. And a solid attempt, and, you know, once again picking the right site to stack. Really surprised Maluk didn't have the knowledge there to clear the close window position, but maybe they silent boosted into it. I'm not exactly sure. Wow. 13-10. Money is terrible.
Yikes.
Be careful.
Oh, Leviathan are doing this.
They're doing it on another map. They lost Inferno 3 times they played it and picked it 3 times. And then they went on Mirage. Maybe.
Maybe, yeah, that's
It's
fair.
looking good.
Yeah. Oh, we're getting real meticulous. If you're using Molotovs to clear out underpass, Cubby,
you're sweating.
You're sweating. And honestly, at an RMR, on the road to the Antwerp Major, sweat your heart out.
Yes.
But they stopped watching the flank, and Maluk's going to be able to at least work behind them. But remember, it is on a USP. There's 2 P250s for the entirety of Team 1 to work with. One for Peasant. Oh, he almost caught the op.
It's an op. He's terrified.
Oh, now he's down. So Mayern happy to clear his flank, but also cautious that that player may not have been alone. And you can see the B stack that was coming through as well. I almost feel like Maluk would have rather to not even gotten a chance at a kill if it meant
they're running. Okay, yeah.
Not giving up the fact that the A flank has now been found out, because
Definitely.
Team 1 would have much rather them actually run into this stacked B site. That will not be the case, and they already still have mid control to stop any type of rotation. So this very likely.
Yeah, almost every single first place that Team 1 have stacked was correct, and Leviathan have almost run into it, and a couple of times have avoided it afterwards, but definitely have done a good job from the pistoling front of picking the right gambles. It's better to be lucky than good, as they say.
And preferably both.
Yes.
Pesadillo boosted in sight. Sometimes good for one, but not going to be good for the round.
The reason is because if you're good but unlucky, it doesn't matter that you're good. Right? But in the other situation,
if you're bad and lucky.
If you're bad and lucky, it's as long as you're lucky.
All right.
Yeah, it's kind of it's really true, man.
I see the math.
Yeah, really it works.
You've shown your work. And honestly, so have Leviathan, playing meticulously, playing cautiously, and keeping it clean. Ooh, the final tack pause here from Team 1. So this is it. From now to the end. Leviathan's game to win.
Kind of the perfect situation to save it for. But based on the amount of timings that Leviathan have found, I feel like Team 1 are going to have a really hard time of pulling this back. 4 rounds now. Basically 3 rifle rounds in a row. Leviathan just able to find the right lurk, put themselves in a good spot to catch a lacking rotation or finding the opening site. So super solid stuff. XNS only has a deagle, huh?
Ooh. Oh, nice nade. Again, keeping it slow, keeping it calm.
Oh, the late lurk in Palace. What are they going to do with this? Okay, Peg's starting to pull back now. It feels like they haven't actually decided. I'm not sure what the call will be. Still at a minute, of course. The lesser played site is the B. I mean, they have no one in ladder room as well, so this is enormous. Underpass walk comes out. See if the CTs are starting to search this out, and they get a kill. That goes back both ways, and XNS only has a deagle on the back of the site, but he also had a utility, which was the smoke.
This is the play he decided to set up. He's made his bed, now he's got to sleep in it. Keys, nice peek from Cat. He's gotten himself 2 kills this round. Still worried about the mid play.
3v3, Pesadella's having a lot of pace here as they drop out, and it doesn't feel like they've heard him.
Nope. And they're so concerned with Marketplace instead. He sees the plant, he stops. No, he doesn't. It's not stopped. It's still the post plant. 1962 pinned into the corner. Catwalk player coming up, and it all falls on Faxwell. His opping has been strong. His impact has been big.
Wow.
But Team 1's resurgence could begin.
Okay, that play from Maluk, so he's the only one on the site. I mean, he doesn't get a kill there, but he delays for so long. I mean, Pesadella is even able to get up to the apps before they've actually planted the bomb, and partly because the 15 seconds on the one smoke they throw between the van and the pillar delays. You can't deal with that. You have to kill the guy behind the smoke. You can't put the bomb down safely without it, and it's really important that that deagling player just stays alive. So not having a good gun, he's still able to have some really big impact, and this is where we see his teammates get so close that they can just start putting together these frags with the least amount of stress possible. That was solid. It's a good site picking from Leviathan. Calm default, no one dying, but in the end, very good rotations are the most important factor. I feel like Maluk's had some trouble getting into this game.
That's fair, yep.
Finding some impact in mid, getting out timing sometimes.
Meanwhile, off impact from Leviathan kind of taking up that space, right? Filling that gap. Oh, it's not the best run boost, but at least he doesn't die. Grenades exchanged, damage done, 1962 walking wounded. 4 players out through middle here. This Palace play could be an eventuality. But you'd think Pesadella was able to just hold Pank in. They give up mid, they redirect.
Sandwich is very scary to play when connector control is a problem, and they've definitely been weak around mid.
They want to go B, but it's deep apps control from XNS.
Yeah. And it doesn't look like they're going to molly him out, so maybe this is the right side to be on. Swing is about to take place.
But there's so many players that they're going to hold both sides. Oh, and not only does he damage reversive, but he gets the player in the back, jumps through, because it's an opper.
Yeah.
Only one chance to clip XNS's wings. 1962 gets through, but he turns his back just moments before Maluk pushes through the spawn. Unfortunate timing.
That could have been 1 second away from match point right there.
Multiple fronts. Team 1 just getting away with their frags, no trades, and therefore a 12th round.
I think Maluk needs to, well, he could start in window, but if they're putting too much pressure down towards window, I would honestly leave that grade unbroken. Not play in there or take the slow spawn. He's not getting any value out of the first shots. So starting out the round in another place, I think, would strengthen Team 1 setup a lot. They could also try to turn that pressure into cap pressure instead of window pressure in the beginning, since it seems to be useless, and respect the fact that Leviathan are winning top mid. They can still throw nades and then focus down on connector and cat instead. And then that late round situation where someone just walks through the grate, you don't have to worry about that. And it seems like it is spilling into the late round. Almost all these rounds are not ending early. They're really hoping this window gets smoked and that pressure will come down.
Looking to maybe punish that aggressive B setup that we saw work out last round. But it's not there yet.
Mixed spot. Looks like they're going to end B. They did the strat before where they tried to show bomb on A. Just making it 1 on the B site. Make this a whole lot easier. It looks like some of their fake is starting to come out now. And yeah, they're going to try to show bomb if possible. It's going to be quite slow, and they're working on entries. Rotation starting to come out. The T's are now coming out of B. The first one goes down.
Oh, make it 2. X and S, very clean couple of kills. Mayern also empty-handed, so that poor bomb carrier wanted to rotate over to an open B site instead. They're all that's left. Team 1 with some life at the end of this CT half. Not too late to recover. The same can be said with these 30 seconds. Leviathan, they've got one player underneath the balcony of the A site, but the bomb's not heading that direction. It's looking more and more like a save. He heard those steps from Market. Now he's going to be extra cautious when it comes to the murder hole. So yeah, no chance here for Leviathan to cheat away with anything else in this round. They'll hold on as Team 1 continue to claw back. 14-13, Leviathan still leading, and we're running out of rounds.
Yeah, but yeah, just barely. They'll have. Oh, all right. He just wait. Did he just want to destroy that plant, or did he think that was someone's funny haircut?
He's looking for rupees.
Yeah. Wrong video game.
X and S catching Fax while running out with the Mac-10, and then up close kill 2.
I mean, what? There can't be anyone. He was just actually messing around and died for it. That's funny. Okay, mixed buy again, back to back.
Yep. This 2 saved AKs.
Go for the full A split. Thing.
These other 3 players, though, for Leviathan, I mean, they don't even have armor. But they're going to try to lead the fight with Pank. Listen, we saw some really cool rounds from him on Inferno. Sometimes it hits, sometimes it misses. But
TRK's alone.
He's 21 and 16. Pesadello can't kill the front runner, and that positioning is going to catch off TRK.
Oh,
Mayer then
risky.
comes in with the Tech 9. At the very least, Pesadello's frag grenade finishes one off, but now they're under threat. They've given over another rifle and this deep CT position. Reversive peeks into 2. Key's going to try to give chase. Straight up 3v3. Maluk's looking to make the difference as he's deep inside of the jungle. Mayern's Tech 9 looks to unleash, but all the kills going the way of the CT side again with just the pistols.
Just the pistols.
USPs, Glocks, it doesn't matter. He swaps to that sidearm and swaps out with Leviathan. 14 rounds each. This is going 30 rounds.
They stabilized with the CT kill. They could have very easily lost from there, right? So that was a incredibly risky jump from stairs to Tetris as if they had already won the round. That's something you do when you're up 4v2. And then you still lose, and then your team gets mad at you. But you could actually pull it off in that situation. Your team still should have won. In that spot, they were not close to winning. And TRK was in a very tenuous position on the top of balcony. But yeah, everybody else was fine in the 3v3. Money's still good here for the T side. And the early push is coming. I feel like this has not actually been really great for the CTs, but Pesadello looks like he's going to wait out the smoke, see if they search out mid slowly. Maybe a late flash to the top of mid.
Oh.
That's the play he's looking for as well.
And he gets caught.
Oh, yeah, that's actually couldn't have been better.
Doesn't even force Pesadillo to turn his attention away, so he does a ton of damage to the top mid player in Mayern. Now the Opera's wounded for the side of Leviathan, but Faxwall still, here's a chance.
That's one back. And hey, Mayern, he had an op, so he doesn't really care too much about the damage. Still possible. Grate's broken open once again, so they have to worry about that. But this time Maluk actually got some value out of that mid kill. Playing inside the window. 1962 is going to take a bit of a risk.
Really? Oh, he tries to just skate through smoke, instead met by the barrel of TRK. And there's no chance at like an immediate trade frag like there was still back in mid, so pressure's on. Team 1 about to secure a 15th. If they can just close the 4v3.
CT's wide open.
They're not watching this walkout.
They'll wait for it. TRK is going to be on the stairs, and they are super scared about B because honestly Leviathan have gone B so often. But TRK, how aware of how close they are is he?
Eats the flash.
Oh, they both eat it.
Oh,
man,
Pank got blinded.
that could have been it right there.
Now there's a ton of footsteps. We're going to get that scramble back from the defense over towards the A site. T peeks. TRK. He's given up the bomb site at the very least, but the incendiary is going to cause problems. Remember, Mayern incredibly low. We get this flank back around from ramp. There is the plant. It needs to be Pank from start to finish in the 1v4, and not going to happen. Pesadillo able to arrive in time, and the 15th on the scoreboard for Team 1 first.
14-11 they pull it back.
Damn.
Well done. Okay, I think, you know, it does make sense why that one play took place, where he walked through that top con smoke, because in their successful rounds, they found a lot of openings by pushing a smoke on a timing, getting into a corner, and they were so successful with it, they clearly were onto something. But this time around, TRK are very aware of it, and that's what makes the difference. On round 29 for match point. I'm actually shocked that Team 1 got here first, and with that, they're on fire. 5 in a row, and it looks like a full A is about to take place. Sandwich can be a great spot for this.
They're out quick. Pesadillo going to hear those footsteps. Easy pickup for the first one. Nice response from Mayern. TRK pinned into this corner. Flashbangs are there, and TRK is going to burn. Pank's able to get the end of it, and additionally the kill to Maluk. Come on now, Leviathan. It is this round or elimination, and that bomb plant's going to get interrupted by XNS. He gets into the cover and drops smoke just in front of him. Pank retrieves the bomb, and both these CTs are back inside their spawn. XNS taking to the top of Ticket. Pank's gonna fall back to Sandwich. We get this play through jungle as well. That's Faxwall trying to put himself in this deep post plant. Pank tagged down to 58, still trying to fight. And these two players between Pank and Faxwall have been so instrumental for this T-side comeback. There's Faxwall now counting on the cross. A 1v1 is where we're left. And Faxwall gets away.
Is he sticking it?
Keys, he's on this defuse, comes off, and gets tapped into overtime.
Okay, we go to OT. They got to be hyped about that one. I can't believe they pulled it off. Now, they went to the full A. There was 2 good spots from the CTs, but 3 of them only got 2 kills. The Opper, who was coming out of jungle, died to the under balcony. That was the key trade, I think. The rotators coming in had to come in through to a 2v3, and they could not deal with Pank for so long that everyone got into good positions. But they've still got to chew through the CT side. That's only gotten better and better for Team 1. So although we go to OT, I can't help but feel like it's still a very favorable position for Team 1. I mean, they got to be comfortable about this. Pretty unhappy, I'm sure, that they couldn't end the game. But yeah, it's always scarier when it's the early rounds won.
Yep.
A couple trickling in at the end.
Better to have a second chance.
Yeah.
You know, you take it.
All right.
So a continuation of Leviathan's T side. Economic reset for both teams as well. Op on Maluk immediately. Mayern going to try to counter it. And we get this A fixation. Bomb already doubling up towards ramp, and a 4th player for the A site moves through spawn as well in reversive. TRK just standing in the open on the very top of stairs.
Gotta say, he has played, you know, kind of with insights in a lot of these positions and been kind of alone and still done pretty well. But that kill is all that Leviathan want. Nades are gonna start coming out, and the site will be crossed.
XNS, they know he's here. AK is going to come hunt him down. 1962, though, not ready for the follow-up peek of Keys.
And they don't have CT control. They wanted it. Maluk on the flank. A ramp with it up.
That's crazy. We got Pank deep on jungle.
He's
looking into
sitting
the
on that.
wall. That's an easy pickup on the bomb itself. Mayern, he's now stuck in firebox, and he's got a grenade on his feet, so he is done for. Then Pank turns around that entire time, just buying time.
It's planted back triple for Pank to set himself up in this 1v2. Will he get the spam off? And now they know that he's over here, but the
Desperate. Super desperate, and it's not going to happen. Ah, Pank, not the player they wanted last alive. Comes back for the kills, but no clutch.
Yeah, I guess bomb was planted on the inside of triple?
Yep.
Okay, I see. So yeah, a little risky. Really wanted to get that spam off, but they weren't really worried about that. Got to hit quite a few bullets in the head to actually kill someone when they're defusing in that spot.
I'm curious with the replay here too, because we had Pesadello, I believe, come over stairs. Gets another kill on sight. Pank was like kind of looking into a wall in jungle. I'm not sure. We didn't see his perspective. Either way, bygones be bygones.
First one's won. It's pretty decisive. And a little bit more value out of the Maluk op window, where they haven't been testing him so often.
Smoke there, but he must have seen right through it.
TRK.
Insta 5v3.
Back to usual tactics, playing on the stairs. Pank wants to duel him so bad.
And as he jumps over, he clears the wrong corner.
And they don't even know about TRK still.
Backs wall. He's also going to get iced out as he tries to peek in from connector. So, I mean, this round is just immense.
Yeah.
Team 1. Flawless.
Yeah, kind of getting wiped now.
They take 26 damage across the entire team.
I think they have enough information now about how the rest of the half is gone.
They've computed it all.
Yeah, not as scared. Looking a lot more seasoned. Way fewer gaps is the big one. And opening kills for Maluk, finally, because I think he was struggling with that throughout regulation in the second half. Definitely two teams where if you look for the gaps, there's going to be them. They don't wait until the last seconds of the round. They like to get the action started, so now they seem more aware of where those fights are coming. And Maluk, finally, a different look from the spawn is actually going to start out here. And hey, they're not worried. They're not worried about it. They're not ready for it.
Doesn't get away, though. TRK catching one, jumping across. Oh my god!
Oh, no way, come on.
That had to have been blind. Mayern, he gets flashed by Pesadello. Here comes that peek, canceled out by Faxwall. At a 2v2, but through smoke. It's almost a robbery at this point. But we've got Reversive pushing through the CT spawn, or at least to the ticket. Comes back for the connector fight, and that is a flawless CT overtime half from Team 1.
God damn, 1 to go for Team 1. It's in the name.
Team 1 to go.
Nice to see that they fixed everything. Obviously, this is terrible for Leviathan because they had 14-11. They were on the precipice. They were so damn close and didn't have enough juice on T side to keep this going and kind of tell a long story with their playbook.
This is so weird.
Yeah.
Switching spots with Mayern.
Yeah. And we saw also the early game pressure from Team 1 on T side. They had a lot going for them. And they're probably, at this point at least, going to take Leviathan seriously, even though it's their map pick. They made him go to full distance.
Double overtime or elimination for Leviathan. The gravity of the situation sinking in as this fourth OT round unfolds.
Yikes.
Awkward.
Yeah, that smoke will leave a weird gap. Can totally change the psychology of your CT setup if you just can't rely on something, even if it's something that the Ts don't respond to. That's when you find a lot of teams fall apart. They start moving into more vanilla positions.
Start losing their identity.
Yeah. That control will be taken over, overthrown. Oh, rare to see that duel these days.
XNS at least able to survive it.
They're committing up cat. Rotation's starting to come in. One spotted, but not the other. Oh, Maluk?
That's huge.
Gets that off cat.
Perfectly timed, but Mayern and Reversive in with 3 kills instantly, just popping off within this site. TRK, his chance to shine.
2v4, takes down the first and does follow up damage, but Pesadelo's so far removed. He doesn't have the bomb, and he doesn't have the time, and he doesn't have the teammates, and unfortunately, for Team 1, it's not that clean OT sweep, so he's good.
They have to make a grave mistake, but that's OT. He had no reason not to try it. Most of the situations, of course, you just let that one go. 2 to go to another OT. And Leviathan trading out so well there on B side. Can't help but feel like they've still got some spirit left. That kill, I was like, man, now it's over, but Rotators did a hell of a job.
I feel like Leviathan, after that last, they know how close that was. Yeah. They know that could have crumbled. Fighting for mid.
Yeah. Does he have a smoke for himself or not?
Nope,
oh, he's
just
waiting.
a flash. Good first kill based on utility. Pesadelo tries to get the fallback, but that escape route open. Mayern exits. Pesadelo, he is swarmed. He's got 3 CTs all around him. Oh, and almost snaps it up into 1962. Here comes that B play. Bomb out as well. Reversive this time. Can't offer us any type of a hold. 1962's been spotted. Sprays into TRK, but bomb is down. Another 2 versus 4. XNS fights towards Catwalk. The peek in. 2 kills. Now it's even. And these CTs are split. Pank out with 1. The op of Maluk needs to go big, and he snaps it up.
Oh my god.
But it's Pank to grab it back, and Leviathan will keep fighting.
They are still fighting, man. They are still kicking and screaming. Man, that was close, but also, you know, they got the actual, they won mid, they had great nades, they punished a mistake at the top of mid, not having a smoke and sitting at the top boxes. The late volley messed Keys up so bad. And he tried to wait in it knowing he was going to die. Wow. Maluk damn near won this by himself. Pank had 1 opportunity there to get that kill, or it would have been hell for him to try to find another. And Leviathan and the 2 of OT to respond.
Now on fire.
Yeah, maybe a second OT on the menu. Seen this before. Oh, they're coming out Palace.
Yep. Keys kills Pank. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
This time,
there's still the op and CT spawn. Oh my god, Faxwell didn't see him.
Right there.
Oh, he misses.
Oh, that's huge.
Oh, no.
2 shots astray. So close. Leviathan so close, but now so far as they are eliminated from the Americas RMR. Team 1. They gave them that lifeline. They gave them that false sense of hope only to rip it away.
Oh, if he had got that kill, he actually would have prevented a death and got that kill and kept CT spawn. Now, there's more that went wrong in that round, so it can't all come down to him, right? There's still 2 players that died before him on the A site. Pank actually gets abused sitting on the A ramp, and that is actually such a nice opening for the fact that they recognize Pank has been here a number of times, and they tried a similar play at the beginning of the game where they ran out Palace and Maluk just swung.
Yep.
And that was actually all they needed to go back to a more simple play style. So very well done, very well called game from Team 1. Probably more hard fought than they thought it was going to be.
100%. I mean, that's the one thing that I got to give props to Leviathan. There's always the silver linings that you've got to, I think, give credit to at events like this. It's a big event. You've got big expectations and bigger hopes. Hey, you didn't win a map, but at least you got to an OT on this one. Maps looked closer and closer as well.
Yeah.
And I want to give a little shout out to Pank too, man. I think he had a good return to form in this map on Mirage specifically. Some really instrumental and high pressure moments when it came to this A site, both on T and CT side.
Yeah.
Ultimately not enough. So Team 1, as they should be, one of the teams considered to kind of be within that contender slot, potentially fighting for an actual chance at the major. Not gonna happen for Leviathan, but Team 1, congratulations.
Yeah.
You guys move on.
Yeah, that's huge. Amazing stuff. And yeah, condolences to Leviathan. Honestly, Mirage was pretty messy, but I'm sorry, Inferno was pretty messy. Mirage was a lot cleaner, looked a lot more high level for both squads, and pretty impressive that Leviathan don't have to always rely on Inferno, which seemed to be their crutch before.
Take a look at the scoreboard as this series and map comes to an end. Plus 30 kills for Pank. Faxwall right behind him too. And Faxwall honestly kind of taking over the op impact in the server for Mirage.
Definitely.
At least within the first bit of regulation. You know, Maluk with those quick flick shots over towards the B site at the end of that T side OT.
Yeah.
But ultimately, not enough.
Maluk looked like probably better player overall from like across the maps, but like you're saying, it was mostly on Inferno, where he was felt like the better player and also just making all these amazing moves. Bit outclassed there by Faxwell. Top at the end, just one bad round in a situation where he could have maybe saved the day, but the pressure is immense, so it's the RMRs. For them, it's the major. If you don't make it, like this is the big event that gets you to the dream.
Yeah,
unfortunately. So yeah, of course, nothing's going to feel harder than that to try to win.
Tough stuff. Again, condolences, Leviathan. Well represented, but ultimately done for the count. And Team 1 moving on. But still, a long road for Team 1. A long road that I think needs to be also prefaced by the fact that you look at their competition. They started off versus Complexity, then they get wrecked by Liquid, who probably wanted to bounce back after losing to 0-0 Nation. And now a victory versus Leviathan, which they should have picked up, right? We look at Team 1 as being one of these contenders within NA. They are already representatives of the Brazil to North America region. So they are now on their course, right? But again, 1-2 in this event, and best of threes all the way done. But this is the very end of the B stream for day 2 at the RMR Americas. We got more Counter-Strike, and of course, go check out the main stream for a chance at the Legends spot. We're talking Complexity versus Furia, and I know that Furia are already a map up. So this is Launders and Scrawny peacing out. Thank you guys for tuning in. We'll see you guys tomorrow.
To succeed in this game, you need to invest in yourself. Be daring. Innovate. Calculate. Never hesitate. Follow your instincts. Don't follow the crowd. Back yourself. Bank your wealth. Analyze, strategize, and galvanize. Now is the time. Take your shot.
Let's go. Battle is on. Burst RMR views with a double bonus. Get insurance for single and combo bets, both up to 20 euros. Fire up with GGBet. GGBet, this is real.